We have Jesus' death for sins, his burial, his resurrection on the third day, and numerous appearances.
Do all the scholars sign off on that, Derek? Do they all say that that's all true, all of it?
No, they don't all say that, especially not on the critical scholarly side.
This passage eliminates two skeptical responses to Jesus' resurrection, the legend hypothesis and the hallucination hypothesis.
Does it, though?
No, it doesn't.
Now, this has always seemed like an odd approach to me. Decide what we want to believe ahead of time, and then reject evidence that doesn't line up with what we want to believe.
You haven't presented any evidence. This is the problem with being so overconfident.
And the researchers found that approximately 200 million Pentecostal and charismatic Protestants in just those 10 countries believe that they have personally witnessed miraculous healings.
She's fallen off a cliff.
Bro. Oh my gosh.
Why hello my fellow apes, I hope you are well. A month back I published a video titled The Absurd Roadshow of David Wood, highlighting his overconfident apologetic style and heavy reliance on non sequiturs and straw man arguments. Since then, David has responded, evidently to the satisfaction of his audience. And one of David's greatest grievances is that I didn't address everything he had to say, and so here it is. A full 5-hour response. But I'm not alone in this endeavour. Joined by the wonderful Derek from Mythvision, we've leveraged his connections to include commentary from renowned biblical scholars, including one whom David even cited.
That's hope. It's not history. And I respected this hope, and I honored this hope. But I know the difference between hope and history.
That's right. We're not only going to refute David's case for the resurrection, but we're going to do so using the very scholars whose work he abuses.
That's cheap and easy, and it really proves nothing.
Before we get to it though, let me make something very clear. The point of this video is not to show that Christianity is wrong or that Jesus didn't resurrect. Rather, it's to illustrate that for all of his confidence, David doesn't know what he's talking about. And that's why his case isn't taken seriously by experts, including Christian scholars. So, if you're a Christian watching this, don't see me as your enemy, as David insists. I'm not. Like yourself, I am searching earnestly for God. Don't mistake my sarcasm for Satanism. The true serpent in the garden is David, who not only harms his own credibility with his apologetic roadshow, but more importantly, Christianity as a whole. This is David Wood's case for the resurrection debunked. Recently, I published a video about David Wood and his apologetic style, and I got a response from David. He had apostate prophet on, and we're going to be getting into that at another time. Today, we're going to do what they were very upset that we didn't do, or what I didn't do before, and that is respond to the rest of his video. For what it's worth, I think that my video was a standalone, and it did its job fine, but this time, I've heard you, I've seen the poll that you don't trust me. I'm going to show you why you should trust me, and it's because I'm going to go through the rest of his video and show you the many, many mistakes that David has made, and basically the overconfidence that he has. Joining me today, or maybe it's better to say that we're joining each other, is Derek from Mythvision. How you doing, Derek? Doing good, man. Another piece on David Wood. I just got done doing one. He had this, it's so obvious. Almost like a hypocritical standard of not realizing the same things he was criticizing Islam applied to his own religion. And I won't be shocked to find special pleading and kinds of things like that in this video, but this should be fun. That would actually be my central criticism of David, and that is that when he's criticizing Islam, he seems to be able to recognize where they're overstating the case and where they're actually employing cognitive dissonance. But when it comes to Christianity, which he normally follows it up with, it's just black and white. Now, I don't want to slag him off too much. I want to actually demonstrate this, and that's the point. So what I've prepared for us is I've broken down his video into clips so that we can play them and then respond. And because we've got you, we're going to get all of these wonderful scholars involved as well. So yeah, it's a hell of a show for you all. I promise you that. Indeed. I'm looking forward to it.
But for those with ears to hear, knowing that Jesus rose from the dead is actually much simpler than many people realize. To know that Jesus rose from the dead, we only need to know two things. One, that he was really dead, and two, that he was alive again later.
What do you make of that, Derek? Has he already gone fucked up?
I mean, come on, man. All you need to know about Apollonius of Tyana as the true Pythagorean continuer of the true philosophy is that he existed, and that the Romans tried to kill him, and he escaped this this situation somehow. But listen, he's still alive today. He is in heaven. He's alive. And he has actually visited many of his disciples, followers. All you need to do is read the ancient literature about him, and you're just going to be absolutely persuaded.
Fair play. So, okay, what David's saying is that if we can demonstrate that Jesus died and then he wasn't dead, then this would constitute a resurrection. All right, fair enough. But as you rightfully point out, this is what other religions state in terms of, you know, the claims that relate to their religions. The juicy stuff is demonstrating. And of course, we're going to get to that now.
And I'm not even trying to pretend that everything is identical. Every one of these religions and their stories and their cults and practices are going to have differences. So keep that in mind. This is not like I'm pretending everything is absolutely identical, but you're dealing with the same kinds of things and claims from Caesars. And man, the list can go on and on for deities, demigods, heroes, mortals that become gods, cults that are originating them, you know, with heroes like Pythagorean followers, such as Apollonius of Tyana. You're gonna have to special plead to make Jesus the one.
If Jesus was dead and he was alive again later, I'd say that our atheist friends have a great big Son of God-shaped hole in their worldview.
All right, so there's a quick pause, but this was actually the entire point of my first video, and it was the central claim that I gave him. We can grant his premises, the premises that he's going to give throughout this argument, at least most of them, and he's still left empty-handed. He doesn't actually achieve the claim that he puts across. So he speaks about, we can know that we have a purpose in life. We can know, you know, a way for salvation. We can know that X, Y, and Z. And he draws this conclusion from simply Jesus resurrecting. And as Christopher Hitchens put it a long time ago, you're still left empty-handed. That doesn't do it. And the examples I gave in my video was with Govardhan Hill, with Krishna. Suppose it was the case that Krishna or some entity lifted up the hill, as is told in Hindu legend. It doesn't follow from that the doctrines and the central teachings of Hinduism is true. And of course, David knows that. He wouldn't do. He's not a Hindu, right? He wouldn't buy these things,
right?
But yeah, the same could be said, of course, of Muhammad splitting the moon. Like, suppose he did actually split the moon, this just wouldn't entail the truth of Islam, and most Christians know this. So I don't know why they would find it that they can make this jump when it comes to Christianity.
There are so many things you point out and that can be said about this, but one I'd like to do in this is kind of a unique tack that I've recently encountered when I did my Does Yahweh Exist video based on Jaco Garika's work. He wrote a dissertation, and the whole thesis is showing so many philosophical issues with Yahweh even existing. By the way, that's a huge red flag, because if the God of the Old Testament didn't exist, you might as well pick a version like Marcionism or something that at least says, hey, that God doesn't need to have existed. Jesus's God is different. He's a loving God, not this asshole who's flooding the entire planet, and it creates chaos and death and has all these problems and lies and sins, lying spirits and things, which are all in your Old Testament. But I want to emphasize something that I find in that very phrase of a Son of God shaped hole. Isn't it interesting when you actually start studying the history behind these ideas and when they show up in history, that Jesus has to be a son of a God? John Dominic Crossan debated a Muslim apologist. And in that debate, he said, your Muhammad was in the 7th century, 600s later, right? If he was in the 1st century not claiming to be a son of a God, in the social environmental context in which sons of gods were the thing. It's like today we have hippies in the 70s running their hippie style clothes and doing certain type of music. And then now today we have different styles and genres that are popping up. That's the old fashioned. Well, the idea of a son of a God was absolutely relevant to the context. And I would say also puts a timestamp of why does Jesus have to model the going Greek and Roman ideas of God having an actual son? And it wasn't just Roman and Greek, but remember, they're under Roman occupation at this time.
Yep.
So I just find it ironic that it walks like a duck and talks like a duck in the time and period in which Rome, the dominant culture, the dominant Hellenistic vibes, are finding their way into the origins of this very cult.
Yeah, no, fair point. It would be more of a, it would be a bigger claim if it was different to what was cool back then. And the fact that it was cool back then and that it was doing the same thing is actually a red flag for a lot of scholars. It's like, oh dear, that's actually, this is very common stuff.
Was Jesus dead? And I mean really dead, not passed out, not in a coma, not in a brief state of cardiac arrest. Was he dead? Yes, yes, he was.
Most scholars that I've encountered think Jesus was crucified and died. Yes. In fact, I don't know. It's not just scholars, but common sense tells me everyone at some point dies. That's shocking, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not a big claim, is it, really? It's like, if you grant that Jesus was a real person, that's it. Like, saying, oh, something amazing happened with this individual, they died. Yeah, no shit. Like, that's not a surprise at all. Yeah, good point.
Now, the new generation of atheists who learn about Christianity primarily from social media may be surprised to learn that there are historical facts about Jesus.
So I want to pause here to talk about narrative building, because this is central to apologetics. They try and build a narrative so that their audience will just dismiss someone. For instance, they say that they can't trust them. And this is actually part of what's going on here. David is painting a narrative, which we'll see bloom in just a moment, but he's painting this narrative of most atheists not thinking that Jesus existed. Now, you've already noted that actually in your experience, most scholars do think a person called Jesus existed and that he was executed. And my experience with atheists is most of them are willing to accept that, or they just do accept that. Like, that's just a thing about history. It's a fact. It's the same as saying that Muhammad was a real person that really did cause an immense shakeup in the Arabian Peninsula. So, like, the problem that we see here is, and this is what I accused David of in my first video, it's straw manning. It's representing most atheists as something that they're just simply not.
I have to totally agree with what you just said, but I would also want to add the caveat of saying that a lot of online atheists do. I feel like he's arguing against a group of atheists that aren't us. He's dealing with a very obscure, probably chip on their shoulder, pissed off at the religion, haven't actually investigated things. So if that's who he's talking to, let's grant him that together here, Stephen, and say, okay, yeah, many atheists haven't investigated this material. We aren't those atheists. And in fact, I would go so far to say that we are looking at the scholarship probably closer. I am looking at it, I would say, and this is my little brag and my bolstering here, at scholarship closer and more scrutinizing than he is. And he would do the same to Islam. This is the thing. Like, he would look at these sources, extremely critical, granting certain things, showing, hey, that's historically embarrassing looking. I'm going to say that probably happened in the Muslim sources or in Muhammad's life, et cetera, et cetera. Well, I do the same thing with the New Testament, except he can't see the fault of his savior. So technically, apologetics is saving the savior from any failure and problem. And there's so much to go into. It's just shocking.
Yeah. No, you actually raise a fair point. I guess dismissing, the bulk of atheists, and especially, those that have studied it, those that are scholars, those that have really cared about the subject and have come to the conclusion that there probably was a Jesus and he probably did exist and get executed. Dismissing those based on a minority is just not smart. It's far from charitable. It's just an excuse, and a lazy excuse, not to deal with the more intriguing criticism that you might receive. I mean, I guess it would be like dismissing the entirety of Christianity because Catholicism is absolutely bonkers. You could do that, but that's a mistake to do. I guess where I'm coming from, though, on the primary atheists, or the new atheists, this new atheist movement, as apologists are keen to describe it, is, say, Richard Dawkins, Sam Harris, Christopher Hitchens, Daniel Dennett. Are any of them denying that Jesus existed and that he died? Because if they're meant to be the people that represent this new movement that David doesn't like, surely they at least should have the view that he's now ascribing to most atheists. That seems like a pretty unfair move.
I agree with you. I think that, again, like you said, you noticed something that I wasn't thinking about. David is very good, and I'm talking about David Wood, at painting a picture for his audience. He's really good at creating narrative and getting you to follow him in the path in which he's trying to present his case. And so in this one, he's kind of putting all atheists, he does this a lot, into one category. He'll find something Sam Harris said about the New Testament. It's wrong. Now, to David, it's apocalyptic. It's earth-shattering that he would get this wrong, because in David's view, we're dealing with the word of God, which is on this mantle. And in Sam's mind, potato, tomato, you know, like he's not whoop-de-doo. Okay, so I got that part wrong of the Gospels. It's everything to David. And to his Christian audience, holy crap, if Sam can't get this one passage in the Gospels correct, then all of it's bullshit. And you know what's interesting? When I was a Christian at Calvary Chapel and I was studying the Word of God all the time and memorizing scripture and reading these stories of Jesus, the pastor was quoting from the Gospel of John. And he mentioned how Jesus says, tear down this temple and I'll rebuild it in 3 days. Well, the pastor said that the Jews said, it took us 40 years to build this temple. And I knew right away that pastor was wrong. In my mind, I immediately thought, man, I know this better than him. It was just natural for me to think that. So I approached him and said, hey, where do I go to college to become a pastor? He steered me to the North Carolina college right down the street, for the Christian college. But it was 46 years. And if that pastor misquoted the word of God and got the years wrong, how much more is he erring off of the truth of God's word and misteaching what is actually there, possibly corrupting souls that are going to go to hell? That's how far David might take this, to kind of smear in his narrative those who are atheists. Because yes, let's admit, there are some idiots out there that are atheist. Come on, we should all agree.
Oh yeah, plenty.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But he does this thing, I think, to protect his flock, his sheep, from finding out what is actually going on in this material.
They think of Jesus as a mythical figure like Hercules, except that they're much angrier about Jesus for some reason.
Now, I'm sorry to keep pausing, but this is that narrative building that you were making out, and what we were just talking about. And the thing is that most atheists don't think of Jesus the way that David is pointing out here. Actually, we think of Jesus the same way that he thinks of Muhammad.
Right.
And then he asks, why is it that we would be, angry at Muhammad? Why are we angry at Jesus? It's not because we think they exist. It's because people believe they existed, and people are trying to claim jurisdiction over other people's lives based on their interpretation of scripture. And so that's why we have to care about it. Believe me, if there's people following a religion that pivoted on Hercules and they were trying to change the world in a way that's negative, yeah, I'd be angry at that. Yeah, I would have issues. Yeah, I would voice criticisms. But this is another apologetic talking piece. They want you to think that atheists are angry and emotionally driven. This is something that he very much drives throughout this video, and of course we get to. It's narrative building, and that's what apologetics is. That's what I've learned from having to deal with apologetics for such a long time at this point. It's not actually about the facts.
Yeah, I think that, to give him credit, right, there are atheists out there that do this, and that's the point. Again, narrative building. He's going to find certain ones who might be on the extreme mythicist route that are completely, going off of the beaten path of what the critical scholars might actually be saying about the materials. That doesn't mean that the critical scholars are all correct and that the mythicists are absolutely wrong about this stuff, especially when a field is overran by many who are faithful to this material to the point where they defend certain ideas about it and not really paying attention to criticisms or the critical ideas that may be there. I could think of people like Richard Bauckham, who wants to argue the names are all historical, and then you get scholars coming in and going, no, they're creating fictional characters in these narratives to help construct the Gospels. And there's several scholars that do this. But with Heracles, there are comparable themes and tropes and elements about Jesus' story with Heracles. Yes, there are. And Alexander the Great. So historical people as well as mythical people. But you want to know what's ironic about this one, Stephen? Is historical people like the Caesars, are also in that same trope of comparing them or putting them as a legendary view with elements from the older myths like Dionysus, Heracles, Romulus, and the list goes on and on. So they were mythologizing, creating legends with historical figures. Whoop-de-doo.
Yeah, I think Caesar's a good example there, because that is actually very similar to how I see Jesus. And what I mean by that is that this is a historical figure, and we think that, or at least I'm convinced that this person existed, that he had a profound impact on the world. But when it comes to the miracle claims and the other mythological stuff, that's where it's like, no, I don't think Julius Caesar was quite what the miracle claims are. I don't think he was quite this majestic individual. Rather, he was a human being that had a profound impact. To come at this from just one other angle, suppose that we emphasized, we were speaking about how Christians are wrong, and what we did is we opened out the video talking about creationists, and then just using this sweeping narrative for all Christians, as if all Christians are creationists. If you're a Christian watching, you'd see an issue with this, and this is the central issue of what we're seeing with David so far.
Absolutely. And instead of trying to characterize, as you said, deal with the evidence. Don't just characterize, but deal with the evidence. And I think when you do deal with the evidence and you're dealing with it as fair, or I don't even know if he treats Islamic materials fair. I have behind the scenes had scholars in the Quran, scholars in Islam that are not Christian necessarily say it's really interesting to see a person who does not know Arabic treat the material as well as he has, in terms of being able to notice things in them in a unique way. And I love noticing that. He's a phenomena strange to watch, because David can go in super critical and observe things in Islam that typically English-speaking, non-Arabic understanding Christians specifically, but others don't notice. And I'm reading the New Testament, I'm reading the Old Testament and saying, holy smokes, David, why don't you join us on this this drive of recognizing the flaws or even the imperfections and the myths and legends and the propaganda that's also in the Bible with this God. It can't be, in my view, it can't be that it all just perfectly makes sense. That it's actually the evidence of history and such that's persuasive. There had to be a profound experience, and this is me psychoanalyzing, but a profound experience David must have had in prison that caused him to come to this conclusion. I just don't see him climbing the ladder of knowledge in history and understanding this literature that caused him to come here. There was a profound emotional breakthrough I think he had.
Probably so. I mean, if it was the case that he exercised the same level of criticism that he shows for Islam, which I agree is great, if he was to do that to Christianity, and actually the reason he's a Christian is due to personal experience or something more along those lines,
right?
Then okay, there's more. I can make more truck with that. But when it's here's why Islam is wrong. By the way, I'm going to do exactly the same things I'm accusing them of with my religion. Something's not connecting there. Something very, very odd.
It's a tragedy of the internet age that positions that would be laughed out of the room at the scholarly level can become quite popular at the internet level by circulating among people who don't know much about anything.
If he's speaking about Heracles, if he's saying God's being equated or comparable to Jesus, he's wrong. There is no ifs, ands, or buts on you recognizing scholars at upper echelon, classicist, New Testament critical scholars who have not only noticed there's obvious rewrites of Old Testament stories crafting the narratives of Jesus from Moses, Elijah, Elisha, Jonah. I mean, you got the belly of the well with Mark chapter 4 and chapter 5 going to the land of the demoniacs. You have that calming the storm sea right before that. Jonah and Jesus are asleep in the boat. The differences are what matter. It's not just the similarities, how Jesus is greater and better than Jonah. Notice they both kind of have this mission eventually to the Gentiles too, which Paul takes further. And the book of Acts does this as well with Peter's vision. I'm rambling a little here, but the point is they also compare this to the broader Mediterranean deities of the world. Several academics have noticed this. M. David Litwa, Dennis R. MacDonald, Richard C. Miller. You could check out Robin Faith Walsh and other scholars. And if you don't even want to go down the Greco-Roman world, because God forbid we even try to put him in his historical, cultural context where there are mystery cults on every corner, Paul has to engage the Gentile world that has nothing but Heracles, Dionysus, Attis, Romulus. Well, Romulus is more of a literary myth of origins for Rome, but these demigods and deities of antiquity that are being worshipped and believed and practiced in their own cultic settings, as Pausanias talks about as he traveled. You can also look at other Semitic cult type religions. Even Eusebius, in its preparation for the gospel, has to look at the Greco-Roman world, dealing with Zeus and all of these deities, kind of equating to Yahweh. But an ancient source by a guy named Senka talks about El in a Phoenician writing, sacrificing his only begotten son and then circumcising himself. So he's using what we would call pagan writings, Christians would say, to help give you this idea about the coming Son of God, Jesus, in his own context. There's so much there. Justin Martyr equates Jesus to other demigods and heroes and such. I can go on and on, brother.
You noticed something there that actually I missed. And so, yeah, just for raising this. And that is that David has went from going, look, scholars in general say that Jesus existed, but they don't think that of Heracles. So what we can say is that we can evaluate this and take one seriously and not the other. But that doesn't work when it comes to something outside of existence, such as the narrative, such as the legends, which is what you've just emphasized. When it comes to those aspects, they absolutely can be compared, and scholars do compare them.
There's no doubt, because the most contemporary, if you were trying to place Jesus and compare him somewhere, it would be to Caesar's. No doubt. I mean, there's so much even contextually that gives off the cue. We're dealing with Rome. We're dealing with imperial, probably the Roman imperial cult, but definitely the subjugation of Jews by Rome and the apocalypse of John and all that comes with that. You're dealing with the Caesar. And scholars like Dennis R. MacDonald and others have noted that the Aeneid, Virgil's Aeneid, which was a propagandistic mythology, legendary material, dealing with real people, places, and things, making it historiographical in that way, but extremely embellished and mythical in its narrative and what it's trying to sell you about how the Augustan line, the lineage and dynasty of the Caesars, was divine. And that this all goes from the foundation of creation down to the Roman Empire as prophesied from the beginning of time. Well, it's a competing, competitive, almost side-by-side literature that the Gospels are trying to say, no, they give the same titles to Caesar as they do to Jesus. So they're literally competing with the Roman imperial cult. But let's pause on Jesus for a second. The emperors are comparable to Romulus and to Zeus and Heracles and Dionysus, so much so that historical Caesars actually started dressing and acting like those heroes from their myths. So like, they weren't just comparing, they acted like them. And this is why the scholars say, isn't it ironic that Jesus turns water into wine? Who else did that? Dionysus did things like this. And if it wasn't water, it was milk, where he took rivers and turned them into wine. Dionysus worship goes to the 13th century BCE. That's the oldest recordings we have of him being worshipped. And you know what they paid him with? Because in those days it was crops and such. They paid him in wine. This guy is the king, a god of wine forever, bro. So when you deal with Jesus turning water into wine, Christians want to ignore, but I actually think it's fantastic to evaluate this and say, Jesus is actually better, according to this author, than Dionysus. They're trying to say he's better. Yeah, it's legend. Yeah, they're inventing it, but they're trying to say our guy our demigod, like your Caesar, like your other heroes of the Greco-Roman world. Jesus fits all of them, but better. And this happens over and over.
Fascinating, man. It's always good speaking with you. So last thing I'll say on this before we move on is that David said the view of comparing Jesus with Heracles is not to be taken seriously and scholars laugh it out the room. You've just given lots of reasons for why that is absolutely not the case. And the irony is what he goes on to say in this video isn't taken seriously by scholars. It's laughed out of the room. So yeah, let's get to it.
Can I quote you something?
Yeah, of course.
This is an early church father, Justin Martyr, who's from the same region that Jesus technically would be from, in the region of Syria, which is a little north of the Galilee, but he would have known on the ground some of the early roots of Christianity. And in his apology, he says, and when we say also that the Word, who is the first birth of God, was produced without sexual union, and that he, Jesus Christ, our teacher, was crucified and died, there's all of David's worldview right here. The guy lived, he was crucified, and he freaking died. Holy smokes. And rose again, Justin says, and ascended into heaven. This is what he says after that. We propound nothing different from what you believe regarding those whom you esteem sons of Jupiter. For you know how many sons your esteemed writers ascribe to Jupiter. Mercury, and this is Hermes. I believe it's Hermes in the Greek world. So these are Romanized names for the Greek gods that they adopted in the Roman Empire. Mercury, the interpreting word and teacher of all. These are telling you context about these deities that the Romans believed about these gods, right? And teacher of all. Asclepius, which is the Asclepian god that heals, who though he was a great physician, was struck by a thunderbolt and so ascended to heaven. The Bacchus, or Bacchus, which is Dionysus. He was known as Bacchus. He had a couple different names. And Bacchus, too, after he had been torn limb from limb, and Hercules, when he had committed himself to the flames to escape his toils, and the sons of Leda, and the Dioscuri, and Perseus, son of Danae, and Bellerophon, who though sprung from mortals, rose to heaven on the horse Pegasus. For what shall I say of Ariadne, and those who, like her, have been declared to be set among the stars? And what of the emperors who die among yourselves, whom you deem worthy of deification, becoming a god, and in whose behalf you produce someone, notice something here, someone who swears he has seen the burning Caesar rise to heaven from the funeral pyre. This guy is an eyewitness to a Caesar becoming a god. And what kind of deeds are recorded of each of these reputed sons of Jupiter? It is needless to tell to those who already know. This only shall be said, that they are written for the advantage and encouragement of youthful scholars. For all reckon it an honorable thing to imitate the gods. I can keep going, but if Christians didn't imitate the gods with their character, then they weren't doing the honorable thing. Technically, the honorable thing was to put your guy in the Hall of Fame and craft narratives that made him better. And guess what? Christians, I got to give them some credit. The original Christians who documented this material did a damn good job at it.
Yeah, but David said they can't be compared, so, they didn't.
At the scholarly level, Jesus mythers are viewed along the same lines as Holocaust deniers. But at the internet level, every other atheist I run into says Jesus never existed.
Okay, I really do not want to be pausing after every sentence that he says, but because he complained that I didn't watch the entirety of his video, I'm going to make sure I give you my comments on all of it. So don't worry, we're getting to the arguments. But if he's going to spew crap, then I'm going to have to clean it up. That's basically the way it works. I'm sorry, my dude, but you got to clean this up with me, Derek.
Okay, I will just simply say this on this issue. I tend to think that most mythicists do kind of have a conspiratorial edge to them. That it's almost like, man, some are trying to discredit it altogether at all costs. The guy didn't even exist. Oh, Paul didn't even exist. But if we're actually giving some empathy to people, why they think this way, I would suggest it's because there's so much unbelievable material. When I say unbelievable, I mean fantastic, extraordinary claims all throughout the material that make you say, that didn't happen. That didn't happen. And, you know, I almost feel like there's a lack of empathy. Sometimes we do it even when we're responding to people like David. But if I took David into Suetonius and we actually went in together to read about Augustus and his divine birth and how, you know, he goes to this place and frogs are all located there to this day. Like there's so many interesting elements. Apollo impregnates his mother and the sign of a serpent tattoo is on her hip, but she can't go to the public showers for the rest of her life or else people might see it. A eagle swoops down and steals food from him and then realizes, oh my God, this is the son of God. So they turn around and bring the food back to him. Like anyone with common sense would go, they're doing some clever stuff, writing some fanciful, what we might use the term BS, but I don't mean it derogatory. They're fluffing, flexing. My guy was 8 foot, 9 foot, 10 foot tall. And when he walked, the earth quaked and the shattering of the mountains. And at his thundering voice, the women came crawling. I mean, like, you know, we make up
and there's going to be allegory in there as well. So you could even argue that a lot of this stuff has actually got some useful stuff, some wisdom that's captured in it. But you still look at it and go, no, that's bull. But what do you think to the claim that if you're a Jesus mythicist, that's the equivalent of Holocaust denial? Is that going too far?
Yeah, that's going too far because obviously, I mean, we have good evidence for the actual Holocaust. And for those who deny this, I find it unbelievable. I mean, it's crazy. I'm watching a show right now on the app called Peacock. Oh my God, it's cringy. It's just so difficult to actually walk through what happened. But I'm not an expert historian on that particular subject. I would just say this. I feel like bad rhetoric has gone back and forth between historicist and mythicist online, and rhetoric, maybe even Bart Ehrman and Richard Carrier have kind of gone at it. That has contributed to this kind of environment where we can just start saying all conspiracy theorists who are mythicists. I don't think that of all mythicists. I know some very clever people who lean and they say, there could have been a guy. They're not even dogmatic. Could have been a guy. I'm just not persuaded. I think this is my position. And I respect them. Not my position. I think there was probably a guy who got completely mythologized in this material and we can't know for sure much about him. I agree he was crucified and died, but that equivocating the two, that's like, I don't know. Did Abraham Lincoln exist versus did Jesus, who's only written about in accounts anonymous, like decades later and mentioned by a Jewish author a couple decades later, the writings start popping up. We don't have the solid empirical evidence we do to prove and substantiate this character. And even if Jesus did exist, the things about him, again, red flag. That's why mythicists exist, by the way, in case David doesn't know that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's all of the other fantastical elements. Combine that with what Josephus writing nearly 100 years, about 60 years after the fact, the verses that he has, most scholars are dubious about them, thinking that they've been, altered by Christians. And then what you got Tacitus, and it's like, really? It's like, is it this loose kind of thing? It's hardly much better than some of the other claims back then. It's enough for me to be convinced that Jesus existed, but it isn't comparing it to something that we have so much evidence for, the Holocaust. We can paint this down to rhetoric, maybe. Maybe he's just being facetious, but I'm not sure if he is.
I wonder if this is due to Bart Ehrman kind of, jabbing and thinking it's ridiculous to think there wasn't a guy. And Bart has his reasons for thinking there was a guy. I tend to think there was a guy. Those passages, like you said, are up for dispute. Scholars are split over whether or not the Josephus passage, the specific one, I think it's in book 20, it might be in 18, but those are where the two passages that the name Jesus, this specific guy, shows up. One is Jesus called the Christ or the Messiah, brother of James. And the other one is this one where he's this man, if we can call him a man, like it's looks like an interpolation by someone at some point that was not original. Some dispute whether or not it's been fudged with and that there's some element of truth to it. We don't know. And scholars debate this issue. But I just want to point out the problem again, that why do mythicists exist in this case? I know from experience, because I was one. When I first started Mythvision, I was a mythicist, because there's mythology in the Bible, and Jesus's stories don't look historical in many situations. And you do that because you compare it to other myth, other legends, and you go, oh, okay, yeah, I don't think that happened. Well, you start doubting whether or not this happened with Jesus as well. It leads to that.
Well, last thing I'll say on this is, again, look at the emphasis on what would be a straw man. It is a straw man of the atheist position, painting them all out to be mythicists. The problem is that you can take Richard Dawkins, Sam Harris, Daniel Dennett, Christopher Hitchens, Matt Dillahunty, Aaron Ra, take all of them. How many of them affirm mythicism? It's as far as I know, none of them do. And so, yeah, it's just broad brushes, but his audience are okay with it, it seems.
Really? Well, what books have you read on this? None, but I watched like 3 YouTube videos, so I'm obviously far more knowledgeable than every respected scholar on the planet.
Again, I don't want to respond to all of this stuff. It's vacuous and nonsense, but I promised you I would, so I will. Just give us the evidence, damn it. Like, all this is painting atheists out to be arrogant and stupid while being arrogant and stupid yourself. Like, aren't Christians meant to be above this shit?
I want to say that it feels like he's picking on the lowest hanging possible fruit online, and people in his audience, if I imagine he's aware of this, but let's give him the benefit of the doubt because we're charitable men here. And that is, David,
I don't know if I am anymore.
Do a better job of policing how you're presenting this to your audience, ensuring that not most atheists don't take this position. And, you know, let's be a little bit better about how we do that. And I'll try to do my best on my end, not to misrepresent or potentially pigeonhole all Christian believers as fundamentalist, inerrant, young earth creationist, literalist, all the above. I'll try my best not to do that as well.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I mean, you can play good cop. I'm just going to tell it how it is, and I guess that makes me a bad cop. But
go for it.
The irony is what I see here. He's accusing atheists of elevating themselves above scholars and atheist audiences of being ignorant and just taking whatever, you know, the new atheists say. And yet that is precisely what he's doing. He is ignorant of scholarship. He makes sweeping statements, and his audience seem to just buy it. Like,
let me ask you, this is a rhetorical here, Stephen, and that is, do you think that David wants his audience to read the Muslim scholars and just take their word with their faith claims involved at face value and accept what they're saying? Or does he want his audience to be critical of the Quran and the claims of Islam like he is? What do you think?
Yeah, of course it's going to be the latter. That's what he wants. He wants he wants them to exercise their critical faculties when it comes to Islam.
Of course. I want him to exercise them when it comes to his own religion, but good luck.
I'd like that as well. That'd be pretty good. But, you know, it is what it is.
Meanwhile, even some of the most critical historical Jesus scholars will acknowledge certain facts about Jesus. That he was baptized by John the Baptist, that he had disciples, that he was known as a miracle worker and an exorcist, that he believed he played a crucial role in the coming of the kingdom of God, and of course, that he died by crucifixion.
Really? Most scholars think all of that? What do you reckon, Derek?
I don't know if all of them do. Critical. Now, remember, he just went into my category of the area I like to look at a lot. I don't know if most of the scholars that I've talked to think Jesus actually historically was an exorcist who was out here trying to actually cast out demons. I don't know that. I don't know if they would then go to the Apollonia Satiana stories and do the same, because guess who else casts out demons, demoniacs, the whole nine? Apollonia Satiana. And there's a book by Wendy Cotter who documents all of the primary sources to the claims of Jesus's, you know, exorcisms, how in the Second Temple Judaism, you had these stories rising where Solomon had the power over demons, and there's all sorts of Jewish lore connected to exorcising demons. But where does this come from? We can go back to ancient Mesopotamia, and the priests are chanting in the name of Adapa, casting out demons. They have a myth of Adapa, this ancient king or sage who ascended to heaven, kind of like Enoch. And scholars, critical scholars, point out the Enochian myth and the literature of Enoch that we see, one Enoch, which is composed of 5 different books. It comes from this long-standing tradition of Mesopotamian knowledge and sage going to heaven, getting this wisdom from the gods and bringing it down to mortals and teaching them the ways of mankind, how to create war and how to agriculture and women wearing makeup and stuff. These ideas come from the gods, these angels that come down, which you go further back, angels were divinities. They were deities. So this is back in polytheistic territory. But I'm making the point that, like, I don't think most of these scholars think historically Jesus actually was an exorcist. That may be just a literary thing. He could have been. Wouldn't change anything. I know some exorcists on TV that have done some pretty con type stuff. You could find the idea of Benny Hinn in antiquity. The other things, Baptists like John the Baptist, there are scholars who think Jesus was baptized by John the Baptist. And they even go further to say this was an embarrassing feature because in the later Gospels, it says in Mark, the early Gospel, that he was baptized for the remission of sins, or it seems, let's get baptized so that we're cleansed of our sins. Jesus has no sins. Remember, Christians? So Matthew and Luke start backpedaling and finding ways to make sure John the Baptist didn't baptize him for sins. And John goes so far to say, John the Baptist practically falls down to the ground. Is like, I'm not worthy of you even unloosening my sandals. I can't baptize you, because he's so divine, super embellished. So whoop-de-doo. I mean, we should, for the sake of this video, just grant that critical scholars think the things he said have historical verisimilitude, which means they have a kernel of truth in history. They've just been embellished in the literature. That's the critical scholarly position, is at least they've been embellished if they think they existed and that happened.
Yeah, and you've got some amazing documentaries on Enoch and these related things that you were just mentioning, like the angels and stuff.
Right.
Everyone, if you haven't watched it already, check it out. And I'm saying that even if you're on Mythvision's channel right now, check it out if you haven't. They are fantastic documentaries. I do agree with you that we should grant this, and I will grant this stuff. But I do think it's worth emphasizing, as I'm sure you do as well. But this, what David's done here, is something that he does in general. And that is that he'll take something that's true and he'll extrapolate it beyond the bounds of what he can actually do. So in this instance, what he's done is he said, scholars agree that a person called Jesus existed. And that tends to be the consensus. It is the consensus.
Yep.
And he's just jumped from that to saying that scholars agree that Jesus was a healer, that he died by crucifixion. These are big, big claims that are additions to that first claim. And the problem is that we need receipts for this. The burden of proof is on David to actually substantiate this claim, and doesn't. He just does not do that.
Right. I can't substantiate that Jesus existed. I can't prove, right, that he was crucified. I can give you almost like a subjective, reason based on the data why that makes better sense than the alternative, in my view. At the same time, I can't prove it. There's no way for me to prove this. And it gets worse the more we're just dealing with, did the guy actually exist? And was he crucified? And was he possibly baptized by this guy we call John the Baptizer? Was he an exorcist? Like, there were tons of Jewish exorcists and, of course, other Mediterranean demigod figures who did exorcisms as well. And I think there's even imperial data that the emperors possibly performed exorcist type magical incantation and being able to heal. I know that Vespasian healed the blind. I know for a fact there are 3 sources in Roman historians that say Vespasian, and I'm not sure if it's the father Vespasian or Titus, his son, who's also called Vespasian, healed a blind man and a guy with a withered hand in the temple of Serapis. the Serapeum temple. He stepped on the withered man's hand and it was healed. He spit. That sounds kind of familiar. In the eyes, or in his, I think in his hands, and then touched the eyes, or spit in their eyes of the man, and his blindness was cured. So do we believe that of him? Anyway, it doesn't do anything other than just say, because I can look at comparable stuff like you're talking about and go, yeah, dime a dozen. Who cares? Like, it's not shocking.
Mm-hmm.
The scholarly consensus on Jesus' death arises from having a variety of ancient sources. There are Christian, Jewish, and Roman sources reporting Jesus' death.
Obviously, the Gospels, obviously, Paul, obviously, the New Testament emphasizes this. And then, yes, there are Roman sources outside of that, and even Jewish sources that you get in the Mishnah, the Talmud later that document about Jesus being crucified. There's all sorts of interesting elements in that and cool to research, but that's later. And scholars might even say, hey, these historians, the Roman ones, may have actually been learning about Jesus through Christians. So it's not even like they had any firsthand knowledge of any of this. They're just learning what Christians are telling about the guy. So who knows, right?
I mean, mistake me if I'm wrong, but he mentioned Rome and Romans in general. They, like, when they wrote about Jesus, it was Tacitus in the year 116. And then you've got Josephus, which is about 93, 94. And yet everything he wrote is contested because they think that probably Christians altered it. So when he says that we've got this evidence, it's what he's not saying that's the problem. He's not mentioning the fact that these things come generations after the fact, and they're not like the New Testament. They're not detailing things. They're not giving you much information. It's just like, oh, that's a thing that happened over there. The Christians believe this. That's not good enough. Like, that's not going to... Your main source is still just the Bible.
You know, I don't think there would be such red flags and hesitation on trusting the material that we're talking about in the New Testament if it weren't for the fantastical material that is trying to be presented as believable in it. That would not make us pause and go, whoa, whoa, whoa. And they act like we're the Christian apologists usually go, you're not treating this like you would any other literature. Yes, we are. I promise you, critical scholarship, the critical scholars are trying to treat it all equally, all of it. And when I look at Suetonius and see him fabricating information about Augustus in a fantastic manner, I am questioning, did any of this happen? Is there any truth to any of these things? We're lucky enough, though, to have documents that actually are mundane about these emperors. They're not fantastical, written in like mythoid type literary genre that looks kind of legendary with a mix of verisimilitude. No, we're dealing with documents that are actually talking, disparaging, saying that Augustus did bad things and he was this human and he was mean to this people. He killed these people. He went on the conquest over here. It's like mundane stuff that you'd find, not just walking on water. The next scene, he cast out a legion into pigs that fly off of a cliff. The next thing you know, he's flying through the sky and teleporting through a wall. And the next thing you know, he's healing the blind and he's the deaf. And it's like every time you turn the page, you're being told, oh, wow, next you're waiting for the giants and the leprechauns. And you're waiting for like, when's the next absolute fantastic thing about to happen in this book? Because it's super fantastic. What do you do with that? You know?
Yeah. All right, for the next clip, David is going to be talking about the process of crucifixion. It's a long clip. I'm going to play it to make sure that we address absolutely everything, but it is a long clip, so see you in a bit.
And knowing how crucifixion works. Today, we tend to think of crucifixion as just nailing someone to a cross, but Roman crucifixion was a 3-step process. The first step was the scourging, which was sometimes called the half-death because victims would be half dead by the time it was finished. The Romans used a flagrum made of leather thongs with chunks of bone or metal woven into the strands, designed to remove human flesh. We have records of people being beaten until their veins and arteries were exposed, or until their bones were showing, or until their intestines spilled out. And that was just the beginning. Step 2 was nailing the victim to a cross and letting him hang there while the blood drained out of him. Once he stopped gasping for breath, the Romans knew their work was done. almost. The Romans didn't take crucifixion lightly, so there was a third step, some sort of death blow, just to make sure their victim was dead. If they needed to pry someone off a cross, they would smash his head in, or stab him through the heart with a sword or a spear, or set him on fire, or let wild animals rip him apart. Not the sort of process anyone's going to walk away from.
It feels like he's leading us up to try and persuade us of some conclusion. Jesus was dead. Oh, okay. So technically all he's done, in my view, is tried to show why a swoon model doesn't fit. And if there is historical evidence to suggest all of the material that he's discussing, which I myself have never really dug in that deep to find every flagram example in all of the crucifixions and exactly how they dealt with each criminal. Mind you, Jesus was seen as a criminal. I know the Gospels want to say, I find him innocent, Pontius Pilate, the guy who in all other accounts was a horrific individual, and yet he shows innocence and kindness to this guy. Kind of weird showing up in this book. There's so much. Yeah, man, there's so much. I just feel like he's leading us to try and say, get that swoon model out of this picture. Because Jesus, which, you know, the swoon model is simply Jesus didn't really die. He's in this little cave hidden behind the rock for a day and a half, because it's not ever really truly 3 days and 3 nights. And then he comes out and he's alive and shows himself because he's never died. That I don't agree with that model either. So I just feel like that's what he's doing.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that is the purpose of what he's doing here. But I think there's another element to it, because Christians like to do this a lot. And that is that he's detailing not just what occurs, but also how painful it would be. And I think what this achieves is pulling on heartstrings. It's actually not to do with the factuality of it all. Because here's another thing. I was researching this earlier on, and some data suggests that what he was saying there, the process, is the case. But there is no clear consensus on this at all. There's certainly not enough to justify his confidence, which, surprise, surprise, didn't surprise me. I found an article that I found pretty useful, so I'll just read a quick quote. Written evidence of the details of crucifixion has been limited to eyewitness accounts and other related written texts. No Roman period instructions for those performing crucifixion have been preserved as far as we are aware. The most detailed accounts of any particular crucifixion are the biblical passages covering the death of Jesus of Nazareth, but we should not assume that this was by any means representative of all crucifixions. Indeed, the precise details may well have varied between regions, evolved over time, or even depending upon the social status of the victim and the crime he allegedly committed. The point I'm getting at here is that what he's stating this as if it's a fact. It's not. Like, we don't have consensus on this material. He said there's examples of X, Y, and Z. Citation needed. Present it. But in any case, you can just grant it. Okay, fine. You know, this isn't where most atheists are going to go. They're not going to tell you that Jesus wasn't actually dead. That's not where we're going to go.
They're going to tell you he's still dead.
So, Jesus' death isn't simply a point of Christian doctrine. It's a fact of history, as even non-Christian scholars are happy to admit. Atheist New Testament scholar Gerd Ludemann declares that Jesus' death as a consequence of crucifixion is indisputable.
I wouldn't say anything's indisputable. I would say it makes the most sense that Jesus was crucified as a historical reality. I don't see that being a problem. But I understand all of this is leading us somewhere. He's trying to lead us into, look, history. Jews were crucified.
Yeah.
Jesus was crucified. History. Those mythers, those atheists are going to try and tell you not history. And they're going to try and sell you on legend and myth. That's what I feel like is going on here.
John Dominic Crossan of the infamous Jesus Seminar says that there is not the slightest doubt about the fact of Jesus' crucifixion under Pontius Pilate.
I just want to say I know John Dominic Crossan personally. And John Dominic Crossan would not draw the same historical conclusion about Jesus. It's quote mining a guy who would disagree with your position and interpretation on the resurrection, but we're not there yet. You know, we're all heading that way. But just so everybody knows, I've asked John Dominic Crossan to answer, did Jesus, in your view, historically as a corpse in this rock-cut grave, resurrect physically from the grave in that same body and actually rise from the dead. And what I've taken away is that he does not think that he thinks the Eastern Orthodox view that Jesus is symbolic of like humanity in some way, and it's more symbolic of a resurrection than a literal historical fact that Jesus actually rose from the dead as an individual coming up, walking around and stuff in the body. He doesn't buy that. He does this with John. He's done it with Bart Ehrman often in the past and doesn't actually follow their conclusions. Just wants to cherry pick them.
Hey all, Future Steve here. Since David has referenced John Dominic Crossan to support his case, and since Derek is talking about Crossan, we figured we'd try our luck in getting the man himself for 10 minutes. And we got lucky. In relation to Jesus' crucifixion, here's Derek asking John about the empty tomb, some of which is relevant here, and some is relevant to what David goes on to say. Enjoy.
So Dom, what do we do with the empty tomb? Paul in 1 Corinthians 15 says Christ died and was buried.
Yeah.
And leaves it at that. He doesn't give any narrative or any hint. He knows about an actual tomb. Mark, the first gospel, gives us a tomb story. Is this a well-known trope to have empty tombs, or is it literally historical?
As a trope, let me give you the trope. One of the earliest, and probably the first novel, I think is the right word, by Cariton of Aphrodisias, Calirohe, when he has murdered his wife, actually, but when she's in the tomb, he comes repentant to the tomb. He finds the tomb open, and people go in and say, she's gone. And then he goes in and finds his wife's body, let's say, is gone. Now, two conclusions are drawn from that. Two options, let me say, are drawn from that. One is grave robbery. But everyone says, well, yeah, we expect the robbers to take all the good stuff. Who takes the body? Why would they take the body with them? And then he said, maybe she was a goddess and she's been taken up to heaven. Pretty much anyone in the first century who reads a story of an empty tomb, whether it's fiction or fact, they're going to say one of two options. Probably a third option, you got the wrong tomb, but leave that out.
Right.
Somebody stole the body. Maybe the body was beautifully adorned or something with jewels, and they just took the body fast rather than... So grave robbery or assumed into heaven. Those were the options. Now, the second question is more important. Why is Mark the first one to say this and the only one that has it? I say the only one because Matthew and Luke simply copied from him, as we know. And for me at least, though it's a disputed in scholarship, I think John copied it. Now, why would Mark, let me use the term, invent this story? And I would say if you're reading through Mark carefully, you know he's going to have a real problem, because according to Paul, writing in the 50s, that's 20 years before that, Jesus appears to Peter. Well, now, Mark has spent his whole gospel knocking Peter, pretty much. And up to the time where Peter refuses to know Jesus, remember, not betrays him, but denies him.
Right.
So how is he going to end his gospel? How is Mark going to end his gospel if from the beginning Peter has been called Satan? He's, of course, the leader of the 12, certainly, but he ends up denying Jesus. 12 doesn't do very well in Mark's gospel. Mark, as far as I am concerned, creates. That's another word for invents. That's another word for makes up. The parable of the empty tomb. It's the same way as Jesus made up the Good Samaritan or the prodigal son. He made up this story in order not to have an apparition. He does not want visions. He says, go up to Galilee and whatever. Maybe there will be. Another reason, of course, for that is that Mark is writing in the throes of the Great War, soon after 70. And, you know, when Jerusalem was being burned to the ground, where was Jesus? So Mark isn't into these, I'm going to use a kind of a cruder, happy-go-lucky endings, where Jesus had a horrible day on Friday, but by Sunday everything's fine. That's not Mark.
Mm-hmm.
Mark is the one who says, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? And he's saying that not so much for Jesus as for his own people. Where was Jesus, or God for that matter, during the Great War, when if they were in Jerusalem or in Judea or anywhere in Israel, as the Roman onslaught came down from north to south. So I consider that Mark very deliberately created the empty tomb story and intended, of course, that any contemporary reader would say, well, either the body was stolen or he's been taken up to God. And we Christians, of course, consider he's been taken up to God. We don't think the body was stolen in somewhere because we didn't do it.
Right.
Who else would have bothered? So as far as they're concerned, now we're talking about Mark's gospel. Matthew will create his own story about that, about the guards and all the rest of it.
Exactly.
But if you take Mark and read him carefully all the way through and know the time he wrote, it makes absolute sense that he doesn't want to end with a kind of a happy-go-lucky. Everything's fine. Because that's not what his people experienced. Jerusalem was burned to the ground. We fled. We got away. We lost everything. And now, where were the visions? Where was Jesus? My God, hast thou forsaken us? Is
right.
the that reverberates from Mark's gospel. So I consider it's not a myth. It's not, but it's a deliberately made up story in order not to tell something he knows for 20 years before, that Paul knows that there were apparitions to the apostles and to Peter.
If I may probe you on that, just because
Sure.
this is a little off the beaten path of the intention of the overall video, but I think it's important for the viewers who will appreciate this. I wrote an article, the only article on academia.edu. I call it the minimal doubts argument, to show that there's an ongoing tradition of doubt that's found by the apostles, the earliest witnesses, on we shouldn't just take their word and literally accept that this literally happened. Like Thomas, I think Jesus breaks the fourth wall, so to speak, as this, blessed are you who don't believe, like yeah. To the reader, blessed are you. So I'm a little bit persuaded by James Tabor and your kind of rhetoric here that there may be even a rift in the early community, enough so between the apostles and Pauline type school that Mark might actually be in line with Paul. I mean, it's a guess on my part, but the women went and told no one, for they were afraid. No one knew about it. He didn't tell. They don't go and tell the 12. Matthew has to add to it. What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah. Mark is 20 years after Paul, roughly. So I want Mark to be Mark. Now, what Matthew and Luke are doing is damage control on Mark. Mark says the women fled and told nobody. Right away, Matthew says they met Jesus, and Jesus tells them what to do. So he cleans it up the way it's supposed to be. Luke has a whole bunch of stories. So has John. Mark is the one out of step. And of course, they all pick up the story. And once Mark tells the story, they can't get away from the empty tomb. But here's one other thing. Read very carefully. Now, being very conscious that these are copied from other. Mark, the best Mark could come up with was a hurried burial by a pious Jew. That's all he can say. That's hope as far as I'm concerned, not history. If you don't know what happened to your beloved Jesus, your best hope is that some pious Jew wouldn't leave the body there like Tobias in the story of Tobias. Somebody must have buried him. Surely somebody buried him. Now move on to Matthew and Luke. He's got a beautiful tomb. It's a tomb that nobody's been laid in. The tomb, we know who owns it. Move on to John. Magnificent burial in a garden tomb. I don't laugh at this because I see this is what people do when somebody they love has been killed and they don't have a body.
Dom, I love you. I appreciate you. Thank you for your wisdom, your insight, and I hope this helps viewers understand where you're coming from.
Yes. Thank you very, very much. Always good to be with you, Derek. Take care.
You as well.
Marcus Borg, another member of the Jesus Seminar, states that Jesus' execution is the most certain fact about the historical Jesus.
Just want to make the point. I actually tend to agree with this quote, right? So most certain fact about the historical Jesus, the way I interpret this quote by Marcus Borg is is saying if there's anything we should have the highest amount of confidence in about the historical Jesus, it would be that he was crucified. Simple. He got killed. That no matter what, the dude was killed. That's fine with me.
But it's like the specifics of crucifixion. That's an extra. That to say that Jesus died from crucifixion would be one step up from saying he died.
I mean, how did he die?
He died from execution and then died. Yeah, it's, so the most certain thing is that Jesus died.
Some scholars think he could have even potentially been stoned to death, right? Like you see Stephen stoned to death in Acts by Jews, which would have been the law on how they would have done it. The Gospels portray it where Jesus is crucified by Romans. Many scholars think that Jesus made an attempt on the temple, which we get that scene of him whipping people and flipping over money changers, and that's what got him killed. There are different Gospels that say different things that don't agree with that. How Jesus was killed and the exact order and even the context of things that happened during his crucifixion all vary and differ between Gospels. It's just something that you got to look carefully at and see the synoptics and including John side by side to notice those differences. But which one's the accurate historical account of what actually happened? I think that the gist is, well, he was crucified. He was executed. That seems to be the overwhelming weight. Okay, I'll go with the guy got killed. Got it.
Jewish scholar Pinchas Lapid affirms that Jesus' death by crucifixion is historically certain.
I think there's a Jewish source too, by the way. And some religious Jews have it built into their Talmudic Judaism, it seems. And I may be overstepping this, but from my observation, I don't know of religious Jews, and I don't know who this scholar is, but I don't know of any religious Jew who denies Jesus existed historically, that's an Orthodox Jew, or that also doesn't go down the path of Jesus being crucified, because this is something they have in their own rabbinic writings. So they'd have to disagree with their own rabbinic writings about Jesus being crucified. But these are later. I mean, you can take Josephus, but I'm talking about Jewish writings later.
According to Paula Fredrickson, a convert to Judaism, the single most solid fact about Jesus' life is his death. He was executed by the Roman prefect Pilate on or around Passover in the manner Rome reserved particularly for political insurrectionists, namely crucifixion.
Man, that quote is amazing, because I don't think he sees, even in that quote, the implication. Jesus was an insurrectionist, according to this kind of quote. Jesus he's crucified between two criminals because he's innocent. I mean, you have to almost blindly just believe what the Bible says, right? And this is what I did my whole life, and not realize that if you grant the history to this, if you grant that Jesus was tried by Pontius Pilate and then condemned, even if you want to say he washed his hands and acting like Pontius Pilate's innocent of the blood and then blame the Jews, as you know, the Gospels say, let his blood be on us. Even if you grant that, this guy ends up getting punished for a crime that puts him in with the rest of the rebels, with the rest of the insurrectionists against Rome. That's a huge red flag, I would say, because we have other examples of insurrectionists list in the book of Acts that are, I think, Acts knows Josephus. That's a whole nother discussion. I mean, we could go into that, but at the end of the day, you have Theudas, you have Judas the Galilean, the Egyptian, you have several messianic looking claimants like Jesus. The only difference is Acts says, well, kind of paints the narrative that if this Christian one exists, it still stays alive, then it must be from God. But Jesus is getting crucified next to two insurrectionists, rebels of the Roman Empire. Why? What is going on here? It's huge red flag. But I've interviewed Paula Fredrickson. I'm actually one of the only YouTubers ever. There's only been big news stations who've ever interviewed her. And I flew to Boston just to sit in person and interview her. And then it is her opinion that if you can find it in Paul's letters about Jesus being crucified, you follow into the Gospels that he's also crucified there. She's just drawing a line back from these legendary accounts into Paul and saying, yeah, it seems pretty confident that Jesus was crucified.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, to me, all of these quotes I should imagine that this might be impressive to some Christians watching. Like, wow, look at all of this evidence that he's putting forward. But it honestly, it's like, suppose that you were trying to demonstrate that Spider-Man exists, and then you just listed off all of these quotes of scholars saying that New York is a real thing, and like, it just doesn't do anything. Like, what we need here is meat on the bones.
I just feel, again, you're right. I feel it's necessary to highlight your point and nail that point down. So what if a guy existed and was killed or something like that happened? Everyone's going to die, and this guy died in a violent way. If I went to any other figure that claimed to have done miracles and had these claims about him, and I could try to nail him down historically, Christians would not draw the conclusion with me that Apollonius of Tyana actually cast out all these demons and were doing these miracles and was truly a son of God. Like, they just don't do that. They don't think Caesars were really divine. And I don't either.
And as everyone's favorite scholarly critic of Christianity, Bart Ehrman, maintains, one of the most certain facts of history is that Jesus was crucified on orders of the Roman prefect of Judea, Pontius Pilate.
Sounds like Bart's reacting to something there. That's... Yeah, I would never use that confident of a quote.
Someone's wound him up, yeah.
Someone has wound him up, and trust me, I know Bart quite well. I've done a lot of interviews with Bart. When Bart gets wound up, he can really put in a little bit more oomph than is necessary. So the idea that the most certain fact of history, I do not agree with that. I think that's an absurd statement if he thinks that that's the most certain fact of history. I don't think he means it that way, but if he does mean it that way, I don't agree with him.
So let's recap what David has done so far, right? He's opened this video out, and he has at best taken a very niche view that you will find some atheists expressing, and has focused entirely on that. Meanwhile, you and I and so many other atheists, like you're talking like Richard Dawkins, you're talking all of the people that you would normally mock for being new atheists, they're watching, and they're going to be going, so what? So what? So what? None of this is doing anything. Yeah, quote all you want on this thing. It's not controversial. Like, I'm with you. So, it seems like work's being done. It's not really.
I feel like the magician is letting you really see that crucifixion. Here it is. I'm putting the crucifixion behind the little magical sheet, and I'm letting you see it. Look at how certain that crucifixion is. Watch, get ready for the... Where did his body go? Where is he at now? Prove he's not resurrected, atheist. I mean, seriously, like, what's next, man?
I know. It's it's someone else, and it's the jumping to it from going, scholars think that Jesus probably existed and died, to all of a sudden scholars are on board with the miracles and stuff. Just no.
The real question then is whether Jesus was alive again later. How would we know if Jesus was alive at some point following his execution by the Romans? The same way we know many other things from history. We need witnesses, and we need to know that we can trust these witnesses.
No, like, that isn't going to cut it. This is a miracle claim. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. This is something that David practices when it comes to Muhammad splitting the moon. It's not enough to have some kind of testimony towards it.
Ask yourself, do you believe that the Caesar had an apotheosis and truly ascended to Mount Olympus or to the gods? Do you really believe that after their death in the funeral pyre, that they actually went to heaven with the gods? You don't? Well, Justin Martyr, I read earlier, talks about swearing. He says, and in whose behalf you produce someone who swears he has seen the burning Caesar rise to heaven from the funeral pyre. Now, you don't believe that, but you will accept testimony of supposed witnesses to Jesus? And I want to just point out, we need Richard C. Miller to hop in at this very moment, because he is about to try and tackle eyewitnesses. And I think that most Christians and most atheists online have never heard this angle presented to them before.
Dr. Richard C. Miller, David Wood, well-known apologist online, loves to be so bold and confident and showing that Jesus rose from the dead. We should take this as historical fact. Talks about eyewitnesses, talks about creeds early on, meaning can't be a legend. Talks about, I think, empty tomb, or mentions it in passing, and just special pleads Jesus to a whole nother level. You, as a scholar who's researched this material, can you cover some of this stuff from eyewitness testimony, legend building, long-standing fables and myths and whatnot? Help us out.
Well, yeah. So 1 Corinthians 15, we have this passage, the supposed creed, right? Well, that's a name that modern religionists are placing on the text. It was never called that in antiquity, and so this idea that that's a creed is a modern kind of phenomenology. And what they mean by that is this is like the centerpiece of the religion. Well, oddly, this text never gets quoted for centuries. And when it finally gets, when that chapter finally reaches the thought world of John Chrysostom, who writes his commentary on it, he skips those verses entirely and then allegorizes the entire rest of the chapter. And so if this is the pillar of earliest Christian thought and devotion, it sure is interesting that it's utterly absent in early Christian thought and devotion. And so let's start with that. Now, if we go back to earliest Christian apologists, and actually, you've got a modern apologist who's saying one thing, go back to the earliest, the grandfather of all apologetics, Justin Martyr. Well, he's not special pleading. He goes the other direction with this. He says, this is just like what you're used to with the sons of Zeus and the Caesars and so forth. And so his argument is that there's nothing new. In fact, that's exactly the words he uses in Greek. It's unambiguous. There's absolutely nothing new with what we're doing with Jesus in our storytelling than what you're doing with your own demigods and in your tradition. And so why are you killing us? That's his argument. That's his apology that he's making there. That's the opposite of special pleading. I respect that, actually. And so if you go back into antiquity, if you look at some of his sources, he brings up people like Romulus. This is a founder of the empire who also had road encounters and had apotheosis, gave a great commission on the Via Appia, and it was one of the most famous individuals that was translated in the ancient world. In fact, when he was translated, it says his subjects fled in fear, kind of like the ending of Mark, actually. And so there's a calendric celebration of that throughout the empire. The people would reenact that in the cities, that particular event. And so he's taken up into a cloud right in front of them. And so it is a very, very important story. And most of the historians were obliged to include it. He has a road encounter, like I said, but he's not the only one. Aristeas of Proconnesus has a road encounter after he died. He dies in a fuller's shop. He's supposed to be a son of a god. He's a wonder worker. He's a poet. He's a divine kind of soothsayer. Dies in this town, and the shopkeeper closes shop and goes to inform the family. Well, when he gets back, the body's missing. It's vanished. And now the place is still locked up. So how did he get out of there? There's a question. He didn't have the keys to lock anything. And then not long thereafter, someone comes and says, hey, we saw him on the road to Cyzicus just now, and he looked, healthy and fine. And all of this. And so there's this road encounter. It's very much like the road to Emmaus in some ways. Now this predates the New Testament by centuries. So Aristeas, and then he comes back again centuries later and actually writes a book, has an appearance, writes a book, leaves that for everyone, and then says, hey, build a kind of a shrine to me here next to this other deity's temple. And so they go ahead and do that. And so he's worshipped as divine as the result of of his translated state, his post-mortem resurrection, so to speak. And so he's one that's super famous. They're Caesars. Numerius Atticus is said in Cassius Dio records that after the death of Caesar Augustus, this guy meets Caesar Augustus on the road, has a road encounter with him, and then goes and swears on oath in front of the entirety of Rome at the consecration of Caesar Augustus that he had seen him and had this conversation and stuff. And so Livius Geminus is another one that's super famous. This guy was so famous that Seneca actually teased him that he gets to see all the Caesars after they come back to life after their deaths. And so he meets them. He has all these road encounters constantly with each one. And so, and even some of their relatives. And so some of the aristocracy in Rome, they also received this kind of post-mortem exaltatio and in their memory. And so again, Proteus Peregrinus is another one that's super fun. And Lucian records him, and his disciples come back after. So he dies in the Olympic Games at 165 as a kind of a stunt in some ways that went wrong. And lo and behold, a couple days later, they see him in the portico of the Seven Voices. His disciples would come back. They come back and they report, we saw him, and he was wearing a gleaming white toga and a garland of olive, and he looked just fresh as daisies and everything. And so, and this is after he had burned alive in front of a crowd. I mean, he was clearly dead. And so, anyway, so you get the point here. This was a trope. It was a general pattern. And in my own book, I call it the translation fable. But I'm not the only one who studied this. I've tried to present it in a comprehensive fashion, and so you get a full catalog. I record nearly 100 such individuals in my book throughout it, that follow the same pattern, more or less, a cluster of different cultural signals, literary signals that indicate that someone had been deified through translation. And that's really what Paul is doing there. He talks about appearances and he talks about eyewitnesses. Now, those are two things that are conspicuously part of the translation tradition that are absent from other resurrection tales in the ancient world. Who else? Name one other person that rose from the grave and had appearances and eyewitnesses, that people talked a lot about the eyewitness of this or anything. It's not a thing. No one's talking, like Lazarus when he comes back to life. No one talks about the eyewitnesses that are there. No one talks about setting up a cult shrine. No one talks about him having appearances and coming and going and walking through walls and having to eat fish and all this stuff. It's just not a thing. And so, and you can go back through any number within the biblical tradition, go back to Elijah and Elisha. There's also resurrection tales there. If you want to go to more recent time within the larger Greco-Roman world, you've got legends that are surrounding Heracles raising people from the dead. You've got Apollonius of Tyana, a wonder worker who does a lot of the same things that Jesus does, casting out demons, but also raising people from the dead, raising someone from the dead. And if you go over to Asclepius, who's the famous healer of the ancient world, and really in some ways the great-grandfather of all of medicine, really, he also is said to have risen people from the dead in some of the legends that surround him. And so again, there's no eyewitnesses, no road encounters, no great commissions given. There's no appearances or ascensions or any of that stuff associated with any of those individuals. That's all a cluster of themes that go with the translation legend. And that didn't take months or years or decades to pop up. In many cases, within hours and days after the individual had died, that people started to make these kind of claims. And so in that sense, Jesus is not unique. And so I agree with Justin Martyr that he was not unique in that.
Future Steve here again. A huge thank you to Richard C. Miller for giving us his time, who I'm very pleased to say you'll hear again from later. Before getting back to my additional comments, I'll replay David's words just to remind us. Here they are.
The real question, then, is whether Jesus was alive again later. How would we know if Jesus was alive at some point following his execution by the Romans? The same way we know many other things from history. We need witnesses, and we need to know that we can trust these witnesses.
Okay, so he's talking about witnesses, and one of the things that comes to mind is the supposed miracle of the sun, right? So an event that occurred in Portugal where 30,000 to 100,000 people witnessed after a period of rain that the clouds broke and the sun appeared as an opaque spinning disc in the sky, right? And it zigzagged towards the earth. All of these testimonies. Does David believe that? Maybe he does because it's part of his religion, right? But does he believe these kinds of claims with these kinds of witnesses when it comes to other such things, such as all of the miracle claims with Hinduism and statues crying? Like, is this something? How many testimonies do you need? Is it 6, 7? Do you need them from various sources? Like, how does this work? When do you all of a sudden buy a miracle?
I know that he's heading to the martyrdom stuff because this is what every apologist does. It's the same playbook, and their martyrs are more authentic and more real and more, but all the other martyrs, not so much. Don't worry about the Maccabees. Who cares about those crazy terrorists? Just ask David. You know, like there's so many things I could see happening, but just for the sake of this one point, I do want and hope Richard Miller mentions this, but if not, I'm going to at least just tease you with it and point out that Lucian, which is a 2nd century, I believe, author, he's second, is writing, also was making fun of religious superstitions of his day. And he talks about this philosopher named Peregrinus. Peregrinus was a Christian. He converted to a different philosophy, because Christianity was a philosophy, and he had achieved ascesis, as Richard Miller calls it, meaning what Buddha would maybe call Zen. He had achieved this, I have peaked out at the highest level you can possibly get in this life, and I want to show you evidence of that. So what does he do? He goes into the center in front of everybody, builds a pyre, starts the fire, and to show how serious and devoted he was to his philosophy, jumped onto the flames and burned to death alive in front of everybody there. This is in history. This guy did this. Well, Lucian tells the story where he's heading back from this event. It was like an event. Everyone knew to go watch him burn himself to death. And on his way back, people were like, what happened? And he's like telling the actual case. And then people kept on the way. Wait, what happened? What happened? And he says he was a little bit like annoyed, it seems. And he's like, all right. So then I started to kind of embellish it a little. And I said, when he jumped onto the flame, this is in Lucian, bro. This is a like guy who's playing, he's pulling at their strings of superstition. And he says, so he jumps onto the pyre. As he burns without fear and without pain, a phoenix rises from the flames and ascends to heaven. Next thing you know, the next day, he's going to the marketplace like normal, and an old man approaches him and says that he saw a phoenix ascend from the pyre when Peregrinus died, and he saw it. So now I don't know, scholars, I'd love to investigate where critical classicists and such are looking at this material, but like, is he making up the account? Even if this is fictional and that he made up this story, he is trying to portray the superstition of the people of his time. But if it is historical, again, legend overnight. So no matter what you throw at me, if it's fantastic, like a phoenix ascending to heaven from a pyre, okay, I'm going to need more than hearsay and ancient documentation to back up that claim. And it can't be, oh, a guy said he saw. Oh, and he was willing to die for it? Peregrinus burns alive on a pyre, bro, for believing in stuff. And he was a noble philosopher who did this. Socrates drank the cup, man. Noble philosopher, chose death instead of exile. Get out of my face with your martyrdom nonsense. I could see it coming. I'm getting now the bad guys coming out of me, but it annoys me how much ignorance is involved in not actually treating everyone equally in all of these philosophies.
So the point being driven here, again, is that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. This is something that David insists on in every other domain. He insists on the extraordinary evidence to be able to uphold the extraordinary claims. And so what precisely does David have with these witnesses? Is he going to present the standard apologetic stuff where he references one book that has 500 eyewitnesses? Yeah, kind of. Basically, he needs something significant, and call you clairvoyant, Derek, but you ain't going to get it.
Do we have witnesses of the risen Jesus? Yes, lots.
Oh my gosh. Do we really? Lots? I mean, we have one account, right, with Paul, who says, hey, man, these guys saw him in 500. I'm not even about to name, supposedly still alive, by the way. Just take my word for it, Corinthians, all the way over here in Corinth, who are never probably going to Jerusalem and to check these freaking witnesses out for themselves. Just take my word for it. There's 500 of them. We have that. None of the guys listed ever write anything that we have actual documentation, and critical scholars, I'm glad David brought them into the fight, because if it weren't for him inviting them, I wouldn't be able to present this without a conservative backlash, because they're not going to accept these academics. But they will point out 1st and 2nd Peter, forgeries. Oh, so Peter, what about James? They think James was a forgery. So now these guys who are supposedly like family members of Jesus, early apostles of or disciples of Jesus, Peter, they didn't even write the books that they're writing in the name of, meaning pious frauds. They're forgeries. And so if they're making fabricated data about who wrote what, David, how do we trust? Can you see why someone would be skeptical if you approach the New Testament, find out that out of 14 claimed books, they count Hebrews into this? Some do. I'm not saying David does, but out of 14 letters of Paul, like half of those are not written by Paul. And there are many that say they're in the name of Paul that scholars say aren't Paul. That's why people like David and other apologists have to die on the hill of trying to say, no, those letters aren't forgeries. They have to die on every hill because they have this bubble they don't want to pop. I just rabbit trolled off the point.
No, so the bubble thing, I think that really is what's going on here. So I sometimes look at the confidence that apologists in particular have when they're making statements, and I just think, what is going on? Something else is going on, because this is ludicrous. And I think there is something else going on, namely the bigger picture. Right. So most Christians, and I think David is included in this, they're going to tell you that if you want to go to heaven, there's only one way, through Jesus. That means you need to convince yourself and say in your heart, to really mean it, when you say that Jesus resurrected and he died for your sins. And so the evidence has to be obvious, because anything other than obvious is egregious. You can't gel that with an all-powerful, all-loving God, as is described by most Christians. You just can't do that. So it has to be, you're without excuse. And this is why I think they die on every hill, because they have to. They have to. And so for someone that's never been really into, although I've studied Christianity almost all of my adult life, I've never been convinced of it. There's certain parts of it that are just so grotesque. And this is one of the biggest parts that I've noticed. But they have to. They absolutely have to, because of the bigger picture. The other thing is he said about having eyewitnesses. No, we have second-hand accounts that there were witnesses. This is something that you emphasized. But notice, if you're a Christian watching, David doesn't buy this bullshit when it comes to other claims from other religions and other myths. So we have feats in Homer's Iliad and Odyssey. We have Hindu epics. We've got Mormonism, right? And we have witnesses or second-hand accounts of the miracles that are done or fulfilled within these prophecies, within this mythos. He doesn't accept this nonsense. So don't expect atheists to accept it when it comes to Christianity.
Fortunately, they began preaching almost immediately, and we have summaries of some of their early sermons. They issued official creedal statements that could be easily memorized and passed on to others. They sent out representatives with authoritative traditions that would eventually be incorporated into the Gospels and other writings.
Yeah. Cults have traditions, and they pass on those traditions. And a legend, as Richard C. Miller says, can develop overnight. So it wasn't like it developed ex nihilo, though. That's what's ironic and I think is missed. Christians act like, well, they're willing to act like it's within the Jewish vein, but they don't even realize how much Mediterranean template in the zeitgeist, in the air of the material from the Hellenistic world helped structure the way that they have formulated these kind of things. It wasn't just purely a Jewish thing. Sure, well, Judaism is a mother, but Judaism's mother remarried to a guy named Hellenism as well. So, you know, there's a lot they're not paying attention to. And I want to point out,
no, you're absolutely correct. They also will rewrite that stuff and get very upset and angry if you point out comparisons. So like one that comes to mind is you can draw some correlation between Easter and Esther. Those correlations are not enough to go Christianity stole it, but there is some elements that are like, intriguing. You've got it with Christmas and you've got it with the Norse winter solstice. And just what most Christians want is, no, we're unique, we are special.
Yeah.
When really, if you study it, no, lots of your stories, why, as you were mentioning earlier, why is there wine involved? Why is this happening? Son of God. These things were not new. This was essentially trivial in those times.
I tend, you know, as far as researching about Christmas, researching about Easter, I know that the god, like the pagan god's name is built into the name Easter, but it's been Christianized, and how much of the involvement of that god or any of the cults that are celebrating at that time of the year have influenced the celebration of the Christian Easter. What I would like to say is, without even needing to make those parallel argumentations of proving that Saturnalia or some Roman festival also equates Christmas, or a Norse deity looks very much like Santa Claus and we have to parallel. Look, there are plenty of people who talk about that stuff, and Christians love dying on this hill. Michael Jones, I'm certain David Wood loves this kind of stuff of showing how special we are and these are unique. But I had Robert Cargill on when we did our first critique of what David Wood does in the special pleading his own situation and ignoring how it applies to him and only applies to Islam. And Robert Cargill says sacred places remain sacred places. They just get reconstituted and considered reconsecrated as Christian. I imagine the same goes for seasonal festivals and how they apply those seasonal festivals within their own religious context. And I have a hunch that what you're discussing here is happening. I mean, what is the odds Jesus is born on December 25th, according to Christian tradition? You can find accounts where Christians are saying they're doing the math and they're claiming from 9 months from this time. And sure, they have come up with their own constructed method on claiming this is the day he was born. But why is it that it happens complete coincidence at the same time of the year in many of these other situations that other Saturnalia festivals, the list goes on and on, where people are even born, demigods are born at the winter solstice time. So I don't rule out that there's some comparisons here. It's just going into the details. Christians want to show how different every detail is. Okay, Jesus turned water into wine. Got it. Show me the exact account where Dionysus turns water into wine. And I can actually show you an account where he turns 3 jugs of water that are put into the temple by the priest. They lock the temple, and the next morning everyone comes in, they're full of wine. 3 jugs, not 6, like the Gospel of John. But as far as water turning into wine, I think that's the best I can find in terms of a documented account saying that.
Yeah.
There are other accounts where he does wine miracles, turning liquids into wine. But do you need it to say, oh, Dionysus was at a wedding, they ran out of wine, so then he turned 6 jars of water into wine in order for you to somehow be persuaded that the Dionysian cult and the miracles of Dionysus were influencing the Christian literature we call the Gospel of John? Yeah. That's what they expect. They want Xerox identical, or they don't even want comparisons or potential equivocations in any way, shape, or form.
And yet, it just strikes me as so obvious that they wouldn't do that for other religions. They wouldn't extend that charity. I call it charity. It's almost just not paying attention. Like, there is these comparisons. Yeah, I mean, you could even say God works in mysterious ways. He's actually been working throughout the universe, and actually the reason why these motifs and archetypes and stories keep coming up is because, well, they're all God. But you don't want to say that they're God. You want to say, no, they're not. We are.
It's interesting. An early Na'aseen cult, Na'aseen preacher who was a Christian by our definition. If you claim to follow Christ, we consider you a Christian. He said that Jesus, Horus was another name for Jesus, Attis, like these other gods were all actually Christ. So he found a way to kind of syncretize other deities into Jesus. Now, he's obviously not Orthodox, but there were Christians early on who were practicing this kind of like, you know, inclusiveness of other deities representing Jesus, and not this, oh, they were demonic. Even Justin Martyr hints at kind of the demon. Those were demons that like tricked people and falling away. And it looks like Jesus because, well, it's very similar to how Jesus looks, but Jesus is the true one. And his morality is superior to those gods that were like Zeus and other deities. They were known to do things to little boys even that were shocking and scandalous. And Christians capitalized on that when they were arguing against the Roman religion with other people who believed these deities.
I mean, what amazes me is they would argue against like the rape of the Sabines, and they'd be like, look at how utterly disgraceful and cruel this is. And yet they adhere to Numbers 31. You know, they adhere to this same kind of depravity. But of course, apologetics and what it is, they go to Paul Copan and they'll be able to find a way to go, no, actually, they wanted to be slaves or some other such nonsense. Or William Lane Craig and go, actually, God was doing them a favor. But yeah, it's really interesting. I made a video on Roman apologetics, and I was able to read some of what the Romans had to say in defense of the Sabine, and it's just apologetics. It's exactly the same stuff as you get, which is, to anyone that's not part of the cult, it's insane. But to everyone who is part of it, it's like, no, this is good stuff. Like, this is reasonable.
Wow. I'm so glad you brought up that example. That is an amazing one. Looking at the conquest, they're crushing and annihilating the indigenous people of the land and forcing them out of that land, and then taking their women, according to the account. And going to the experts in the field that are critical about this literature, meaning they treat it like they would any other account. They're not special pleading this material. They would do the same probably and say, yep, that just like the Sabine, of course, it's a different account. And they literally are just raping the women. Yeah, good example of pointing out. And these are origin kind of accounts. So how did Israel form?
Yeah.
Here's the conquest, part of their origin story.
Another situation where you're like, real close again. Is God working in mysterious ways, or is there some kind of thing going on here? But back to what David's driving at here. He's saying that what he said of Christianity is true of other religions and myths too. So he talks about representatives going around with oral preaching. Yeah, that's pretty damn normal. You know, Muhammad did that afterwards. You had it beforehand with many other religions. Like, this is normal stuff. There's nothing unique going on here.
I think every cult does this. I mean, in some way, some more aggressively. Christianity came out of the woodwork with an agenda to try and convert the world. And so they kind of have it built into their policy. Hey, we got to change everybody to think like us. And I don't think the other cults had the same missionary activity, yet they probably still did bolster and defend and protect and encourage others of their own deities from their culture. They just weren't doing it to the point where it was over the top. The philosophies that came in started to push these kind of ideas of martyrdom and willing to die, but getting your ideas out there, even if it's death that we have to do to defend our views or defend our nation or whatever it is.
We also have writings and quotations outside the New Testament from the next generation of Christian leaders, which included people like Clement of Rome and Polycarp, who knew one or more of the apostles and who continued preaching the message of the apostles, especially the resurrection of Jesus.
I'd be willing to grant, even for the sake of argument, that he met one or two apostles that claimed to be there, but I don't know if that's factual at all.
And the thing is, this can be done with other religions. I mean, like Mormonism, for instance. Like, plenty of people saw Joseph Smith. You've got their testimonies, right? That's going to do it. You were mentioning earlier about the Phoenix, like that's one day afterwards, as you were saying. Does David buy this? Like, does this constitute good evidence enough to believe a miracle? I don't think so.
They died though, Stephen.
Yeah, but do you know the difference between a Christian martyr and a non-Christian martyr? Come on, this is an easy one.
One's a Christian and one's not.
No, come on, man.
What?
The difference between a Christian martyr and a non-Christian martyr is the Christian martyr actually believed it.
Oh, of course. I forgot. They're the only ones who believe in the things that they do. Yeah.
But the most interesting source on the eyewitnesses of the risen Jesus is an early Christian creed recorded in 1 Corinthians 15, 3-7.
So I just want to emphasize that he's quoting the Bible to prove the Bible's claims.
Of course, yes. He is quoting the Bible. And by the way, not all scholars agree this is a creed. That's important to also emphasize. Even though I don't know why it's important, we can grant it's a creed. I wouldn't give a hoot if it was a creed or not. Yeah. And most important witness, here's a guy, Paul. He lists all these earlier guys, which we don't get any of their personal accounts describing this witnessing of Jesus resurrected. Last of all, he appeared to me, one like untimely born. And even in this, there's so much human thumbprint of male ego in Paul writing this. Paul says, after he says, he appears to 500, he appears to the 12, he appeared to the Cephas, Peter, the list goes on and on. As one untimely born, he appeared to me, last of all. And then he says, even though I was the last of all, born out of the right time, and he appears to me, he says, nobody, let me get the exact quote. For I am the least, verse 9, of the apostles, and do not even deserve to be called an apostle. Here, I'm going to humble myself, describing the other apostles before me, because I persecuted the church of God. But by the grace of God, I am what I am, and his grace to me was not without effect. No, I worked harder than all of them. Who's them? All of the people before he listed. He wants his, think about this, everybody reading this. He wants these Corinthians to take his damn word for it. That's why at the end he gives his credence. It's almost like if I walk into a room where I know that particular people for a particular tradition or a particular stance already have in mind these people that they would say, hey, oh, you're friends with him? Oh, you're a friend of him. You're a friend of me. And then while I bolster them as an excuse to get my way in the door, I then turn and go, but hate to break it to you, I worked way harder than those guys. Now I'm giving myself credit, making myself look good. Listen to what I have to say about Christ. And I worked harder than all of them, yet not I, but the grace of God that was with me, he says. Whether then it is I or they, this is what we preach, and this is what you believed. So he's doing something very human-like. This is, you could see a cult leader doing this. You know what I mean?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, no, there's definitely a stench of narcissism going on there.
1 Corinthians was written around AD 55, and Paul says in the letter that he had already delivered the creed to the church in Corinth, which would have been around AD 51. But Paul received the creed long before that, either when he visited the apostles in Jerusalem or perhaps even at his conversion. And scholars date its formulation to within a few years of Jesus' crucifixion.
So there's so much here that this creed, like as if 1 Corinthians 15 as it is, was something that existed long ago that he received that. No, he probably did chat with Peter and these other guys as part of the cult, and they had these eyewitness traditions that they were handing off because that's part of what you did when your hero, your figure was deified. That's why they had eyewitnesses with Caesar. To put it another way, in American sports, and I imagine worldwide, but I think I'm just going to stick with what I do know about this, that people enter the Hall of Fame. Famous, excellent heroes of a certain sport go to a Hall of Fame. The same is true of deified men in antiquity. The Caesars who became deified, they did not have a damnatio or became damned by the Senate. They ascended and became gods. We have examples in the myths of Heracles, Dionysus, Asclepius. They also became gods, but those are completely fictional people, fictional gods, whereas you have these humans who become gods, and they have eyewitnesses that always show up around their apotheosis, meaning they get deified, they become gods. And how do we know they're gods? Well, we had some eyewitnesses claim they saw them literally becoming the gods. This is what the New Testament literature and even Paul seems to be getting at, according to Dr. Richard C. Miller. But these other scholars who want to say, hey, this tradition that he was deified, he resurrected and such goes way, way back. Bart Ehrman does not agree with Gary Habermas, and I hope David Wood is not regurgitating the same thing that was recently debunked on Apologia's channel about this, a pre-Pauline creed idea, pre-Pauline tradition. He doesn't mean that this stuff existed before Paul in this situation. Go watch Apologia's channel. But even if it did, Richard C. Miller has pointed out, hey, if you wanted to start a cult in the first century and you wanted your guy to be a god, just have eyewitnesses attached to this tradition. Create them. You can fabricate traditions, fabricate eyewitnesses, claimants. Now, you can try to take the route of giving them the complete benefit of the doubt and assume superstition, hallucination, some other things. Or you could just say outright pious fraud, like we have letters that are written in the names of people that aren't really them in the New Testament, and suggest that maybe they're inventing things. There are eyewitness accounts of the Caesars alive after they are dead on Roman roads. You also have of Romulus, the founder of Rome, eyewitness with a great commission to go and tell all of Rome that you're going to rule the world and to keep to that whole war mentality that Romans were really fond about promoting war. But the Caesars were appearing on roads. There are 2 stories in the New Testament, and only 2, where Jesus appears to people on roads. And one of them is in Acts, where Paul is headed to Damascus, and he a road has an appearance. Then another account where there are 2 disciples after the crucifixion happens are crying on their way to Emmaus, and Jesus appears to them on this road. And who's this Jesus? You're the only Jew in all of Jerusalem or all of Israel that hasn't heard about Jesus. He was the Messiah. When he's talked with the scriptures, the story is pretty fantastic. He appears in the house and breaks bread, and then they recognize him and he disappears. Well, there's so much mixed into that. I could go to Ovid's Metamorphosis and talk about Philemon and Bacchus with the gods Jupiter and Hermes or Mercury. And I don't want to go there because that would derail us from the point. I'm getting at is a well-known common trope to establish a cult using eyewitness testimony all throughout this period. And if you see the Caesars did it, and you see the Gospels are doing it, and Acts is doing it, then work backwards. You're dealing with legend and myth. You work backwards to Paul. We're supposed to hit a kernel of history. We're supposed to assume this all actually happened, but those are just embellished. Why can't we be, I don't know, Occam's razor consistent, working backwards and say, yep, fabricated eyewitness accounts, just like all the others?
I reckon your exposure and sheer knowledge on these other myths and these other religions is really doing work that maybe you don't know, or maybe you do know because you came from a background where you didn't know this stuff at one point. But for me, what you just said about the roads, like these little things like that, go a long way in going, I need to, this smells, I've got to have another look at it. When you have all of these examples that you have and all of the instances that you've researched, it must get to the point where it's almost comical to go, oh wow, like this is beyond a doubt at this point.
This is why I've had these engagements with Michael Jones and others and had these conversations of comparisons to just try to place it in the context and look at examples of other cults. And I use the analogy, walk like a duck, talk like a duck, quack like a duck, smell like a duck, look like a duck, whatever you want to say. The point is, there's so much overlap in how there are similarities in them. And once you see those and see that they're using this in literary sense, or even fabricating them in a cultic manner, you see special pleading even clearer. Because maybe they don't know about this material. And if that's the case, I give these apologists the benefit of the doubt, because when I was doing apologetic work 8 years ago for Jesus, I did not know this stuff. I had no clue that Caesars were claimed by eyewitnesses to have appeared on Roman roads. And here you have in the New Testament appearances on roads. And what do? Okay, you know what? At this point, Derek, good point, or Richard C. Miller brings this out in his book quite well, Resurrection and Reception. What do you do? Okay, those are legendary. But Paul's creed in 1 Corinthians 15, that happened. This is the problem I have with even critical scholars. They don't even have an open eye to this example that I'm giving you, working backwards. They almost feel like they have to deal with it in like a hallucination model, or they have to deal with it in some other kind of realistic historical model instead of just pious fraud. They invented it. And there are scholars, critical scholars, who've said they invented it. I think that's the most probable. But then the motivation factor comes in. Why? Did they invent it to keep power so they don't have to go back to fishing in Galilee, if you suppose that they were fishermen? Or look, imagine you're in a cult, you're in a power position, people are paying you money, you have food, you're fed, you're even viewed almost in like a, you're at it, like, yes, it's Peter, it's the, you know what I mean? Like, you're somebody. You're going to sell that away simply because, what, this didn't happen? But people like Richard C. Miller would even go further to say, listen, they didn't even see this as a bad thing. They're not like just pulling the wool over people's eyes. This was part and parcel of cultic startings and how cults practiced their stuff. They had traditions of eyewitnesses. That's it.
I mean, to bolster on what you're saying there, if we take Paul, what we have is an individual who didn't witness Jesus physically resurrect. He never even saw Jesus, according to his own accounts, and he didn't see the crucifixion. Instead, what he details in 1 Corinthians 15 is that this information was passed down to him. And if you crunch the dates and you do it in, I'd say charitable, but I'd argue pretty fair way, it's about 3 years after the alleged events. We can apply this kind of eyewitness testimony to the miracle of the sun. Like, we actually do have these 30 to 100,000 witnesses, right? But suppose we didn't. Suppose that the most crucial information we have about this fact, the fact that the sun zigzagged towards the earth, is that there's a man called Derek out there. Derek, he didn't actually see the event. He heard about the event 3 years after it occurred, and he wrote about it 20 to 25 years after the event happened. He tells us that there was 500 witnesses. He tells us that there was 12 other, especially important people that saw it. Like, there's no way David would buy this. Like, this is crap.
Yeah, it's, again, that's why I tend to psychoanalyze somewhat and say there was an emotional, I mean, I can't imagine being in his shoes in some ways. Obviously for reasons I would never do to my own parents, but like at the end of the day, and I'm not trying to be derogatory, I've done some struggling myself because I've been in addiction and done things I would have never done because I wasn't in my right mind. But I said that to say, I know what it's like to fall captive to that philosophy, that mindset of forgiveness. There is something, this is off the trail of this point about making evidence. There is something inside of the human psyche of liking this almost avatar, higher standard for oneself of being a good person and showing kindness and love. And we all have that, I feel, of trying to treat your neighbor decent. But this is not original as apologists want to act to Christianity. This is almost like a long-standing thing that even the earlier philosophers were already teaching in the Greco-Roman period. And Jesus picks up on this according to the Gospels. They pitch almost the nicest things in those aspects. Then there's other things apocalyptic that are just horrifying if you really think about them when coming out of the lips of Jesus. But I just want to emphasize that because it sounds like all we're doing is jabbing. I understand why this is susceptible, but it isn't based on the factual historical evidence. This is, in retrospect, hindsight's 2020. Now let me explain this experience that changed my life. And now I'm going to defend this thing. It is not. The evidence led me to this conclusion. And no matter how much he might try to sell you that is not what is happening here.
James D.G. Dunn writes, This tradition, we can be entirely confident, was formulated as tradition within months of Jesus' death. According to Michael Goulder, Paul received the tradition, that is, he was taught it at his conversion, perhaps 2 years after Jesus' death. Ulrich Wilkins says that the creed indubitably goes back to the oldest phase of all in the history of primitive Christianity. Gert Ludemann maintains that the elements in the tradition are to be dated to the first 2 years after the crucifixion of Jesus. Paul Barnett dates the creed to within 2 or 3 years of the first Easter. Richard Burridge and Graham Gould say it dates from only a few years after Jesus' death. Robert Funk and the Jesus Seminar put it within 2 or 3 years at most. Richard Hayes says it originates within about 3 years after Jesus was crucified in Jerusalem. And Alexander Wedderburn says that it goes back to the first half of the 30s.
And?
Yeah, so I have no problem with that. Again, look at what I'm about to do. He thinks 3 years is close and it's super, super recent. And I get it. You would think that. As Peregrinus and other examples can show, though, legends can happen overnight. And you know how long it took before they believed that the Caesar was actually a god and ascended to heaven?
I should imagine quite a long time.
Oh, dude, try I don't know, a few days after he was dead. I mean, a few days.
That's probably a week.
Guess what?
Wow.
They were already prepared for this very important figure. Let me put it another way. What was scandalous about the Jesus situation becoming divine or ascending to heaven or having this resurrection idea, which would have been in any other context simply an apotheosis, but in a Jewish context, the language of resurrection gets used. It is simply not a revivification. This is a transformation, a metamorphosis happening with Jesus, where he is supposedly changing to a divine state and ascending and seated at the right hand of God. Philippians talks about this. Romans 1 talks about him being a son of God and in the line of David, the seed of David, etc. So it's a Jewish context giving you a Hellenistic idea of an individual being resurrected who's really having a metamorphosis, a transformation, becoming a divine figure. Look at the Caesar's examples. They're already prepared within a few days to deify that emperor. It's almost like before they die, they have the hunch that they're going to have a god on their hands soon, and they're prepared to give him this commemoration, this Hall of Fame status.
Prophecy.
Exactly. And so I'm not sure, I can't read before Jesus' crucifixion. Many critical scholars who are dissecting the text will suggest that it looks like authors later are putting in the mouth of Jesus that he predicted his own death and that he's going to rise again from the dead. Look, even if we freaking grant that, here's a guy going to his death, planning this stuff, hoping that God is going to come in, break into reality, and change the world, that they're subjugated under Rome and these horrible leaders, the Sanhedrin, that are taking advantage of the people, their sacrifices at the temple. The list goes on and on. Like, even if he knew he was going to die and planned it, the point is nothing happened. So now cognitive dissonance sets in and they have to adjust based on the criteria of what's happening in their lives. They're not going to give it up. Every single cult you ever find that is apocalyptic, Daniel is an example. The book of Daniel clearly felt prophecy. He gets many prophecies correct up to a certain point, meaning they were written after the fact. And then many actual raw predictions. From that point onward, scholars say he wrote it somewhere around this time, because everything after that he gets wrong. We see this in the New Testament, man. So they don't, Daniel's a false prophet. Dude, anyone who reads and knows about this will tell you Daniel got this wrong, that are critical, that aren't like coming into this trying to do gymnastics. And what happens? Daniel just gets lost and forsaken. No, it remains fundamental and central to the canon of Jewish and Christian literature, and gets reused in Gospels and in the book of Revelation. Paul may even hint at it, but we know the Gospels seem to harp on the Son of Man, which comes from Daniel, and the book of Revelation, which seems to be working off the tropes of the nations representing animals and stuff. I am simply trying to say that even if we grant that Jesus predicts his own death, they would have set him up as a deity in a Mediterranean sense, especially when Gentiles are now incorporated into this. And it seems like a Hellenistic kind of group. These are from Galilee. They're not central to Jerusalem. These guys are from outside. So if you look at the diaspora of Jews, meaning these are the scattered Jews among Rome, they didn't all think alike. And many of these Jews had no problem equating Zeus with Yahweh. They were totally open with connecting the cults of the Roman Empire in some way to make it mesh with their own Jewish identity. And I mean, it's just silly to me what he seems to be setting up is like, there's early historical precedents for making him into a resurrected figure. What did he do?
But it's also like, we're 8 minutes into this part of the video. I actually dealt with, of course, the introduction in my other video, but we're 8 minutes into this now. And what's really happened here? We've got atheists are dumb. Atheists believe dumb things. However, let me show you that Jesus actually resurrected, that Christianity is true. And the equivalent of what he's done is he's went, here's a load of scholars saying that Julius Caesar existed. Well, yeah, okay, most of us think that. And here's a load of scholars saying that Julius Caesar was assassinated.
Right.
And
good example.
Like, yeah, bring more to the table, man. Like, come on, we're ready. And
then here's a load of Caesar worshippers who say Caesar ascended and became a god.
Yeah, that's going to be the pivot.
So there's widespread agreement among scholars from across the theological spectrum that 1 Corinthians 15 contains very early material that can be traced to Jesus' original disciples shortly after his death.
Cool. I'll grant it. And you're being fair. You're playing everything. I do want to just highlight anyone who might be a critical, not even a critical, but a classicist who knows Julius Caesar history. How many, this is a question leading up to our magic trick that we know David's going to play. How many people who were devout followers of Julius Caesar died once he was assassinated or were willing to die to defend his right, to defend his being noble, him being a good person? How many? Some might have betrayed him, but how many actually stood by him even after death?
Let's read the passage. Paul writes, "For I delivered to you, the Christians of Corinth, as of first importance," this is foundational information, "what I also received," and here's where the creed starts, "that Christ died for our sins according to the Scriptures, and that he was buried, and that he was raised on the third day according to the Scriptures, and that he appeared to Cephas," that's Peter, "then to the 12. After that, he appeared to more than 500 brethren at one time." Paul is writing this years later, so he adds parenthetically, "most of whom remain until now, but some have fallen asleep. Then he appeared to James, then to all the apostles." The original would have ended with this appearance to all the apostles, but Jesus appeared to Paul later, so Paul adds, "and last of all, as to one untimely born, he appeared to me also."
Yeah, so there are, this is an interesting point. Again, the legend of appearances that we see in the Gospels and Acts, as we see other eyewitness testimonies in these other accounts that are seen from the Caesars. But there have been scholars who have seen the way Paul writes, revealing Christ in him, almost like an esoteric kind of mystical experience, that Christ appears to him in some mystical way. And there have been many people who've understood that when Paul talks about this person, "I once knew a man," he's talking about himself, "who ascended to the third heaven and saw things that are inutterable, they're not lawful for me to talk about," but that he has this like visionary experience of Christ. But whether one wants to put this into a hallucination model or one wants to recognize how quickly people fabricated narratives about these appearances and having these divine encounters in order to construct their particular, I would say, clout, their particular, I am an authority because I have this experience. I am open to any of these models. So it's not like I have to have one. You could give the hallucination model. You can explain it as a dream. If you wanted to say, hey, the guy had a dream and it was so real, his experience played a part in how he evaluated it. You could say that it's a pious fraud making up this narrative about him having these ascensions and appearances to tie himself into this particular cult. I don't care which one it is. He could have had an authentic experience and we could still put it all into natural human mental explanations that are natural, that could be explaining what's going on here. I tend, when I'm dealing with ancient literature like this, I don't tend to try and naturalize it all or rationalize it in some actual, let's explain this as a hallucination, let's explain these things. I tend to see literature oftentimes written in a way, especially like these kind of examples, and we can find it in the prophets, really elaborate stuff like the book of Revelation describing symbols and kingdoms and all that. Like, it's literary and intentional. And when I see that, they're crafting something on purpose. That's how I see it. So I start there as the most probable. Then I work into other models as possible explanations, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that does make sense. A different angle here, and I think this maps on, but the thing that I would just keep emphasizing throughout this response to David Wood is the subtle jumps he's making. They're just so, I say they're subtle, they're huge, but his delivery makes it so that you might not catch it. But going again with the Caesar analogy that I used before, he's went, here's all of this evidence. All of these scholars saying that Julius Caesar existed. Okay, sure. Here's all of this, all of these quotes, all of these scholars saying that he was assassinated. Okay. And then he's just moved on, quoting one specific piece as if the scholars also sign off on that. And they don't. They don't sign off on the other thing. You ask scholars, did early Christians believe what they believed? Yes. You ask scholars, you know, does the accounts of Jesus's resurrection go to about 3 years after it happened? Yeah, you can do that through the Corinthians. Okay, you ask scholars, were there 500 witnesses? No, because they don't go that far. They tell you, no, someone said there was 500 witnesses. That's as far as you can go. But David is just, he's building up this scholarly consensus and then just wielding it as if it has any kind of relevance to statements that it doesn't. And I know that Christians see this when Muslims do it.
I totally agree with you. Even scholar Dale C. Allison Jr. comes on, who is a Christian. He's obviously far more liberal than David and others, but he points out that we don't even know who these 500 are. We don't know where they're at. He doesn't tell them anything. He doesn't give them any indication on how they could go meet these living 500. And so he pretty much is very kind and polite and saying, I wouldn't do anything with this. I don't know why we're even making a big deal out of this. So, you know, if you're being cautious, you should not incorporate this argument that there's 500 and they're still alive. I'm not even sure that it works in favor of what David hopes it does. I mean, it depends on which pair of goggles you're going to put on, because if you're looking at it, why is he having to add this? Well, some of them are still alive. It's almost like you can read between the lines that he is already anticipating that someone's not going to believe him or something.
Yeah.
You see what I'm trying to say? Like, is he already getting the hunch that people aren't accepting his message? Which is why he goes, and look, last of all, he appeared to me, and I worked harder than all of them. I don't deserve it, but, you know, listen to me, buddies. Listen to what I'm saying to you. It
Christian
sounds
humility
like
right there.
Right. You know, one more example I want to give about these fantastic kind of visionary things, right? In 2 Maccabees 2, chapter 15, verses 13 through 15, but I'm going to go to verse 12. You have this. What he saw was this. Onias, the former high priest, a noble and good man, modest in bearing, gentle in manner, distinguished in speech, and trained from childhood in all that belongs to excellence, was praying with outstretched arms for the whole Jewish community. Then, in the same way, another man appeared, distinguished by his white hair and dignity, and with an air of wondrous and majestic authority. Onias then said of him, "This is a man who loves his fellow Jews and fervently prays for the people in the holy city, the prophet of God, Jeremiah." Stretching out his right hand, Jeremiah presented a gold sword to Judas. As he gave it to him, he said, Accept this holy sword as a gift from God. With it you shall shatter your adversaries. Encouraged by Judas's words, so noble and capable of instilling valor and stirring hearts to courage, they determined not merely to march, but to charge gallantly and decide the issue by hand-to-hand combat with the utmost courage, since city, sanctuary, and temple were in danger. The point is right there. There's a vision of Jeremiah giving a golden sword to this guy named Onias, who I think is the high priest here, former high priest, explaining in the Maccabee during this very troublesome situation with the Maccabees and Antiochus Epiphanes and what's been going on with the Jewish nation and stuff. Mm-hmm. There's a fictive account of a visionary experience where Jeremiah, the prophet, appears with a golden sword. Like, I'm just very skeptical of like these. He appears to me and I'm this prophet and I have visions and I see these things.
Notice what we have here. We have Jesus' death for sins, his burial, his resurrection on the third day, and numerous appearances.
Do all the scholars sign off on that, Derek? Do they all say that that's all true, all of it?
No, they don't all say that, especially not on the critical scholarly side. Because
this is what David's done for the whole video. This is it. This is why I emphasized as well in my original video, non sequiturs, non sequiturs, non sequiturs. It's not, this isn't rigid. Like this, he talks about being laughed at as scholarship. This isn't scholarship. This is nonsense, right? So I'm going to give more examples. If I made a video where I started quoting many different scholars, respected scholars, that emphatically stated that Alexander the Great existed, and then all of a sudden started speaking about the supposed miracles of Alexander. I started speaking about the fact that he was the son of a god and all of this stuff. You would see the problem. It's so obvious, and yet that's what he's doing here. City of Troy, right? City of Troy is another good example. If I spent 10 minutes reading quotes from scholars stating that the ancient city likely existed, all while mocking everyone else because they don't hold my view. And then, all of a sudden, I started speaking as if those scholars also think that Athena and Poseidon played a role in the Trojan War, as Homer depicted in the Iliad. Bullshit. Yeah. You know it's bullshit. You can see it. It's just, I don't know, man. On the one hand, I want to be kind and gentle, but on the other hand, fuck's sake. Like, come on. Hey all, Future Steve here once again. Considering that this is the crux of David's case, Derek and I figured that we would get Richard C. Miller to weigh in on his reasoning. Now, when posing the question, Derek speaks about how David dismisses the scholars who don't believe in the resurrection on nefarious grounds, but this comes up later. Don't worry, we'll get to it. For now, the focus is on David acting as if lots of scholars expressing that Jesus almost certainly was crucified somehow also entails that Jesus died for our sins, that he was buried and that he was resurrected. Here's Derek lining up Richard C. Miller.
Last question. David Wood has said, historically, Jesus seems to have agreed. I listed some scholars that he existed. Historically, it seems certain he died, listed a bunch of scholars, then has to make excuses as to why those scholars he listed don't follow his conclusions that he historically rose from the dead. Is David Wood correct in drawing this consistent resurrection history? It happened. It literally happened. What is your problem with that thinking?
Well, you could argue almost anything with that. You could create a paper mache of almost anyone's set of, you could argue, grab any particular idea, and you could probably find some subset of atheists or secularists or humanists that will say in patchwork some of the things that you're trying to say. Of course, you don't ever pull all of their thoughts together, because then at that point you've exited the religion, or it's certainly exited the argument that you're trying to create, right? And so it's a rhetorical game. It's a dishonest rhetorical game that, now, I don't know this individual of whom you speak, but I have seen this oftentimes, especially Bart Ehrman. People quote him left and right. Conservative Christians, I've seen this too many times, in passing on different websites where people will quote him, not the actual positions of Bart, but trying to find the places where he somehow lends credence to their belief system in part. And so kind of piecemeal plucking out from his thoughts the areas that somehow they can use as fodder in their kind of religious warfare. And it's dishonest. It's dishonest. I'm sure Bart Ehrman is not happy with that. I'm sure that no one wants to be taken out of context in that way. And it really is out of context in the sense that you're not taking his entire thought paradigm into consideration. You're only plucking out, decontextualizing some part of what this individual or that individual might have said. And that's cheap and easy, and it really proves nothing.
So just so we're on the same page, totally agree. To address the issue, though, of him saying he existed, let's just assume, for the sake of argument, the most plausible thing is you had a guy exist named Jesus. He was a Jew, some type of teacher, has a cult following that surrounds him. He gets himself killed somehow, potentially for doing dumb stuff, but nonetheless, he thinks he's doing the right work of God, and he gets killed by the Roman Empire and crucified, which would have been a severe punishment for something that they would have considered severe, or at least pretty big deal. He wants to go history, resurrection, history. What are your problems with that thinking?
Well, so trying to recovering the historical Jesus at all is a pipe dream. You just can't. You could make speculation about this or that happened. It's kind of like trying to recover the historical King Arthur. Was there a guy? Maybe, I don't know. Robin Hood? Maybe, I don't know. How about St. Nicholas? Let's go back into there. Well, you've got to dig through layer upon layer of legend and folk belief and myth and all this stuff to try and find something that you can grab a hold of down in there. And it's very difficult. It seems like there's I wouldn't call anything a consensus in this field, but it seems like there are enough people that are willing to say, yeah, he probably got executed. And he was probably, maybe that temple incident had something to do with it. He was causing trouble there. And there's plenty of evidence to see that may in fact have been the situation. So some violence at the temple that got him on trial and prosecuted. Now, you're taking a story, though, at that point that was not intended to be a data for a historical quest. It was intended to structure an early cult with legend and different beliefs. And so the earliest Christians were not interested in historiological argumentation or kind of presenting that in that way. And so that's why you get the whimsical freedom and variance between the depictions. They're not worried about that question at all, for whatever reason. And I don't think we should be either. And so that's interesting. And so, but when you get to the idea that, you have, did Caesar live? And then did he have a road encounter that was, you've got Dio records all of this, right? All the way up to his death. And then all of a sudden there's a road encounter. Are we going to make a special case with him? And maybe we should accept that Caesar Augustus rose and none of the others. Let's just pick one. Let's pick our favorite one. What about Philostratus records Apollonius of Tyana, who also goes into the temple. The doors close automatically behind him, and then they hear singing inside of the temple. They go into the temple. He's nowhere to be found. And so he's worshipped at that point as having become divine. They never found his body. And so should we take that one then? Which one should we take and pull it out and turn it into our religion? Which one? And so I think we have clarity on all those stories, and I think we have clarity on this one too. And so I think it's a special pleading case. We're taking lo and behold, the religion that we were born and raised in this country, right? Or in Western civilization. We're taking that one out and somehow, wow, it has, a historiological credibility and legitimacy over and against all the other religions and beliefs that have ever happened throughout time and space in human culture. What a coincidence that's the one that somehow stands out. It's in some ways there's a kind of narcissism in that over and against any other culture that our myths are somehow better than everyone else's. And so, no, it's not history. The earliest Christians didn't call it that. And so I'm not sure on what basis any modern person, especially someone that's not a historian, who wants to go online and make all of these claims. I don't know who this individual was that you talk about, but you know, it sounds like a religious plea and not like the work of a true historian.
All right. Big thank you once again to Richard C. Miller. Now, back to us.
I agree with you. I see it all the time. And there's so many interesting elements that I am free to pursue, even pursuing, granting some of these things. Like, what I find amazing about what you and I can do in this entire thing is we can go with them almost all the way in granting everything just about that they're talking about, and still walk away and go, yeah, it doesn't cut. It doesn't cut it. I don't know why you're persuaded by this, because there are variations of models you can actually look at that are plausible for explaining this literature, explaining the origins of this whole thing, Jesus, the crucifixion, resurrection, and stuff, and not have to draw that conclusion whether I'm super following in line with everything they say and granting these things or not. The only thing we wouldn't grant, I would imagine, is the miraculous stuff that's described in them. And the reason they think is just this Humean perspective. That may play a part after reading Hume. Sorry to let you know, everybody, I've never read Hume. So I guess you'd say I get the warmed over version I've heard said before from other Humean people. And while there may be some influence of Humean type of philosophy in my mind, I have to admit, after my deep, deep study, and this gets back to your point, Stephen, of going like, after reading all this stuff and learning all this stuff, you kind of seem silly to you. You kind of like look past it. It's not even convincing or persuasive. And it's not, because one of the things that we don't even think about in the bubble of Christianity and defending this thing, and atheists don't do this often either, is genre. We really aren't reading and understanding how they wrote myth and legend as a genre. It wasn't just, oh, they lied to you, or, oh, they told the whole truth. No, they purposefully crafted narratives. And once you see the tropes, themes, elements of overlap, linguistic connections that seem to signal we're dealing with legend, we're dealing with a fable, then once you start seeing it all over the New Testament, you can identify it. And it's simple to do that. Really simple. I'm hoping we get to this point, but he talks about Jesus being buried, right? Well, where was he buried? According to the Gospels, in a stone-cut tomb. Well, anyone who's done a little bit of research in the Greek and Roman translation fable stuff that Richard Miller has been talking about, you'll see how the bodies of heroes, these gods, go missing. Their bodies go missing and they become divine. Their bodies go missing and they become divine. There's also a
convenient comparison, yeah.
Very, very convenient, because out of 70-something examples he gives in his book, 50-something of them, their bodies go missing. And all of these figures became gods in the Greek world, Greek and Roman world, from Caesars to heroes like Hercules, Romulus, the list goes on and on. They all go missing. Well, they appear to the tomb that Sunday morning. Jesus is missing. His body is not there. Where is he? An angel has to tell him in one, go to Galilee where he told you he'd see you, right? Then Matthew comes along and has two angels. And then Luke comes along and he has guards he adds additional stuff that doesn't, what the heck? Or is it, no, Matthew has the guards. Either way, you get the point. They're like crafting and constructing and mixing up this legend and getting even more clever as they go on to how they're going to sell this thing, rewriting the previous versions of it. But I see those examples of the body going missing, and you go, well, those are Greek and Roman, and you need to give me other examples. What about Kalihari? I think that's how you pronounce this, Kalihari or Kalihari. I tried to look it up online on how to pronounce it, but it was a novel contemporaneous to the first century that talks about a man whose wife actually got taken. So they thought she died. She ends up in this tomb, and these grave robbers take her body. She's still alive. They take her body and run with her and pretty much take off with her. The guy comes to the tomb and it's empty. And when it's empty, the first thing, read between the lines, kind of see the context. The first thing he does is cry out, "Which one of you gods took her? Jealous of me having her. You wanted her." You know, because the Greek Roman gods, they were known to take women and do things with women. Well, he cries to the heavens, "Which one of you envy me and took her?" Notice he immediately attributes the missing. No matter if it's a novel, it doesn't matter. It tells you the mindset of the author that's suggestive by saying this guy noticed her body was missing and that she was taken by a god. Well, that implication is a signal that we should all be noticing. The Greek gods and heroes and Roman gods and heroes, their bodies went missing. They became divine. And this is what Richard C. Miller points out. So the empty tomb, missing body, red flag, divinity.
And we have all of it as authoritative tradition within a few years, if not within months, of the crucifixion.
Okay, so let's go through this, okay? We have scholars saying that Paul wrote about Jesus' death. We do not have, as David just listed, scholarly consensus on Jesus dying for our sins. Where the did that come from? Nor do we have that he was buried, nor that he rose on the third day. Where did that come from? Like, come on. Nor that he appeared before others. They don't agree with that. That's just something he jumped to. None of this follows from the consensus that David gave us at the beginning. All of the bulk, I mean, I'm repeating myself here, but this is all we've got. And this is, by the way, why I said in my original video that what he does is non sequiturs. Because I granted his premises to show that it's a non sequitur. And here I'm just going through and going, look, here's the non sequitur. Here's the jump. Here's unsubstantiated, unwarranted assertions. This is, I mean, I don't want to repeat it too much, but this is David's case. This is the best he's got.
I find it interesting that while I was willing to grant and just accept what these scholars are saying about this tradition going to 2 and 3 years after the Jesus crucifixion, I don't know how we can really be absolutely confident that this tradition goes there. Let me give you a few examples. One is the earliest attestation we have of it is in this letter in Corinthians. So where is that earlier tradition? And how do we know this bracketed, blocked off position that he wants to say is the creed certainly goes back to the 3 years after Jesus' crucifixion or earlier? I mean, my point is, without that literature from that time, we are only dealing with hearsay that may or may not go back to 3 years, 2 years after Jesus' crucifixion. We don't have extreme confidence that that would be the case. You can build some type of case if you want by going to Galatians, saying how he said he spent 14 years here and he went to Jerusalem after going to Arabia, and try to piece together that, well, he met with James, or he met with Cephas, really, and that he met with these early apostles, and that's when they taught him about these things. But I don't know how much confidence we can have in that. The other red flag, and this has been noted by Robert Price in his work, which is obviously not in the consensus, but it is worth noting. He mentions how it talks about 500 witnesses. The Gospels come after Paul's letters, and he says he finds it really ironic when the Gospels are regurgitating legend and myth about Jesus and whatnot and rewriting these stories. None of them mention 500 witnesses. None of them. And this is a serious point, that if this creed, according to him, this writing about 500 witnesses and all that, was really earlier than the Gospels, and it wasn't tacked on to Paul's letter later, he thinks it was later because the Gospels don't mention 500 witnesses. He says he can't imagine that the Gospel authors wouldn't have not added that. They would have mentioned 500 witnesses if it was there, according to him. Who's right? It doesn't matter at the end of the day in terms of the conclusion that you and I are trying to draw out about this. But really, it isn't as certain as people want to, act.
Absolutely. I've given a few analogies, of course, like through here, but I find sometimes if the point's not landing or if something's not obvious, then analogies tend to do the trick because it like just jolts us into going, oh crap, I don't apply that reasoning when it goes to something else. And I want to do it one more time because this is the thesis of David, so it's worth doing. So take the Roswell incident. Scholars and experts confirm that something crashed in Roswell in 1947. Therefore, what? The scholars also believe that it was an alien spacecraft and that the government's covering up extraterrestrial visitors. You see the bait and switch?
Mm-hmm.
You see the problem with such reasoning? I could spend all the time I wanted bolstering scholars and experts saying that something happened. It doesn't do the job you need it to do.
No, this is a great point. Imagine going to eyewitnesses from that town who are claiming they saw these things, then accepting their word on it, and that they say some extraterrestrial or whatever, you know?
But imagine like you go there like 100 years on, and they go, well, actually, we have one person that wrote about it about 25 years after he had learnt about it, and he learnt about it 3 years afterwards. And also, we know there was 500 eyewitnesses because he just wrote about it. I mean, just, oh, goodness me.
Yeah. Yeah. Where's the confidence? This should lower your confidence in this claim, but it doesn't. It's not even about the claim. The claim is ad hoc. The claim is after the fact. The claim of resurrection is to establish why this philosophy has changed my heart and my mind and my life and given me purpose and meaning. It is not, this is historical. We can be all scientific and actually prove these kind of things with good evidence and rigorous case. No, it's about the Lord changing me from the inside. Paul talks about that the gospel is foolishness to the world and that it wasn't wise words and profound wisdom that persuaded him. I tend to think this is a way of him saying it wasn't logic. It wasn't like me giving you a rational argument. This hit the deep center of us as humans and the want and needs and desires of something that we can't calculate. We're not, it's the psyche. It's something else. And you won't be persuaded out of it by reason, which is what we're trying to do today. I don't think that's what's going to happen. It's going to be the very person themselves having to be open to looking outside without being afraid of what the conclusion might draw. Sorry, I psychoanalyze here and there, but it's from my own experience too.
What I've learned from dealing with apologists is when something looks so obviously wrong, it normally is. There's normally something else going on. And in the case of Christianity, what's going on is they need the story to be true. They need to keep their all-powerful, all-loving God. So its motivations completely outside of the field and not presented to you, and may not even be consciously on their radar, that's actually doing the heavy lifting. It's a bit like when you watch Frank Turek just consistently misrepresenting science, particularly Big Bang science. You think to yourself, a lot of people have definitely said that he's getting this wrong. They've told him, and he keeps doing it. What's going on? Bigger story. He's saving souls. He's got a narrative to sell. He thinks he's doing something. Like you say about psychoanalyzing and that it's frowned upon. What the other option is worse. Like it's a grave insult to these individuals to go, wow, you're really buying that. No, there's something else going on. There has to be.
As for the appearances, there are appearances to individuals, Peter, James, the brother of Jesus, and eventually Paul, to small groups, the 12 and all the apostles, and to a large group. He appeared to more than 500.
So he says again, appeared to more than 500. Shame you don't have any, receipts for that. You've just got Paul.
Yeah, and I could see him trying to set up for the hallucination explanation to just absolutely discard it because he wants to talk about group. He wants to say groups. Then he appeared to all 12. All 12, Notice the Gospels talk about him appearing into these group settings and private rooms where all of them are there present.
You know where he's going.
Yeah, I've heard it all before. I used to say it myself.
The list also reports appearances to both friends and foes. Peter and the apostles were followers of Jesus during his 3-year ministry, but James and Paul weren't. James didn't believe that his brother was the Messiah when Jesus was preaching in Galilee and Judea, and Paul persecuted the church and tried to destroy it. Yet they're all listed as witnesses who saw Jesus alive again sometime after his death.
More of the same. I'm just playing it because I don't want to be accused of not playing all of his video. I don't know if you have anything else to say on that.
I would just want to say that there has been work done by my friend Matthew Hartke and I, where we've done a video talking about this same problem. This was brought up by a Christian academic, Mike Licona, who tried to argue that the conversion of Paul was enough to prove that at least it was believable that Jesus rose from the dead, and that they actually, it changed his life. And I think Matthew Hartke brought up an example about prison guards and prisoners. And what happens is these prison guards that are being controlling and oftentimes can be abusive to the prisoners eventually actually get persuaded and befriend, following in line actually with the prisoners. After a while, they have a change of heart, almost like a empathy or something cognitive takes place that causes them to switch teams. And, that could be playing a role, but factor in the apocalypticism. Remember, you're dealing with someone who thinks the end is happening any moment. And so this Christian cult may have offered something to Paul, who is a Jew, who's already susceptible to apocalyptic ideas of the final resurrection. And here this Jesus message comes in where these other Jews think Jesus rose from the dead, matching their prophetic expectation, and he's not wanting to miss the boat in some way. So getting behind this enemy of Christ, Paul, and his psychology through this literature, I can't see, I don't know how, but to pretend that this somehow means because someone was not a Christian, but they had similar ideas to the Christians, then becomes a Christian, makes this more. That's like a Christian today converting to Islam. Something happened and it made him convert. And this somehow is going to validate Muhammad's message because a Muslim convert. And then look how quick Muslim convert, or Muslims at large, see these Muslim converts and how they behave and how they act. And they quickly realize we shouldn't have been bragging about this guy's conversion because now he's sleeping with women and drinking alcohol, or Christians who are so happy to see these famous people become Christians, like famous porn stars now and OnlyFans people and whatnot. And now they're doing these other things, and watch what's going to happen next. They're going to do some human thing that's going to make them a bad example of the Christian group. I'm just making a point. People convert, people change their mind, whatever. That happens all the time.
This passage eliminates two skeptical responses to Jesus' resurrection, the legend hypothesis and the hallucination hypothesis.
Does it though?
No, it doesn't. That's like saying people who literally were in the Roman imperial cult who worship the Caesar, after they fabricate or they come up with real authentic eyewitness accounts about him having an apotheosis. You do know, I hope everybody knows, the Roman imperial cult, they worshiped the emperor. Like he was a god to them.
Similar to like Japan with their emperor. It was like, no, this person's special, different.
Definitely different. He is a son of a god. And so you have two sons of gods competing. And what a look, even Justin Martyr talks about the emperor having an ascension after the pyre. This is similar to Heracles. We know for a fact that if you read Romulus material, he ascends into heaven and there are clouds, thunderclaps, and lightning and storms and clouds. Jesus ascends into clouds in Acts chapter 1. Like, this does nothing of the sort. David has no clue how much this does not do anything to anything. You could even grant David and go, okay, authentic experience, authentic people having visionary experiences in Paul. Grant that even. That may be questionable, but grant that, okay? The Gospels and Acts are building legend off of this. So he could take a more liberal approach, say, I go with Paul. Paul has more of a historical reality in his view, which even then Paul uses language that actually is befitting of a deified figure like the Caesars when it comes to Jesus in the translation fable kind of stuff. But it's really mythologized in the Gospels and Acts. So No, it doesn't do what he thinks it's doing.
At the internet level, there are still people who claim that Christian belief in Jesus' resurrection arose through a process of legendary development over a period of many decades. But this is factually false. We know, as a fact of history, that the resurrection was the heart of Christian preaching from the beginning.
Take it away, Derek.
What is there? I don't even get what he's saying isn't a fact. Even if we grant that they believed or had their cult idea that Jesus rose from the dead early on, that he's resurrected from the dead is part of their creed that goes way, way early. What does that do to not saying that it developed even further and they fabricated and embellished accounts? He would not jump on these non-canonical gospels, which go way beyond the original stuff and talking about crosses coming out of graves and talking crosses. That's what I'm talking about. And other examples of literature that he would say, now that's embellished. That's fable. That's not the case. That is a continuation of development that is from a earlier gospel tradition of inventing and crafting narratives about Jesus. That's the gospels are literally doing that.
Yeah, so he's basically doing what he did before, and that is drawing too much from too little.
Right. I just don't get the confusion here. I don't get what maybe I'm confused, but like he's acting like there's no development of legend here.
Yeah.
What?
Like, does he actually believe that? Does he think he's actually established that? Like,
I don't even see any. I saw nothing done unless something's missing from this video. He has not done anything.
Yeah, I know. Like his idea here is that because we can show that there are elements of this Christian narrative 3 years after the resurrection, therefore there's been no development. And it's like, whoa, dude! Like, where did you go with that one? Like, this is heavily contested. Earlier on, he quoted some scholars, right? So what I did is I found the same scholars actually contradicting what he's just said. So I can read these out.
Please do.
So here's Crossan. The resurrection of Jesus was not a single event, but a sequence of experiences that changed the disciples' understanding of Jesus's ultimate significance. So telling you that it's not as simple as boom, done. No, it developed. It developed over time. Here's another one. Bar Ehrman. We don't have accounts of the resurrection from the time of the resurrection. What we have are stories that were later told by people who weren't there about what Jesus had done before and after his death. Development, it comes afterwards. It gets embellished. It gets changed. Like, even if you're a Christian, you go, we actually figured out what was going on, right? Like, it's developed. He also quoted, I'm going to butcher his name, so forgive me, and you might be able to correct me on this one, Gerd Ludemann.
Yeah, you got it.
The early Christian conviction that Jesus was raised from the dead did not come about as a consequence of Jesus's resurrection. It came about as a result of visions that certain key disciples of Jesus had after he died. So the scholars that David quoted and used to support his case, I've just given you them contradicting what he's drawing.
Right.
Like, if that doesn't resonate with you, what will?
So all three of these are scholars that David quoted that you're quoting to show actually disagree with his conclusions. So he's cherry picking them for something he thinks validates his case, but turns around and disagrees with them when it comes to the resurrection and how it developed. And I think that, I mean, I get the use of trying to say, well, here's this Christian scholar who thinks that I'm on the right track about this, but not like at least saying, hey, they don't agree with me and here's why they don't agree with me. They draw this conclusion. When I quote Dale C. Allison Jr. and I use him as a Christian scholar, I usually try to add this little bracket of saying, hey, he said he had an experience in 1976, everybody, or something around that period. I am not going to take that experience away from him. I respect him and his experience. And if that helps him in his life and that's something authentic to him, good for him. But he even goes on record to say, I can't prove historically any of this. He says that much. It was his experience. Well, good for his experience. And I'm glad. I love that guy. I think he's amazing. If Christians were more honest about that, Because I'm being absolutely straight up with you, Stephen. I have had so many experiences. But then I started realizing when I had experiences, even when I wasn't a Christian anymore, that it wasn't about Jesus. It was a human thing.
Yeah.
You know, but I still
I think that that's what some Christians hear. Like, they think that when someone's disagreeing with their interpretation, they're actually accusing them of not having the experience. And that's just not the case. Like, it is the case that people have these experiences. You can actually induce them with sleep deprivation, with fasting, with drugs. You can do this, and you'll experience very similar things. You know, no one's denying that. What they're denying is the often miraculous and supernatural interpretations that people have of those experiences. Exactly. That's the thing that's pulled into question.
Yeah, and Gerd Ludemann took the approach of visionary experiences. He thinks is what catapulted the belief in Jesus rising from the dead. I don't rule it out. I always keep these open. But you also have to factor in, if you're going to factor that in, you should factor in a well-established eyewitness trope in the time period, and how it'd be an interesting investigation to see how those developed as well, because I don't want to special plead one and not the others. I want to say, well, why are they all having eyewitness testimonies? Why are they all having apotheosis and deifications? Why are they all doing this kind of stuff, having ascensions into heaven? We should be fairly evaluating that. Instead, the apologists want to try and do everything they can to minimize the significance of these other accounts and only raise the potency of their own faith tradition.
You also may have heard people argue that Jesus' disciples simply hallucinated the resurrection appearances. But a hallucination, by definition, is something that occurs in the mind of the person experiencing it. If you take a bunch of acid and a leprechaun appears to you, the rest of us aren't going to ask him for his pot of gold because we won't see him. He won't exist outside your acid-tripping mind. But Jesus appeared to entire groups on multiple occasions, and hallucinations just can't explain repeated group appearances.
It's the same thing I kind of said earlier, is I start with the literary instead of this is what actually happened and this is exactly what happens with a group, right? Or whatever the example might be. I tend to see this as literary, purposeful. They're constructing this. But even interpreting what it means he appeared to 12. He appeared to 12. Does that literally mean group setting? No, you go to the Gospels in order to interpret that. Yeah. So, and the Gospels are loaded with legend. I just say work backwards and say maybe there's this ongoing tradition of legend inventing eyewitness testimonies. We can't prove that for sure they had these kind of things. It could be, and it could be like Gerd Ludemann said, that's what sparked them to thinking he rose from the dead. It could also be they're constructing it because there's a bigger cult called the Roman Imperial one. They have eyewitnesses, but we should make ours have more eyewitnesses than they have of their own guys. You know?
Yep. I just want to drive back the fact that he's getting here, again, with those quotes that you put on. He's implying that because there's scholarly consensus that Jesus existed and that he was executed, that somehow there's scholarly consensus that the hallucination hypothesis is false. What? What? Where does that come from? Like, no, that's not done. You haven't done what you're saying you're doing.
He's really just trying to argue that in the hallucination part, I think he's trying to say only individuals can hallucinate, period. There's no way you can hallucinate and have a group setting experience. I beg to differ. Now, it was under a drug-induced situation, but me and two other people, I'm not going to name names, have experienced and seen things all together on drugs, and we had some kind of weird experiences we were trying to describe with each other. But yeah, no, we had almost self-induced ourselves into this experience together, very potent stuff that made us see things and hear things. And I remember the experience quite well because they also were experiencing something and we were thinking we were experiencing the same things. But unless he had a tape recorder and was able to show me what was in his brain in exact detail, I can't say he saw exactly what I saw. So if everyone's hallucinating at the same time and they're in the same setting under a similar environment, I don't know how much this has been explored by scientists who study the hallucination of minds and stuff. But I imagine people could say they're seeing the same things, kind of like you did with the sun. They all saw the sun do something. Well, what was the context for that? I'm curious to know what set that experience off and what made people have similar observations. What is the deal? I'm not even saying they had to hallucinate. They don't even have to hallucinate. There could have been some weird visual effect that happened that day that caused them to think a certain way or whatever.
That's fascinating that you've had that experience. And I think a lot of people will just have that experience. It's such a powerful experience. They just run with it and go, all right, there's someone else going on there. And if it aligns with their religion, because of culture, because of their society, then they're going to go, I saw Jesus, or I've interacted with the Almighty. I know that the divine is true because I felt it. And again, this comes back to what atheists are actually normally saying. And it's not that you didn't have the experience. It's that your interpretation of the experience is just unfounded. It's based on emotion. It's based on nothing, normally, is what's going on. So, I mean, David's talking about group hallucination, and you're right, he's trying to say this isn't a thing. Well, there is plenty of evidence, and you've got a personal experience where this is a thing. So the people that I was researching this earlier on, the people that have these experiences, it's not that they experience the exact same thing, it's rather that they share a heightened state of suggestibility that leads to similar experiences or interpretations of experiences. And that's what you were outlining. I gave the miracle of the sun example earlier on. That's what's going on there, like mass suggestibility. This is a workable theory of how to account for the data. Another example is Hindu milk miracles, right? How does David account for this stuff? Why is he not a Hindu? It's because, I mean, is he going to say they're lying? What's he going to do? Like, what happens? Well, no, people are experiencing things and they do have group hallucinations. It doesn't mean they see exactly the same thing, but the suggestibility, the culture, the socioeconomic circumstances, it makes it so that you're vulnerable to this. There was a really cool example that I found earlier. I didn't know about this, but it's the Angels of Mons from World War I. So many British soldiers and members, they claimed to have seen supernatural angels and ghostly figures helping them fight the Germans in Belgium. Like, fascinating. Reporting it. Like, what's going on here? I mean, does David now believe in ghosts because you can't have mass delusions? No, this is something that humans can do. We're suggestible and suggest, as you said, because you can't verify the specifics.
Right.
We're going to work with. And then when it comes to like Jesus' resurrection, we don't have any specifics. We can't ask these people because we have Paul telling us that there was 500 people. We don't have 500 witnesses telling us the details of what they saw.
Yeah, and it's weird because what does he mean? Honestly, like, even to know what Paul means appeared to me. What does that mean in his mind's eye and his dreams? And the reason I mention this is because I'm not pulling that out of my butt. Asclepius, the most profound healer in the Mediterranean world. Nobody was more known for being a healer than the god Asclepius. Sure, Heracles healed people. Isis, the goddess, the Osiris deity's wife, in Egyptian mythology, she was known to heal people even in the Mediterranean. But Asclepius has several inscriptions, Greek inscriptions on stone and Latin ones, because the name carries over into the Roman Empire, same god, just renamed a little. But it has healing stories and temples all over the Roman Empire where the people claim that Asclepius appeared to them and literally touched them and healed them of their illnesses and things like that. Like, if they were sleeping today, a Christian sees a silhouette. They're really dreaming, but they think they're awake and they think they were woke up by this figure at the door, and it's a silhouette. And he's like, I'm here and I love you and I'm here and I'm going to heal you of your sickness, because they're going through something in life. Next thing you know, they wake up. They're going to think it's Jesus. But what if it was Asclepius? Because he appeared way more often to people to heal them in these kind of examples. It's cultural. It's suggestible. It's so many factors like you discussed. And so who knows what they meant appeared to the 12? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like what would be interesting, what would be good data is if Christianity hadn't made its way to India, and yet Indian people started reporting Jesus turning up to them.
Right.
That would be intriguing. That would be something to ponder over. But no, you get exactly what you would expect with this kind of stuff. It happens in the environment, and it's just so predictable. But all of this talk about the hallucination element, while I think that it's a workable hypothesis and theory, personally, I just don't think that that's the case. I think some of the other things we've outlined today are better. But it should be noted that this dismissal that David has, no, there's group dynamics, there's social reinforcement, there's cognitive dissonance, there's rhetorical and I forget what it's called. Motivations for afterlife, motivations for fitting in, like all of these things are relevant to this.
All of them.
And you can't just like dismiss it. Like, and you certainly can't go, I'm going to dismiss it because I can show scholars saying that they agree there's an execution. Like, no, like just no.
I like how you pointed out dealing with the group hallucination thing, just to point out it's not off the table. No, you haven't dealt with legendary stuff. And no, you haven't even dealt with the idea of dismissing a hallucination. So really, there's two skeptical answers that you have not dismissed. If it were the case, and this gets down to the nitty gritty, like you were able to prove that they actually did have this group hallucination and there wasn't suggestible data, like scientific evidence to suggest that group hallucination, we'll call it, suggestibility to visions or experiences of things that they want to all, hey, our story is this is what we agree it was. You know, if you could prove that, that would be interesting. We'd still be able to say, well, maybe science hasn't discovered how to explain some of this data yet. But I just want to make the point that he hasn't done either one, really. He hasn't done either one.
So we can't attribute the resurrection appearances to legend or to hallucinations. Can we attribute them to deception? Were the disciples lying about the appearances? That's what I thought before I was a Christian, but there's a fatal flaw in the deception hypothesis. Liars make poor martyrs. While some human beings are willing to die for what they believe in, I've never met anyone who was willing to die for something he made up.
Excellent. There we go. Do you want to start this one off or me, mate?
You might need to start it off.
Again, I want to emphasize that David is acting as if he's done away with the other explanations. He hasn't. He absolutely hasn't. And now he's got us left with this. Well, maybe, maybe they lied. Maybe this is the only refuge that you atheists have left. Nonsense. He hasn't done his work here. So if we deal with what he's saying, though, the sincerity of belief and willingness to die for that belief does not, it simply does not validate the truth of that belief itself. That's not the case. And notice that David didn't at all give any extra biblical sources of the martyrdom of the disciples. Again, this is entirely reliant on the Bible.
I would just like to say, has he ever heard of Joseph Smith? I'm not sure if he has. And I get it. I've never met the man either. But I would like to say there is a situation where this guy probably played part of inventing stories about visionary experiences, seeing Angel Moroni, crafting his own cult. And there's a situation when they're being exiled from a state they're not welcome in before they end up in Nauvoo, and they are being killed. They are being killed for their cult by the people in that state who obviously are fed up with Mormons and go out of their way to persecute. So these Mormons end up becoming martyrs, including Joseph Smith, who almost died in this situation and then ends up eventually actually dying in a prison. He got arrested and ends up dying. He gets captured by a whole mob of people who literally just raided the building to kill the guy. And the guy did not give up. He didn't stop with his cult. The idea that humans can't be delusional and yet invent lies and simultaneously believe the bullshit that they sell as well, really undermines I honestly would say undermines the complexity of humans. We are far more complex than I think he's trying to play us out to be. And that's one of the blind spots that David has, in my opinion.
He does, yeah. I think that is a fantastic example that you gave there, because most Christians who are not, followers of Joseph Smith, they're going to say, okay, look, suppose we can show all these quotes to say that he isn't a myth. And that's true. Like, we don't think that Joseph Smith is a myth.
Right.
They're going to go, look, we got all these scholars showing that he died. And so now he's jumped to this position where he's saying, well, what's the only other scenarios? Either it's true and Joseph Smith is a prophet, or he lied, and so did so many of the martyrs. Like, you don't buy this. You don't buy this. You know that like, these completely, in this case, I'd be jumping massive steps. I wouldn't have demonstrated what I'm claiming that I've demonstrated. That's what David's doing with Christianity. It's obvious. And like, I'm hoping that by using analogy, it becomes obvious. Like, this isn't the way to do it, my dudes.
No doubt. I mean, Joseph Smith, for example, was a martyr. He is seen as a martyr to his cult members. Now, if we were to like get down into the nitty gritty of the historical, what actually occurred in a lot of these cases, we might say, no, he was a criminal. He did bad things. You know who else was supposed to have been a criminal? Jesus Christ on the cross.
Go, no, the Romans were wrong. Jesus wasn't.
I know they will.
What are they going to say about Joseph Smith? Yeah,
the cult members wrote this literature. You see, this is the point I'm trying to sell you. I mean, dude, they will do this with Joseph Smith. They're willing to do this with Muhammad. They're not. I mean, look, in the Quran, the Quran talks about how these stories that Muhammad talks about, that they pretty much accuse him of being taught by Christians and Jews at night after they go to bed, or after they go into their houses, or in the morning before he meets up with people, that he's being taught these things. But we all know these are the disbelievers that are saying no. The Quran practically protesteth too much. It tells us enough for someone like me to go, well, if someone goes, well, how do you think Muhammad got these insights and stories? I'd be like, the Quran kind of tells us a little bit about that. He learned it from Christians and Jews, dude, and probably Zoroastrians. I look at the New Testament and they protest a bit too much. Why did Jesus die? Well, he might have been part of a revolutionary movement, and Rome freaking killed him for being a little too nutty on the apocalyptic side.
Yep. It's like when the scripture says, you shall have no other God before me. Bro, isn't under your story, you're the only God? You might be giving away a little bit too much by saying this. Like, what's going on?
This is good. Yeah, exactly. Right.
Okay. And this speaks to what you were saying earlier. The decision to face death rather than recant, it can be influenced by various psychological and social factors, right? So these include group dynamics, societal pressures, the human tendency to adhere strongly to beliefs that have significant personal or community meaning, especially under threat. People in power, seen as leaders, they're not going to give up power. It doesn't matter if they're going to die. They believe in their cause. And if they know that by revealing something that's not true, something a white lie, as they may have convinced themselves, if they believe that giving that up will actually cause more harm, and actually the better decision here is to take yourself out, do it. And if they're really knowledgeable about how religion works, definitely do it. Be a martyr. Like, you're setting humanity on the right course according to what you think is valuable. Like, it's not this one-dimensional thing that David is painting. And again, I know Christians know this, so apply it.
I think that there's a lot assumed in the martyrdom ideas. I'd like to have Richard Miller bring his ideas in this. He wrote an article dealing with the Maccabees and Christian literature pertaining to Jesus as a martyr. Luke Acts does not paint Jesus as a atonement sacrifice. He is a martyr, an example that they should follow. But the other thing I'd like to emphasize, as far as these martyrdoms go, that I hope Richard Miller writes his book on, because me and him talk a lot. And
nice.
It's painting a different narrative of early Christian history that could be or could not be the case. But based on the literature, they're getting arrested a lot. According to a lot of the early church fathers, they're being arrested by Roman people who are, in the legal system of Rome, that are bringing them in under suspicion of meeting in groups, and they're teaching Jesus. But did they die because they believe Jesus rose from the dead, or are they dying for their philosophy? This is a different thing than saying, I believe in this historical resurrection idea, and I'm dying for that today, and I'm not going to recant that, versus dying for their philosophy, which philosophers died for all the time. Peregrinus literally burned himself in the pyre, like I said earlier, because of his philosophy. So the idea of dying was the peak of certain philosophies. I would even argue for Christianity, and I've got something I want to read you in just a minute, if you feel like commenting on that you might actually be shocked to hear.
And this is the thing. There's loads of religions where they're in the same position, where we will say, nope, the event happened, whatever event it might be, and also it wasn't a hallucination. And so we do have people dying for those beliefs. Therefore, what? Like, are we meant to just conclude, look, Christianity's got martyrs. They wouldn't have died unless they really believed it. But Muslims and Hindus and the Romans, nah, don't worry about it. Nonsense. Like, what is this selective? You were saying about special pleading earlier on. It's just opaque. It's transparent. It's treated like a fucking feature when it's a bug. Is that they know it's a bug. They don't accept this elsewhere. It's like, I don't know, man. Like, apologetics sends me into a spiral of incredulity.
Right.
Bizarre.
It is bizarre. That's a great analogy. I do have the quote. It is a book, a letter written to the Romans by Ignatius, who was a church father. He's a saint in the Christian church. I can't read much of it for the time's sake, but I want to just say he gives a greetings to them. In chapter 1, these are the subtitles of the chapters. As a prisoner, I hope to see you. And he's talking about how he had been imprisoned. Okay. Then he says, do not save me from martyrdom. Chapter 2, do not save me from martyrdom. I have to read some of this to give you the context of the mind of how insane this Christian is. I'm not even kidding you. This is a very important church father that's just nuts. I mean, the mindset, his philosophy is honestly wild, because this flesh is no good. In his mind, it is terrible. Look, chapter 2, do not save me from martyrdom. For it is not my desire to act towards you as a man pleaser, but as pleasing God, even as also you please him. For neither shall I ever have such another opportunity of attaining to God. Remember that. Nor will you, if you shall now be silent, ever be entitled to the honor of a better work. And you're like, what is he talking about? For if you are silent concerning me, I shall become God's. But if you show your love to my flesh, I shall again have to run my race. Pray then, do not seek to confer any greater favor upon me than that I be sacrificed to God while the altar is still prepared. That being gathered together in love, you may sing praise to the Father through Christ Jesus, that God has deemed me, the bishop of Syria, worthy to be sent from the east unto the west. It is good to set from the world unto God, that I may rise again to him. Now listen, chapter 3. Pray rather that I may attain to martyrdom. It gets even more grotesque. You have never envied anyone. You have taught others. Now I desire that those things may be confirmed by your conduct, which in your instructions you enjoined on others. Only request in my behalf with inward and outward strength, that I may not only speak, but truly will, and that I may not merely be called a Christian, but really be found to be one. For if I be truly found a Christian, I may also be called one, and be then deemed faithful when I shall no longer appear to the world. Nothing visible is eternal. For the things which are seen are temporal, but the things which are not seen are eternal. For our God, Jesus Christ, now that he is with the Father, is all the more revealed in his glory. Christianity is not a thing of silence only, but also of manifest greatness. Chapter 4. Allow me to fall a prey to the wild beasts. I write to the churches and impress on them all that I shall willingly die for God, unless you hinder me. I beseech of you not to show an unseasonable goodwill towards me. Allow me to become food for the wild beast, through whose instrumentality it will be granted to me to attain to God. I am the wheat of God, and let me be ground by the teeth of the wild beast, that I may be found the pure bread of Christ. Rather entice the wild beast, that they may become my tomb, and may leave nothing of my body, so that when I have fallen asleep in death, I may be no trouble to anyone. Then shall I truly be a disciple of Christ, when the world shall not see much as my body. Entreat Christ for me, that by these instruments I may be found a sacrifice to God. I do not, as Peter and Paul, issue commandments unto you. They were apostles. I am but a condemned man. They were free, while I am, even unto now, a servant. But when I suffer, I shall be a freed man of Jesus, and shall rise again emancipated in him. And now, being a prisoner, I learn not to desire anything worldly or vain. Chapter 5. I desire to die. I'm not even going to read anymore, bro. You need to read this letter. This is a Christian telling you what a true Christian is supposed to do. You have to die. The flesh, bad. Attaining to God, good through suffering. Guess what? That has been before Jesus. Philosophers were doing this. Even the Maccabees were doing this. They were martyrs for a reason. So Christians should learn a little more about that.
To 27, he writes, 5 times I received from the Jews the 40 lashes minus 1. 3 times I was beaten with rods. Once I was pelted with stones. 3 times I was shipwrecked. I spent a night and a day in the open sea. I have been constantly on the move. I have been in danger from rivers, in danger from bandits, in danger from my fellow Jews, in danger from Gentiles, in danger in the city, in danger in the country, in danger at sea, and in danger from false believers. I have labored and toiled and have often gone without sleep. I have known hunger and thirst and have often gone without food. I have been cold and naked.
Oh my God. Oh, go ahead. I could say so much about this, but
it's just spiraling. Like he's like, look what I can do with these pieces. They just don't do it.
I have to say, so anyone who's not like hook, line, and sinker buying into the propaganda of Acts, the apostles, Acts of the Apostles, will notice a theme. And there's an ironic theme that this guy we call Luke is writing to this guy we call Theophilus. It may be a group of God-fearing, because it means God lover, something to the effect of a God lover. And some say it's a God-fearer who probably has a lot of money. And he is trying to persuade this God-fearer of the truth of the gospel message, saying he has looked at previous accounts, Mark, Matthew, and he finds them lacking all of the evidence and the argumentation he wants to bring up. So he writes Luke, the gospel, and also Acts. Scholars have noticed every time these Christians get imprisoned, do you know who is really the guilty party? Every time, the Jews.
Of course,
every freaking time. Dude, it's really sad because this has been used against Jews throughout history for 2,000 years.
Yeah.
And it's this really anti-Jewish rhetoric has been weaponized. But the Jews are guilty, and this is not even factoring in the legends and myths that may have actually been influencing this author to craft the narratives of the prison break miracles. Oh my gosh, Euripides Bacchae, 5th century BCE Greek writer, Euripides, writing about Dionysus, and there are prison break stories with earthquakes, just like you find in Acts. Guess who talks about that? Dr. Dennis R. MacDonald and some of his students who've recognized this. But there's other scholars who think that Luke Acts is being influenced by these broader Greco-Roman Mediterranean myths. And the list goes on and on. Paul writes in his letters all these braggadocious type things about how he endured all this trouble. Well, that's assuming that that proves something. Like, okay, the guy endured trouble and hardship for a cult that he is involved in. I can't imagine other cult leaders didn't endure hardships. Joseph Smith is another example, believe it or not. This guy went through some shit. Read some history on Joseph Smith and you'll find out real quick. And did he give it up? Never.
Yep.
And he made some of the stuff up. We have good reasons to think he made it up. So, sorry.
No, I absolutely agree. It's just amazing that he's working with scholars agree with execution, therefore they agree with everything that Paul has to say, and it's flabbergasting. I know I've made that point a lot, but that is his thesis. You're mentioning other religions, right? So I got a few quotes up. Here's a quote. This is from Guru Arjan. In the house of the Guru, true worship and recitation of the divine name are carried out. I endured all this torture for the sake of the lovers of God. Well, again, you have like a similar element of like, look at what I dealt with, but you also have, oh, look how I suffered. Early Buddhists, right? They faced various hardships. Here's a quote. The great king of the earth, the foolish one, ignorant of the truth. He is indeed heretical. Many other kings on the earth, ignorant and foolish, harass the doctrine of the Buddha. You know, same shit, different religion. But yeah, I don't know if there's anything else you want to add to that, but that's me on that.
I would just add something that since he brought up Acts again, and I told you that the Jews are always the guilty party. Why did they do this? Why did this author write that the Jews were behind it? And the reason is, and many of these scholars who've written on Acts, contemporary scholars who have written, critical scholars who've written on Acts in their commentaries, have noted that this Theophilus, who may be rich, may have heard about the guilty accusations by Romans toward Christians. And so he needed a scapegoat to paint, blaming Jews for what Christians who've been imprisoned or have actually been charged for some type of illegal activity, like maybe publicly speaking in places, because Rome had a real they didn't play around with people who riled up the audiences and tried to get them to potentially revolt or become very sensitive to the empire in a possible way of revolting and causing riots. And you notice riot after riot happening in the book of Acts. So Christians did not care, even though they didn't have a legal right in the empire to go publicly presenting this stuff in public areas that way. You had to be a specific religion that was actually agreed. Like they had to give a thumbs up to them in allowing them to do that. They allowed Jews to have their public meetings and stuff, but Christians came out of the woodwork and they were this horrible superstition, as you see some of the authors talk about, the Roman historians, and they were getting imprisoned. And they were doing things nutty like Ignatius, breaking laws. But then guess what? Christians write about those Christians who are breaking laws as martyrs instead of criminals. So notice the perception. Like if I today went and committed a crime and I had a cult following, my cult following, if they're sunk cost fallacy and they've invested their life and they're sucked into this rabbit hole of belief in Derek as a leader or messianic figure, they're not going to see me like Joseph Smith in a negative light. They're going to probably walk away interpreting me as a martyr and find some cognitive way to rationalize me as a good guy in light of me being a nut job doing something I shouldn't have done. That's
it's
kind of what
probable. It is near guaranteed. That's what all of the religions have done. Like they don't paint themselves as the bad guys, not really. Like even when they try and run on that narrative, they don't actually do that. This is why, as you rightfully emphasize, when we start showing that Jesus in the material, and including in its own material in the Bible, is a criminal. No, he's not. He can't be. That is not the case, because we define what's good.
This is so even Celsus, an early critic of Christianity, Celsus, however you want to pronounce his name, he was a pagan, but a very noble philosopher, and he knew the Roman myths very well. He made the accusations to Christians. In Contra Celsum, we get elements of his work because it's only preserved through Christian writings, but he makes the accusation exactly that. This is a criminal. He is charged for a crime, but not to Christians, he's not. But to Celsus, yep, he is.
The Jewish historian Josephus reports that James, the brother of Jesus, was stoned to death as a lawbreaker.
Okay, so correct me if I'm mistaken, Derek, but the New Testament doesn't provide much detail about James's death, who is traditionally seen as Jesus' brother. And according to Josephus, James was stoned to death in Jerusalem in the mid-1st century AD. The exact reasons for his death are not explicitly stated in historical sources, but it's just commonly believed that he was martyred for Christian faith and leadership within the early Christian community. Is that it?
Yeah, that seems to be, and I'm no expert specifically on this particular issue, but it seems to be, for some reason, there's a quarrel in the religious community that James is part of, and it does not say he died for Jesus or that he died because Jesus rose from the dead and he wouldn't recant his faith. It doesn't say any of that. It has nothing in the context dealing with any of that for him dying. It sounds to me David is just wanting to pull "he died" out of his hat, and for some reason he died. But we need to make sure that remember now, Jesus died. Remember this, Stephen. This proves he rose, right? Like he died.
I know. It's just this is escalated quickly, right? It's like all of this. Look at all of these quotes that you all agree with, and then it's just shot off an edge, a complete edge. It's absolutely bonkers.
I almost feel like it's important to point out something Matthew Hartke discovered in a commentary in one of the. And I'm talking about an early church father, and I can't remember which one, was commenting about this sect of Samaritans, Jewish Samaritans, who said that their leader was still alive till this day. Now, he wasn't running around on earth, but they believed he was still alive. And this Samaritan, they're Samaritans, which are an offshoot kind of a Jewish group that claim to be part of the Northern Kingdom and whatnot. And that goes back into a long-standing history between Jews, Judeans, and Samaritans. But that their cult leader was still alive, some messianic cult leader, and this has been centuries that he's still alive to the day that the church father is making the commentary. So it's an alternative. Never makes it into the history books really, except through this brief little comment in the commentary that a Samaritan group believed that their messianic leader or their cult leader, I can't remember his name, it's mentioned in it, and Matt Hartke mentions it in an interview with me that he discovered that the church father saying to this day that they say he's still alive. What about Nero? The Nero Redux or Redivivus myth that they believed after he died, this guy was still alive and was potentially going to come back with the East, the Parthian kingdom, destroy Rome, and persecute Christians again. God's got to come in and step in and save the day. So what the heck, man? Well, Nero died. We have high confidence Nero died. Therefore, he's going to rise again soon. I mean, where does this notion come from?
Clement of Rome invites his readers to keep in mind the sufferings and martyrdoms of Peter and Paul. So the apostles didn't just preach that they had seen Jesus alive again, they were willing to endure prison, floggings, and even death as they preached. And that means they really believed what they were saying.
David simply has not demonstrated this. He just hasn't. He's given quotes to back up something else, but he hasn't actually backed this up at all. He needs to show that they were indeed martyred. And like he's primarily supported this crucial premise by referencing the Bible. He wouldn't accept this from other religious people. You know, he then gave us a Josephus. who mentions James twice. This, I don't know what Christians expect someone like me to say to this.
Right.
This isn't scholarship. This isn't even an argument. It's not coherent. He isn't at the points where he's claiming he is. And there's just no nice way of saying that. Like, it just, what else can I do?
I mean, like, it's one of those things we've been granting all along. Okay, I can play with it. I can get into the sandbox and play with it. Let's let it grant. Okay, he was whipped. He pissed off some Jews at the synagogue. And guess what? When they whipped him, it wasn't the Roman flogging. These were little, like, you know, they hurt probably, but it was like if I took something that was like a thin piece of leather and like smacked your hand, like it's like a slap, like that kind of thing. Throwing stones. We know that stoning was a common Jewish kind of practice. They're chucking pebbles at him. Like, hey, you know, get out of here, you loser. Quit talking about this cult. We don't accept your Jesus. He's a dead Messiah. I imagine if we had a video camera, we'd probably be stunned at seeing how ridiculous it probably looked if Paul was entering the synagogues saying this to Jews who are going, hold on, you're trying to sell us a dead Messiah? The dude died under criminal activity with Rome, and we're supposed to accept that this guy's our Messiah? No wonder it was a stumbling block to Jews and more acceptable among Gentiles. No wonder. Because Jews were looking for a Davidic Messiah. They were looking for someone who was going to be a ruler of the kingdom, not some suffering guy that ends up dying in that way. It doesn't seem that that was the going interpretation. And no wonder the New Testament has, oh, he's not the kingdom of this earth. Pontius Pilate, you're a king? Well, you know, of this other place called heaven, not of earth, of course. What? How do they even get those words in his mouth anyway? Who told that conversation? Jesus literally dies that same day. So who was in the room with Pontius Pilate listening in? I mean, like, it's an omniscient author, meaning they're crafting the story. Christians can come up with clever ways. Pontius Pilate's wife overheard it in the other room. And then because she was a super Christian, she ran off. Like they'll make up stuff to do anything they can to make this stuff true.
And you know what? Since the scholars agree that, you know, certain locations exist, they also agree with this story. So done. Checkmate. Finished.
Exactly.
So this next clip is a series of quotes. It's a long clip, but
okay,
here it is.
Here again, it's not just Christians who draw this conclusion. Even non-Christians maintain that the disciples sincerely believed that they had seen the risen Jesus. Gerd Ludemann, it may be taken as historically certain that Peter and the disciples had experiences after Jesus' death in which Jesus appeared to them as the risen Christ. Bart Ehrman, we can say with complete certainty that some of his disciples at some later time insisted that he soon appeared to them, convincing them that he had been raised from the dead. Bart Ehrman again, it is a historical fact that some of Jesus' followers came to believe that he had been raised from the dead soon after his execution. Paula Fredrickson, I know in their own terms what they saw was the raised Jesus. I'm not saying that they really did see the raised Jesus. I wasn't there. I don't know what they saw. But I do know, as a historian, that they must have seen something.
Who's contesting this? Like this doesn't back up what he just claimed, and it isn't a hill to die on. Like, yeah, early Christians believed what they were saying. The same is true of so many other religions. Therefore, what?
Yeah, I get it. And you know what? I would even be potentially willing to contest some of these quotes as an option. I wouldn't even necessarily just buy into. Again, remember, they did the same thing with other cults. So is this really everybody having authentic experiences and they're interpreting them as visions? That's a possibility. I'm not even contesting that as an option. That's on the table. I'm also saying, though, is it not likely that they're crafting and, in a literary sense, constructing eyewitness testimony, eyewitness claims to people that weren't really actual eyewitness claims of a resurrected Jesus? That's important. But notice Gerd Ludemann comes up again. Bart Ehrman comes up again. Let me pick these guys for things that I want that support me and not draw their conclusions. They're not persuaded? They're not persuaded that he rose from the dead? Well, what the heck, man? Wouldn't you think with a quote like that, David, that they would be Christian? I mean, your argument is so persuasive. Like, they themselves, the ones you're quoting, they should be persuaded by this. Why are they not persuaded by this? Have you asked them?
Well, this is this is a funny thing, right? Bart Ehrman does not believe in mythicism. He does not believe in the hallucination, right? He actually does believe that Jesus died, he existed, and then he died, and he believes he died by crucifixion, and yet he's not a Christian. What's going on? Well, fortunately, we're going to hear what's going on. David's going to tell us that it's all to do with wanting it not to be true, because, yeah, sure, we have the great message. If the world doesn't revolve around you and you will not see your loved ones again, and we just want this to be true, but that's where he's going.
Fredrickson says that she doesn't know what they saw. But I do. I think it's obvious what they saw. The disciples saw the sort of thing that would convince individuals and groups, friends and foes, that they had all seen a man who had been dead, alive again, standing in front of them, telling them why he had to die and rise again.
Dude, he knows. David knows what it is. Obviously, I knew at one point, you know,
you did.
8-10 years ago, I knew what they saw. I knew it. And I knew I had certainty. What interests me too about being that kind of a apologist early on in my career as a Christian is we love certainty. So these quotes where he underlines the word certain, you find that a lot because they need confidence. They need certainty, and they want that to be the case. So they quote mine these people who aren't drawing their conclusions, and they're like, hey, they're certain about these ideas that a guy died, but they're not certain about these other things. I can answer this for them. I'm certain for them on what they saw back then. And it's like, why would you be certain of that other than you're absolutely susceptible to the literature and you believe what they're selling?
Yeah, it's a variation of cafeteria Christianity. They do it with scripture, so they're going to do it with scholars. They're going to do it with data. That's just, it's unfortunately not surprising. That's what they do. I mean, we know that David knows this, which is to say that he's convinced of it and convinced of it to a high degree. But what we need, David, are reasons and justification, and you just didn't give it. And you don't go on to give it. Like you've actually presented your case. You move on to just slagging atheists off and naturalists. We'll get to that. But that's it. That's all we've got. And he just hadn't shown it. Beating a dead horse, I know that, but like, what can you do when you're asked to review the whole thing?
Unfortunately for our atheist friends, the only sort of thing that can do that is Jesus actually appearing to them, which means that Jesus rose from the dead. So there's only one conclusion to draw from the facts that even atheist and agnostic scholars grant as historically certain. And yet, atheist and agnostic scholars clearly don't believe that Jesus rose from the dead. Why do they reject the resurrection when they're aware of the historical evidence?
Why? Why do they reject it? What is going on?
Yeah, demons, sin. They want to sin.
Grand conspiracy. They don't want it to be true. They don't want to go to heaven. They don't want to see their loved ones again. Paid.
Yep. They're secretly doing things they don't, not supposed to do. I find this a very interesting point, though. Why do they not draw this conclusion? I've interviewed like 10 or 11 Bible scholars and people who are like deeply, deeply studying the Bible from the Hebrew Bible to the New Testament and their deconversion stories. And they end up painting this really fascinating picture about how the evidence started making it look so man-made. And once you really do factor in all these other claims and you take them serious, not necessarily saying like, I believe Asclepius or I believe Heracles and Dionysus or the Caesars' miracles of healing the blind, and like, meaning I take them serious and not just put the Bible above them, but actually factor in that there were claims of all these other cults and groups. And I can't imagine how many never made it to us on papyri. We've lost them to history, the accounts of these other claimants, other figures, other cults, other gods, other miracles, you name it. Once you take into account that broad picture, and then notice how often the Bible does use earlier mythology with its creation and its flood accounts, and the list goes on and on, clearly riffing off of the Ugaritic pantheon into a post-exilic idea where they divorce Asherah from Yahweh and stuff. Man, you can't, you just get more honest. And the more honest you are with the material, the more you realize this just isn't believable anymore. It's not believable as if it happened. I could try and squeeze the grape for some wine of meaning and value, but like it's a raisin now.
Well, this is like the really big giveaway. I mean, I know we mentioned it earlier, but to pivot into a different field of apologetics, you'll present like the problem of evil, and you'll present teleological evil, and you'll present natural evil. So you go, look, man, we know that there's been at least 4, 5 mass extinctions that have just totaled the earth, like 90% of all species going extinct. Utter carnage. We see it today, right? Just utter devastation. There's creatures that have been designed by God so that they are incredibly brutal. So, for example, Darwin mentions there's certain wasps. Their reproductive entire cycle revolves injecting their larvae into a caterpillar so that the larvae can eat the caterpillar from the inside out. Cruel. There's shrews that have venom, and what happens is they subdue their prey, drag them into their own little hideout, and then eat them over days, because what the venom does is paralyzes them. You point all of this stuff out and you go, look, I don't think that an all-powerful, loving God created this. What you can't get from most Christians, and it's because of the bigger picture, what you can't get them to do is to look at it and go, yeah, you're fair enough. Like, you are rational for not believing in an all-powerful, loving God. The evidence is pretty damn compelling. Fair enough. I'm still a Christian. You're not. But hey, no, they have to. They have to find a way to paint you out as being irrational. And the reason they have to do it is because if you don't believe like them, you're going to hell. You will be forsaken. Annihilationism or whatever doctrines they buy, most of it is hell. Because of that grander story, this is why they have to come out with utterly deranged confidence in areas where they really, really are not justified. And I think that's what's normally happening with most apologetics, and David is an example of this.
You did a fantastic job painting that. I just want to make one comment, taking it off of resurrection, because this video that David's dealing with is just based on resurrection. We're not even talking about the virgin birth. He hasn't even talked about the ascension. We haven't even gotten into other aspects that can be easily shown as legendary by comparing it to other accounts that he would not accept. And they're so similar in, not identical, so similar in a way that you have to start realizing something's happening in literature at the time. And scholars they recognized that these are purposeful, legendary creations. Birth narratives is like its own genre. Jesus's birth in Matthew with the virgin birth idea and fulfilling scripture, which is totally midrashically ripped out of its original context and applied to Jesus. And yet even Luke's, right? When you go to Suetonius, like I was mentioning, and you read about his birth with portents, which are prophecies leading to his birth, and when his mother is he's divinely conceived by his mom, by Apollo, and once he's about to be born, the Senate puts out a decree and says, no child is to be reared up this year. Meaning all children born this year need to be put to death. They need to be killed. Tell me that doesn't sound like Herod. And why is
Yes, it
Suetonius
does.
writing this about the birth narrative of Augustus? Why?
Mhm.
You don't believe the
Could-
story about that. You don't believe that Apollo really
Mhm.
did come down and impregnate his wife or his mother. You don't believe that the story that goes on and on about Augustus. This
Mhm.
is legend. This is what they did when they invented stuff about a person that they saw as a noble or important
Wait, what?
figure.
So is there mythos with Apollo impregnated Augustine's mother?
Yes.
Fuck,
You didn't
dude.
know
Like,
this?
this is another.
Bro.
I didn't know that this is another one of those. Dude, I have like Mary Beard, and I like know quite a lot about Roman stuff. But that is a massive red flag. Like, why? Why don't we get taught this stuff? Well, we know why.
I'm gonna read it to
Wow,
you.
dude, blow my mind.
You're gonna love
absurd.
this. So
Absurd.
in this book, which you could see here, it's not coming in very clearly, but it is Suetonius' Lives of the Caesars, a new translation by Catherine Edwards, Oxford World Classics. On page 90, if you have the paperback, which is actually the section on the deified Augustus, section 94. And now that we are on this subject, it would not be irrelevant to add an account of the events before his birth. On the very day he was born, and subsequently from which could be drawn the hope and expectation of his greatness and enduring good fortune. When in ancient times part of the wall of Velitrae had been touched by lightning, this was seen as a sign that a citizen of the town would one day be ruler. Bolstered by this, the people of Velitrae immediately waged war with the Roman people, and on many subsequent occasions too, almost to their own destruction. Now pause for a second. This could be based, like there could be some historical truth to a tribe of people in Velitrae revolting and fighting against Rome because they saw some portent or some superstitious sign that told them, now's the time, and they went. But notice, it says, finally, however, it became clear that this event had been a sign portending the power of Augustus. Julius Marathus records that a few months before Augustus was born, a prodigy was generally observed at Rome, which announced that nature was bringing forth a king for the Roman people. The Senate, he continues, was most alarmed and agreed that no child in that year should be raised. However, those whose wives were pregnant ensured that the decree was not registered in the treasury, meaning we're not going to tell them that we're birthing kids. We're going to hide our children. Sounds like Herod the Great. And it sounds like Moses, the story of Moses, where they have to hide the whole ordeal with their children being born from the Pharaoh.
Yeah.
So I read in the books of Asclepiades of Mendes entitled Theologomena that Attiae, or Atia, attended the sacred rites of Apollo in the middle of the night. Now, Attiae is his mother, okay? She attended the sacred rites of Apollo in the middle of the night, had her litter positioned in the temple, and fell asleep. While the other matrons were also sleeping, all of a sudden, a serpent slid up to her, then quickly went away. On waking, she purified herself as she would after sleeping with her husband. And at once there appeared on her body a mark in the image of a snake. And she was never able to get rid of it, so that ever afterward she avoided going to the public baths. Augustus was born 10 months later, and for this reason is believed to be the son of Apollo. It was Attia, too, who before she gave birth dreamed that her insides were carried to the stars and spread over all the earth and the skies. Octavius, the father, dreamed that the sun rose from Attia's womb. Apollo is the sun god, for those who don't know. On the day Augustus was born, when the conspiracy of Catiline was being discussed in the Senate House, and Octavius stayed away until late because his wife was in labor, Publius Nigidius, hearing why he was delayed, when informed of the hour of the birth, asserted, as is generally known, that the master of the world was born. When Octavius, who was leading an army through remote regions of Thrace, sought guidance concerning his son at some barbarian rituals in the grove of Father Liber, the same prediction was made by the priest, for so great a flame had leapt up when they poured wine on the altar that it passed beyond the peak of the temple roof and the right up to the sky, a portent which had only previously occurred when Alexander the Great offered sacrifice at the altar. And on the very next night thereafter, he dreamed he saw a sun of greater than mortal size with a thunderbolt and a scepter and emblems of Jupiter best and greatest, and a radiant crown on his chariot, decorated with laurel drawn by 12 horses of astonishing whiteness. When Augustus was still a baby, as is recorded in the writings of Gaius Drusus, he was placed one evening by his nurse in the cot on a level ground, but the next morning he had disappeared. He was only found after a long search in a tower of great height, where he lay facing the rising sun. When he first began to speak, he ordered some frogs to be silent, who happened to be croaking in his grandfather's villa. And they say that from that time, no frog croaked there. Dude, the list goes on and on and on. And I'm not going to read it. It's pages, bro. Pages of... It's amazing.
The thing is, you're comparing Jesus to other figures here with mythological elements. And quite helpfully, with someone that almost certainly did exist as well, but there's mythological elements. But David said that you can't do that, so game over.
Game over.
Also, you mentioned about the virgin birth and how David hasn't touched upon that. But it seems to me that he actually has already dealt with that. He said, here are scholars that agree that Jesus existed and that he died. And it's the same pathway, right? He's going to say, just as he's able to get, he resurrected 3 days afterwards, he's just pulled that out of nowhere. He's going to be able to pull the virgin birth out of nowhere, because all of a sudden he's treating it as if these scholars agree that everything that Paul had to say is true. So,
I mean, think about
really,
it. Let's think this through together, right? Scholars believe Jesus existed. Scholars believe he existed. Then how did he come to exist? Duh, virgin birth is how he came to exist. Jesus existed. I just made the case for David, even though he didn't spell it that way. We just made the case that Jesus was virginally birthed. And it's because Jesus existed.
Yeah. And this is not even facetious. This is what David did. So maybe the Christians watching will just buy us when we just said that. They go, actually, yeah, really good Christian thinking there. But if we do it for a different religion, then no. That's obviously nonsense.
I definitely agree with you.
Different people will give different reasons for denying Jesus' resurrection, but if you do a little digging, two broad issues emerge most frequently. First, many people have a prior commitment to naturalism. Supernatural explanations are ruled out before the investigation begins. And if supernatural explanations are ruled out beforehand, Jesus' resurrection is never even a candidate for belief.
So you're talking earlier on about psychoanalyzing. That's what he's doing now, right? He thinks he's presented such a compelling case that really there is no rational way not to have his view. Therefore, you must be being nefarious in some way. Like there's something else going on. So he's essentially throwing an accusation, I think, not as well founded and not with the nodes and context in place to us as we have to him. Now, if I'm not mistaken, a very large number of scholars, religious scholars, they got into the field precisely because they were religious. They wanted to vindicate this. This is a story that's very much true of scientists back in the 18th century. They wanted to show that this is God's earth. This is God's way. Let's vindicate the Bible. And just as a lot of them started to have to, rearrange the way that they saw the world, they have theological struggles. This is true of a lot of scholars that have went into this, and they've went, it isn't what I was taught in Sunday school. They taught me that this is absolutely the case. It isn't. And their confidence, the confidence that David wields, actually backfired. It turned people away from Christ because they were expecting that vindication, and it's just, oh crap, I've learned a little bit about logic and that doesn't work. I've learned a little bit about the actual sources and it doesn't say that. Turns out the King James version isn't the best one. Like maybe that's not the only version we should be quoting. So yeah, like basically David is trying to paint this narrative again of not just, he's got the internet atheists being mythicists, and then he's got all the scholars being nefarious.
I want to give David an alternative account of how someone like me came to this conclusion without boring your head off by giving you the whole story right now, because we're already dealing with criticisms. I started believing everything the Bible said was true. I believed literally these were historically true all the way to Adam and Eve. I literally was that kind of Christian. And what happened is, over time, as you pointed out, the bubble starts popping. But my bubble pop was not to naturalism or atheism. My bubble pop was realizing I couldn't not see mythology in other accounts that were also found in the Bible. So I found a way to reinterpret my biblical text and still kept an esoteric belief, a mystical tradition. But God was bigger than just the Bible, that I didn't want to ignore those other cults and their claims. And I'm not saying that I went around worshiping Asclepius or anything, or Hercules, but I couldn't unsee how Samson was the Jewish, if you will, Israelite version of Samson, and the Greeks had their version, and Melkart with the Phoenicians, and Gilgamesh with the Mesopotamians for their strongman hero. And I started seeing so much overlap and similarities that I couldn't help but think God had his hand on all of these religions, because they're all actually portraying something that is overlapping in these myths. They're not identical. They're localized to their own tradition, but there's similar themes and tropes that I saw in genre that were overlapping. I did not know that actually critical scholars existed out there who said, actually, there's probably a long-standing tradition from Gilgamesh onward, where Gilgamesh may have influenced the Melkart myth, the Heracles myth in the Greek world, and even the biblical Samson. However, even other critical scholars think that Heracles, which is the Greek pronunciation, which means the older version of Hercules, influenced the biblical Samson story. It may be Melkart, it may be Heracles, but there's actual potential influence that they're directly or indirectly influencing these myths. Now, here's the interesting thing. Notice none of that was naturalism. All of that was observing that there are other myths with other stories and other claims of those stories. I just stopped going, okay, hold on. The Bible's the only one. Once I did that and I realized the door opened and that there's mythology, once you realize that genre and even these miraculous claims are also stories, literary stories, you stop thinking these are literal historical events. That's what leads you down a different path. Then you do a little bit of studying from the scientific angle and realizing evolution's true, start recognizing some of the things you bring up philosophically. That starts to make you go, couple that with the fact that this is not special literature that is unique among all the other myths that are out there. You're stuck with having to face this. And when you do, if you're honest, I don't see how you can special plead this one over everyone else. That's what led me to the path of realizing I don't believe this stuff anymore.
You emphasize such a great point. David's got it backwards. He's saying that they started with a presumption of naturalism. Most atheists I know actually won't affirm hard atheism, like the heavy hitting, like there are no gods. Rather, they go for more of the, I just lack belief in gods. I'm not convinced by any of the propositions. And the reason for that is you actually have to know a bit about epistemology, ontology, metaphysics. You have to have a rigorous understanding of these things before you go, wow, all right, I understand these things to a degree, and I come out as a naturalist. And this is especially true of people that were religious. His entire account doesn't deal with religious people. He just basically just swipes them to the side, because most religious people, say a Christian, it's really rare that they go from Christianity to atheism. Rather, what happens is they go from Christianity to, I'm a bit of a special Christian and I haven't found my place yet, to, well, you know what? I'm still a theist, but maybe Christianity isn't quite, maybe Jesus didn't resurrect, and then they go from there. That's always the process of what's happening. So this painting of them being, no, they're naturalists from the get-go, nonsense, absolute crap, citation needed, not enough to just state it.
I agree.
The other thing is, we don't rule out supernatural explanations when we affirm naturalism. So I'm a naturalist. I think naturalism makes perfect sense of the data that we've got. It doesn't mean that I'm 100% in it. It doesn't mean that I've ruled out supernatural claims. No, in principle, I could buy a supernatural claim. But this comes back to what we were saying at the beginning. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. If you was able to show better evidence, far better evidence than scholars agree that scholars agree that Jesus died therefore, you know, they also agree with everything else that Paul had to say. No, that's not going to cut it. You need something better than that. If you had extraordinary evidence, we'd believe it, right? Now, there is a point that can be said, and that is that naturalism will essentially bring whatever new discoveries are made into naturalism. There's a discussion to be had there, but this is more about the semantics and more about the definitions. The principle of what it represents, the instantiation, is quite clear. You know, we find quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics violates so many other things that we intuitively feel is still true. Same with general relativity. These things are bonkers. They are really strange. You need extraordinary evidence to be able to get me to believe in them. Well, you presented it, so I believe it. Be nice if Christians could do that with, you know, Jesus. Be pretty damn cool if they could actually show some kind of receipts that they would buy from another religion. But you don't get that. And now, at the bottom of the barrel, you just get this accusation of nefarious disposition.
It's, oh man, I can go on and on with you. There's an example I gave with my mom. She asked me why I don't believe Jesus anymore. And I knew I couldn't say, well, because Jesus and New Testament and Jesus, because that's when her defenses and I imagine cognitive dissonance would set in even more, and she'd double down on her faith and she'd be afraid because she's afraid of hell. She says that to me. And I just said, can I tell you a story from the Greek world? And I told her the Odyssey in a nutshell, how Odysseus goes off to war. He's in love with his wife, Penelope. He goes off to war to defend his nation. And the reason I said that is my dad was also a soldier who retired, Green Beret, who has gone to war, has gone overseas, has been away from us for long periods of time. We've worried about him. He's almost died several times, things like that. Mm-hmm. So I use this analogy to paint something close to home for her. I tell her how Odysseus goes to war in Trojan battle with all his men. On his way home, he gets lost. He promised that he was going to come home to her and his son, Telemachus. On his way home, he gets lost and ends up on an island with a Cyclops and a witch, Circe, and gets trapped in this faraway land by a goddess who is in love with him and all this stuff. And finally, he gets granted to come home, but it's 20 years later. The suitors that are supposed to be there at the house are literally trying to take his wife. He comes home, but he can't come home as he looks. The goddess disguises him to make him look like a beggar, to make him look like a homeless man. He does not look the same. So he goes home and he's greeted by his wife after, I'm not going to get into every little minutia of detail. Long story short, he's welcomed into the home. Few people slowly discover his true identity in the entire path. And each time I told it in such a way that is like the story that my mom starts crying. My mom starts crying because she's forgotten why she even asked the question to begin with. At the end of the story, just to get you a nutshell, he is in love and making love to his wife in bed again, as it was at the beginning. He's back with her. He's loving her. And everything is almost happily ever after at the end of the story. A lot of tragedy along the way, but he makes it to her. My mom's crying. And I said, you like that? And she said, yeah. And I said, well, that's practically the canonized story for the Greeks. Many of the gods played a role in that, the Odyssey and the Iliad. And that was what the Greeks technically believed. They had that as their story. Mom goes, that's a powerful story. And I said, well, just like they believe that story, Christians believe the Jesus one. And many of the elements in the New Testament seem to also borrow from that older story in how they paint Jesus. Mm-hmm. What I'm saying is I don't believe those stories literally happened, but I think they're true in some ways. There's some truth. And I don't mean true in the empirical, historical sense, but there's some deep meaning we can gain from them. Well, I could do the same for Jesus, I said to Mom. And Mom's like, okay, let's change the subject now. But you see what I did there is I helped her to understand and couch it in a way that wasn't as offensive. You can't, it's hard to do that with these guys like David Wood and them. They've got their entire...
with an apologist, it's really hard. But with religious people in general, it is different to when you're trying to convince someone of something purely factual. So if you're trying to convince someone of, say, the shape of the earth, you're going to be talking facts.
Right.
But something that resonated with me when I was younger was Neil deGrasse Tyson. And he would say, here are the facts, and here's the sensitivity to your state of mind. And it's between the two that you can make impact. So you got to really read the individual and know how to make that progress. And actually, I found with counter apologetics, you're actually better off not focusing on the specifics. They want you there. That's where they want you. Really deal with the bigger story, such as what we've been doing today, pointing out the fact that the reason they're really confident is they need it to be true. It has to be true. Otherwise, the bigger story falls apart.
So, is a commitment to naturalism a good reason to reject the resurrection? As Alvin Plantinga and others have shown, naturalism as a worldview is fundamentally incoherent because it ends up undermining the reliability of the cognitive faculties required to affirm it.
All right, so David is completely moving on. He's moving on to a completely different topic. He's going to be talking about naturalism. He thinks he can debunk naturalism, and therefore having a naturalistic commitment is not something that you can have when it comes to considering specifically the miracles to do with Christianity. He wouldn't, of course, be quite as happy as saying this with Islam and whatnot. And he's going to present a variation of closer to C.S. Lewis's version of the evolutionary argument against naturalism. But yeah, let's hear it.
If I could just make one comment as this too, as someone who's not familiar with the naturalist, I'm not in depth aware of the philosophies and epistemological backgrounds and such that you are. I would say, as someone, as a normal common sense person who once believed everything the Bible taught and just hook, line, and sinker accepted the entire thing, the demons, the gods, except I didn't realize there was polytheistic tendencies. I didn't know how to deal with the divine council, different things. As a Christian, it was one God and he had angels and there's demons and stuff like that. And then the devil, that kind of worldview. What ends up happening when you're trying to act like, well, we shouldn't start skeptical. We should actually be open to all of these things and not just be critical up front and need evidence to prove they exist first before we just have this open mind and thinking they do. Is I went from that worldview to thinking maybe ifrits and leprechauns and demons and chupacabras and, where do you draw the line on mythical, fictional, fairies, the whole nine? How do you pretend that you should not then open your mind to every and all mystical, magical, nonsensical things? And that's what they don't get. I'm willing to play their game, even though I tend to be skeptical that any of these things actually exist and that the figments of our imagination and part of fiction and maybe part of our human lack of awareness of mental capacities that we're not really able to, in those days, understand, like mental health illnesses and such that we call demons or whatever it might be. Today, we have better explanations. I say all of that to say they won't follow that consistency. They want to pretend, they just want to open the door for their versions, and they don't want to let ifrits and they don't want to let the various other deities and demons and strange mythical creatures from other cultures and such exist. They don't grant them the same credibility. And that is where I say special pleading, even in this, it's just to make you convinced of their version. They're not following it consistently. And that's what annoys me.
And that is such a fantastic point, because people that criticize naturalism in the way that Plantinga does and the way that C.S. Lewis does and the way that David's doing, they have it completely backwards. So if you ask a naturalist, why are you a naturalist? It's never, I started with this. And the thing is they look at naturalism in the same way that they look at theism. Theism's this big package. Here you go. Here's what you've got. Try figure out what's going on. Sure, but this is your package. It doesn't work like that with naturalism. Rather, and as you pointed out, you end up learning a bit more about the world, because by default, you're going to believe all sorts of things. This is why cultures believe miracles by default. It's why, the stats that he showed earlier, we're much more susceptible to believing bullshit when we don't know much. But as we learn more and more, we go, damn, that God of the gaps was filled. That wasn't a miracle. That was actually this. And you end up building up a structure where science keeps winning and it keeps providing greater explanatory value. And as you build up that framework, you have methodological naturalism, where you go, you know what? I'm pretty, for all intent and purposes, that's my default now. It's not I start with it. It's rather, this is a really good piece of equipment in my mind that works and makes better sense of the world. It could be violated. as we were saying earlier on, there are things you can discover which will violate it. Yes, naturalism will adapt for it in most cases, such as quantum mechanics. But it isn't like this default position of, nope, there's no supernatural stuff. And then when you do want to say that there's supernatural stuff, when you do want to broaden your mind, you don't want to broaden your mind so, open your skull up so much that your brain falls out. And that is what's being asked of us when it comes to certain miracles, such as those that you find in Christianity. So if you say you had a miracle where all of a sudden, out of nowhere, a statue appeared. Wow, you're going to need extraordinary evidence for this. Like this is an extraordinary claim. However, compare that to Jesus's resurrection and the narrative around Christianity. Not only did this incredible event happen, according to Christians, this incredible miracle, but we also have to buy that if you're not convinced of this proposition, you are deserving of eternal torment. It's just the sheer nonsense of it all. Like the sheer, just how improbable it is. Like not all miracles are built with equal probability. Like some of them, we all of us, Christians included, stick in a bullshit category. But
yeah,
arbitrarily open it up to the point where you go, no, that fits my one in. Like, no.
And for different reasons, they'll put those in different bullshit categories. And for me, I guess that category, that threshold of what they consider bullshit and what I might consider on equal footing to what the claims of the New Testament are, we can look at Apollonius of Tyana. We can look at Vespasian, three Roman historians, which I think Josephus, I think, is mentioned in this, but I know that Suetonius and Tacitus mention this, and I may be mistaken on the third source there, but is that Vespasian actually healed a blind man in a withered hand? Did he have powers? Did he actually do this? If we grant that and we actually open up the door, putting that as a possibility and a realistic thing that Christians want to also do with Jesus, then you have to ask the question, if both of them are likely, one has the power over death, and then they have this apotheosis tale where they actually go and ascend to heaven, becoming a god. And Jesus also ascends to heaven with eyewitnesses and all that stuff similar to the Caesars, and healing powers similar to the Caesars, etc. Then you have to kind of go, well, who do I trust more? This side says demons are behind the power for Vespasian, and Vespasian's side is saying demons, let's just say, are behind the Christian superstition. That's a horrible superstition that they would demonize. Okay, well, both of them are pointing the finger negatively at the other. Then who's right? You're just buying into the propaganda of one over the other. Well, I would personally request that if anyone's going to make a decision, they need to have had personal, absolute revelation, as it's described in these texts, for their own experience in order for them to make that decision. And I know that that's almost granting them that their experience is valid. I'm not talking about an emotional church going, I had this life-changing psyche change, whatnot, that I think that David Wood experienced, because I think this is all here in his mind. I'm saying a breaking the fourth wall of reality kind of thing that we see, an insane miracle as described in the biblical text, where it is what we would call fiction, but on that level, not I found my car keys or my mom had like a tumor that started to go down over time or something. I'm talking the dude literally was decapitated, as just an example, and his head is now back on. And I mean, you know, he just died, or some other shocking, holy smokes revelation or miracle to have occurred, then you could persuade me. Honestly, I am absolutely persuaded. You can I have said this before, bro.
Another thing to be said here is that it's not so much the naturalism element that he's really dealing with here, because a Muslim could do this. They would say, why don't you believe that Muhammad split the moon? And David's going to go, damn, man, like, no, you know, this is a hell of a miracle. It doesn't stand up to scrutiny, X, Y, and Z. The Muslim can go, you're just like, you've got prior commitments to not actually accept that into your worldview. You've actually decided this from the beginning. And then what those scholars could do, they could go, look, scholars agree that Muhammad existed. Therefore, they also agree that he split the moon. And then they can boast and say, look, I've actually demonstrated my case, when they haven't, when they've done exactly what David's done in this video. And then David would be dismissed by those scholars, by those Muslims, by saying, look, sorry, bucko, but, you know, it's just that you've got a prior commitment.
If naturalism is true, how did you obtain your cognitive faculties, the processes that produce your beliefs? There's really only one game in town if you're a naturalist. Your ability to reason is the product of natural selection acting on random mutation. Natural selection, of course, favors traits that help organisms survive and reproduce. So, if human reasoning evolved naturally, it's because it helped human beings survive and reproduce. Does this give us any basis for trusting our reasoning ability when it comes to questions of theology or philosophy or science? No. At best, our cognitive faculties would be reliable when it comes to finding berries or using a spear against an enemy or doing something to attract a mate. Interestingly, Darwin himself noticed this problem. He said, "But with me the horrid doubt always arises whether the convictions of man's mind, which has been developed from the mind of the lower animals, are of any value or at all trustworthy. Would anyone trust in the convictions of a monkey's mind, if there are any convictions in such a mind?" Naturalism isn't a pillar of rationality, it's a pillager of rationality.
So again, this isn't relevant to his case, but we're playing it because we want to respond to everything. I have a video that you can see, we'll link it down below, where I've dealt with this claim in full. It's actually a C.S. Lewis rendition that David's just given. And what I'll do here is just provide a bit of the rejoinders and a few of the responses. So the entire argument here is that since if you buy naturalism, as David just explained, if you buy naturalism, then you're going to need a naturalistic way to explain how we are the way that we are. And the only game in town, at least at the moment, is evolution by natural selection. And it's damn well sufficient. It explains the data. So we evolved. But notice that we didn't evolve necessarily for truth. Rather, we evolved to survive. Mm-hmm. And so if there was selections for us to have false beliefs that are useful, such as religions, then that's going to come up. And what David and what C.S. Lewis and what Plantinga and others will do, the proponents, is they will say, therefore, we have no reason to trust our cognitive faculties whatsoever. It's the idea is that it completely undermines your reasoning. Therefore, if you want a coherent structure, you have to buy theism. There is so much wrong with this. So, first of all, it's the central premise is just false. There's nothing in evolution that says that it's going to select for just random things that are I'm going to rephrase that. So the biggest problem with this is that the central claim, the premise, is just false. Evolution by natural selection will select for survivability, but some things are going to be more beneficial than others, hence the survivability. And truth is one of those things. So suppose you've got two tribes. One tribe, what evolution wants to do is make sure that they don't drink from a river. The reason they don't want to drink from the river is because it's got cholera and it's killing their people and it's causing them to dissipate. Okay, one tribe has this belief about the world, and the belief is that all water from flowing locations, if the water's moving, it's really, really bad for you. You should only drink water that's still and from up high, so rainwater. That's their belief it gets selected for. The other tribe, their view is there's something wrong with that specific river. That's what their view is. What happens as the landscape changes? All of a sudden, the one that had the view that's more accurately describing reality is going to survive, whereas the other one won't. Because suppose they get a drought. Well, the group that's evolved to only drink water from, the rain, basically, they're dead. And if they travel out elsewhere, they're dead. Whereas the tribe that accurately had the view that there's something wrong with that river, they travel somewhere else, they find more flowing water, and they give it a go, and there you go. Good stuff. The very fact that humans can apply what we've learned to abstract entities, we can do it in mathematics, in quantum physics, in astrophysics, and we keep getting accurate answers, is all evidence that our views are actually mapping onto reality. Now, you're always going to be blunted at the beginning. But that's fine. That's not what David needs. David needs to be able to say that our views are arbitrary. They're not. They're just not. And he doesn't get there with natural selection on its own. So it's just wrong from the very beginning. That's the first thing I would have to say about that.
I just throw in something here that I think's a good observation of what you just described. So Heath Durrell, Francesca Stavrokopoulou, other scholars have written on human sacrifice in antiquity, specifically in the ancient Near East. And as this relates to the biblical text, because there are fossil remnants in the literature of the Bible that hint at Yahweh or El receiving sacrifices of humans.
Mm-hmm.
And it even kind of is thou doth protest too much kind of passages in the prophets where God, through the prophet, is saying, listen, I kind of, because of your sin and your wrongdoing, you know, you pretty much now, I made you sacrifice your children, right? You did these bad things, but that's because you guys were sinning that I ended up making you so that you could know that I am Yahweh. I don't play around. So there's hints at him telling that human sacrifice is there. Anyway, that's kind of off the point. I just needed to emphasize for the viewer. But the point is, one of the big, I guess you say, pushbacks that came was, well, if these Phoenicians, for example, were actually sacrificing their firstborn children, firstborn sons, to God, and this is like a Molech or a Molech sacrifice and such, then this population would have like stopped surviving and it wouldn't have been successful and thrived. And humans would have been too attached to the children to actually perform such a thing. So this is not true. There's no reason to think this actually happened. Heath Durrell actually said, no, we have very good archaeological evidence that they did sacrifice their firstborn children. They were a thriving civilization, even though they killed their firstborn children. By the way, part of the process of doing that was for fertility, agriculture, and such the next year, that the God would bless them if they gave their most valuable, precious thing, that is the first child. The other thing Heath Durrell pointed out as humans, and he said the attachment to the first child, the birth rate and death of children was so prevalent that mothers did not attach themselves to the child till they had fully developed in many ways, so that they wouldn't have so much of a catastrophic emotional trauma in losing a child in that time. So to pretend in an anachronistic way that all these mothers would have felt about their children the way a modern person would feel is totally missing what the context would have been like for an ancient person. I say all that to say they thought the utility of killing one of their children as a sacrifice to the gods was noble and true and the right way of keeping life for the whole community. Well, do we today in any way think that that's actually a wise move? No. And ancients also vilified the practice over time. We evolved to realize that's backwards. That's not something we should do. And this kind of touches on your point. And I needed to emphasize that to say he sounds somewhat like the pre-suppers, though I have to give him a little credit for trying to play along with evidence type stuff. But it sounds like another sneaky way to bring in a Jay Dyer type argument that like you have to accept our premise that you can't have rational thought or discover truth without first accepting the theistic premise, like you said. And I call bullshit on the whole thing. And this is why I didn't even play around with Jay Dyer's nonsense.
No, it is. It's it's very much in the pre-sup playbook for sure. So you're absolutely correct to identify it there. As I said, I've dealt with it in a bigger video, but I will just leave one more consideration. Theism has the same problem. So suppose that, God exists, and as theists believe, as David believes, okay, well, how can you trust your cognitive faculties? Okay, because God revealed it in the book. Yeah, okay, but you know that God works in mysterious ways, such as the problem of evil, right? He might be testing you. So how do you actually know that your cognitive faculties are wired for truth? Okay, well, it tells us in scripture. No, you can't do that. You're using the very thing that you're assuming, right? So actually, there may well be problems here. And you, as I said, you contrast this with the fact that you use this skepticism and you use this mystery as a defense when it suits you. Actually, you're in a really big trouble. You don't know what's true, and you don't know, and you can't navigate the space. Despite that blunting, most of the proponents still see, no, okay, well, I can't know for sure, but it doesn't follow that I have no reliability whatsoever. And yet the same is true of naturalism. Yes, can't know for sure. We're all epistemically blunted. You got to pull yourself up by the bootstraps at some point, but that doesn't give them what they want here. But yeah, like it's just not relevant to his case here. Like it'd be funny if he does make a response to this, and this is the bit he responds to. Like it would almost be poetic in the sense that it's not relevant to his actual case. But that's what I would expect to see, to be honest with you, because he's got to come back with something pretty impressive for his case, because he's so far given us nothing.
But a more glaring difficulty, given a discussion of miracles, is the global abundance of miracle claims. In 2006, the Pew Forum issued a report titled Spirit and Power, a 10-country survey of Pentecostals, discussing statistics on Pentecostals and charismatic Protestants in the United States, Brazil, Chile, Guatemala, Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, India, the Philippines, and South Korea. And the researchers found that approximately 200 million Pentecostal and charismatic Protestants in just those 10 countries believe that they have personally witnessed miraculous healings. Imagine what the numbers would be if the study had included all denominations in all countries.
It's just fallen off a cliff.
Bro. Oh my gosh.
Do you want to add all religions to that, David? Or do you only want to add in Christianity? Do you want to add in all the other religions and go, okay, cool. You know, if they've got miracle claims over there, lots of witnesses, I guess these mutually exclusive and jointly exhaustive views are true. You want to do that? Or do you want to just do Christianity? And do you want to just do the third world? It's just God appears more often in the third world, where they lack education and socioeconomic status and opportunities. When people have generally suffered more, is that when God's going to come in and go, actually, this is where I'm going to go? I mean, that does correlate with some of the narrative, doesn't it? But it implies that if you want to go to heaven, fuck off to a third world.
It's amazing what you're pointing out. And I thought about this the other day at the gym. You know, I don't think Christianity is going to remain the number one religion in terms of popularity, and meaning more people will eventually be either Muslim or some other religion will eventually surpass that. And it makes me think, there's this confidence in numbers. And I think about back when the Roman Empire actually had, ruled the world, and how many worshipers of Dionysus, how many miracle claims of Asclepius and Isis and the various demigods and gods of the ancient world. And I just thought, I imagine there were probably Romans who were defensive, or someone along the way that was criticizing Christianity using this same kind of argument. Yep. And then that got picked up by Christians. And then Christians passed this on to Muslims, because you see Muslims do the same kind of argument. And it's always like, look at how many numbers we have. Look at how many people believe. Yep. Look at how many people have visions. Look at how many people claim they have miracles. And it's, again, there's this, I can't underestimate how much we should really investigate the mind of the human to understand how superstitious and susceptible we are to these kinds of things. That's why I like The Believing Brain by Michael Shermer. That book was fan-freaking-tastic, dude. Absolutely loved that book. And about how we are even more superstitious than some animals are on trying to connect patterns and dots. Just so many things he covers in that book that makes me think we have not really studied ourselves enough to realize why we do this stuff.
And this is it. Like he would think, and I'm sure if a Christian's watching right now, I say a Christian, it depends on the type of Christian, they would be thinking, well, David's point here is just to illustrate that miracle claims are really frequent, and that's something that you would expect more in a world where there are miracles. But this isn't helping him. This is actually worse. The fact that he's focusing on Christianity may give you the idea that, this is constituting good evidence of the kind of miracles that are stated in biblical views. But the problem is that you've just opened out Pandora's box, because you have these miracle claims from just as the other people from other religions are just as earnest as the Christians, but they can't be both correct, because in many cases, not always, but in many cases, they actually contradict. So if the Christian's saying, I was healed by the Holy Ghost, but someone from some other religion is saying, I was healed by some other deity, I was healed from some other supernatural force, they contradict each other. One of them's got it wrong. And when you open out this Pandora's box and you go, look, loads of people all over the world are claiming miracles. Yeah, that's one of the biggest motivations for naturalism, because it could be the case that they're all wrong, but you're one. You just fell out of the right vagina in the right country. Well done to you. And if you fell out in a third world country, all the better, because you'll be ignorant enough to buy this shit. Whereas it's just such a problem. Like, I know that David thinks this is doing him favors. It isn't. The other thing I just want to quickly mention is he mentioned all of those countries, and then he spoke about, like, look what's going on here, and he emphasized certain countries as well. However, it was most highly correlated, because I took a look at the study earlier on. It was most highly correlated, these claims of miracle healing, where there was high socioeconomic issues. So, for instance, Kenya, Nigeria, those two were among the countries with significant poverty rates, and they happened to be the countries that reported the miracle claims. Wonder what's going on there.
Right.
And the same trend is seen when it comes to other socioeconomic situations and the beliefs and religions that they have. It just isn't doing the work that he thinks it is.
I want to just make two comments. First comment is this. I know from being Pentecostal-ish, I wasn't a Pentecostal, I was a non-denominational charismatic Christian at first. So I know that if you would have asked this question around churches on a survey, I would have checked, yep, I've seen plenty of miracles myself as a believer, which also factors in how many of these people are being told a miracle just happened in the church, but really didn't see a biblically described miracle, which, by the way, would have fit into a fictional category in other godly accounts that you would say, no, I don't believe that Heracles did that, or Isis did that, or Asclepius did that, or whoever, Vespasian did that. But Jesus did that, yeah. So I would have said that miracles had happened. And I'm saying today, I think other explanations psychologically explain what actually occurred, because I never saw an arm literally instantly come back when they did not actually have an arm. I mean, I've seen magic tricks. I've seen people pull illusions or do that kind of stuff, but not actual straight up miracles like that. We aren't sure. You know, there's so many problems with this, dude.
Okay, so I made a video a while back titled "Why Doesn't God Heal Amputees?" And it's exactly the point that you just raised. Suppose that there is these miracle healings. Okay, do something that's generally impossible. Something that really is miraculous, such as you grow your limb back, such as, you know, like something of that magnitude, not something that already happens naturally. So, like, you'll have it so an atheist has stage 4 cancer, and then they get very lucky, and actually they're okay. And they go, wow. But that happens to the Christian, and they're like, thank you, God.
Jesus,
thank you, God, for saving me. Jesus, you saved me. It's like, bro, like, where's the methodology here? Like, this is just, I mean, what, did Jesus also help the other guy? Did Jesus look at the other children dying of leukemia and go, no, you're done with your soul building. You get to come to heaven. In fact, no, you don't. 2 of you children haven't bought Jesus, even though it's so obvious that Christianity is true. So you're actually going to hell. Like,
I love what you did there, and I'm glad that was addressed. I just think, what is this doing? But just trying to add that people are still saying these superstitions are happening and stuff. But
in a 2022 article for the New York Times, Dr. Molly Worthen writes, scholars estimate that 80% of new Christians in Nepal come to the faith through an experience with healing or deliverance from demonic spirits. Perhaps as many as 90% of new converts who join a house church in China credit their conversion to faith healing. In Kenya, 71% of Christians say they have witnessed a divine healing, according to a 2006 Pew study. Even in the relatively skeptical United States, 29% of survey respondents claim they have seen one.
I was part of a house church, which meant we were willing and able to go beyond a typical church that's in a public building with a lot of people. It was more private, and we could go wilding out, music going, absolutely in the spirit, singing, dancing, chanting, speaking in tongues, and literally being able to prophesy and have interpreters supposedly interpret what those words were that we spoke in tongues. And the pastor lady, by the way, was so in tune with claiming to have seen people rise from the dead in third world countries, claiming to have healed people who were dead and they came back from the dead and all that kind of stuff. This was part of my initial states into Christianity. The pastor lady did say this, and she was like so close to Jesus in my mind. This lady was so sensitive and delicate, loving, but yet hyper spiritual, and actually claiming to witness these things. Well, during this whole growing up in Christianity, my early phases in Christianity, she would say that Jesus speaks to her and she can hear the Lord talk to her, and that he told her that he will be coming back sometime, you know, not too far off from the time that I was going to this church, but definitely before she died. She's been dead over a decade now. And I'm telling you that all of her claims that she just said, by the way, here we are with witnesses again, trustworthy. I really trusted her. She gave me no reason to ever not trust her in my mind. She always treated me with love, always treated me with kindness. Well, she made this bold claim about the Lord speaking to her. Now, once that failed to happen, that the Lord said he was coming back before she died, in my mind, how am I supposed to rationalize this and understand this? And this is one, I'm certain millions of people across the earth have had pastors in private revelatory experiences claiming Jesus said, and soon we're at the end times, things are about to happen, yada, yada, yada. I was left to think she was wrong. Now, how do I dissect? Well, she was wrong about this, but she was right about saying she rose people from the dead in the third world country. And I realized over the years, even as a Christian, when I started experiencing other churches, how superstitious she was. She was so Kool-Aid drinking superstitious. And I mean that like not even derogatory, just like she was so gullibly spiritual that there were things that gave signs. I'm not going to get into all the details, but about men who claimed Jesus talked to them about being with her. She would like buy into these kind of things. Like I could have probably walked up to her and said, the Lord told me, and make up some crap. You're supposed to give me $10,000 out of your account. He's going to bless you with, like, I could have probably made something up and persuaded her if I was convincing enough. And she'd have thought this was really from the Lord. That's how susceptible. And we're going to believe that people in very troubled areas, impoverished, difficult struggles, who are highly sensitive to hoping that God intervenes into their lives, aren't going to have this kind of susceptibility to believing in these things and then claiming miracles are happening. I know from experience how that is. And so the fact that David's regurgitating something I am fully aware of and knowing firsthand, you can't take this stuff and believe it, tells me how gullible he is.
It often amazes me when I speak with other atheist content creators, such as yourself, who have like you've lived and breathed this stuff. Whereas where I would assume, you know, ex-Christians will look at some religious practices and go, you'll almost cringe. You'll be like, that is so obviously bollocks. Like, what are you doing? You know, like when you watch, like, for me, like when I watch Christians in church, like getting the Holy Spirit in their body and they're shaking about, and I'm just like, fuck the cringe of like, what is happening? This is such bullshit. And yet, for yourself, you know, you've been in it, you've experienced this, and it's amazing what a difference that makes, because it can make me very insensitive to the state of mind of Christians, because they're not going to listen to me if I just go, what you believe is bullshit, even though they would do exactly the same and do precisely the same when it comes to other religions and even to atheism. But yeah, it's just such a fascinating intersection there. Like,
let me put a cherry on top. I casted out demons and had demons cast out of me purposefully.
You did that part as well.
I did all of that. I prophesied. I spoke in tongues. I casted out demons. I've had demons cast out of me. And really, it's all about purposefully indulging into the activity. Like you're willfully going in, purposefully trying to kind of play along with it. And even when I learned to speak in tongues, just let the utterance flow. And they're trying to, they're like speaking in tongues. And I finally started to imitate, mimic what I heard from them. And and then they start praising you and they start complimenting you. And
so with sorry to interrupt your flow there, but like what you're saying there here's a good example, right? We look at people on TV with mediums, and I'm getting your dead husband through. It's a B or a C. He can't speak to me properly. He can only give me the first letter. Come on, cold reading. Done. Those people in the audience are there to participate, and they're there to participate subconsciously. They want it. And so what's going on there, you know, from someone that's outside of it, you can look at it and you could cringe because it is cringe, or you could look at it and go, all right, I know what's going on here. It's the susceptibility. Would David say, look, these talking to ghosts, it happens all over the world. There's reports of it happening all over the world. There's higher correlations of it happening among people that have experienced hardship and are ignorant of basic facts. Therefore, this constitutes fantastic evidence that ghosts are real. No. But that's precisely what his argument is when it comes to here's why you shouldn't be a naturalist. Last thing I want to emphasize, again, repeating myself, but I think this is just such an important point. David doesn't recognize the can of worms he's opening out here. The Pandora's box is destroying Christianity. Because what did he show? He's shown that those in the United States, remember, you're only going to heaven if you accept Jesus. And yet 29% of you are going to be convinced by a method that up to 90% of new Chinese Christians are getting through. So the implications here are what? What's the theological situation here? Like, what's going on? Like, God would know about socioeconomic influences. Would he condemn you because you were born in the United States? Would he condemn me further because I'm born in the UK and we have an even lower rate than the US when it comes to this kind of susceptibility or gullibility, as I would call it? Like, it's just, this is such a problem. And again, you have to come up with such a weird theology, a weird way of explaining this data that's just so obviously nonsense. Or you can just go, yeah, it's all bullshit.
I do want to add something to what you just said that goes to the previous point on him kind of doing the precept C.S. Lewis thing you were talking about. And that is, again, why is it that the high amount of miracles are taking place with people who are in the worst of conditions, potentially? Keep in mind, this is the analogy I'd paint. What helps that girl? Giving just an example, we hear about these people who break free after 15 years of being captured in the basement of some abuser who gets 3 and 4 children through her and abuses them and chains them in the basement and literally uses them as sex slaves, technically. The woman finally escapes after 15 years. How does she psychologically survive for 15 years in a helpless situation?
Yeah.
You have to believe a lie in your head. You have to, something has to give. The Christian message, and Nietzsche talked about this, but it gets emphasized in other works by other scholars, is a slave mindset. Rome is completely occupying the land with absolute control. The bottom echelon of society, that is the weak, the meek, the helpless, the poor, the leper, the sick, those who are the lowest of the low. And notice, sell everything you have, become like us, be the poor, forsake all your goods, etc. Well, that is their weakness is their strength. They turned it into a philosophy of strength. And I imagine the women who are surviving in these absolute helpless situations have to convince themselves in some way at some point to accept their fate, to make that their strength in order for them to go on another day. I know,
absolutely. I've seen it in the lives of people I know. Yeah, it is. And if it's not religion, they use something else, and something normally spiritual. It is absolutely a survival mechanism that we have. So, you raise a fantastic point there.
After reviewing a number of miracle reports from around the world, Dr. Craig Keener concludes, it is no longer plausible to tout uniform human experience as a basis for denying miracles, as in the traditional modern argument. Hundreds of millions of claims would have to be satisfactorily explained in non-supernatural terms for this appeal to succeed. While many may be so explained, one cannot adopt the conclusion of uniformity as a premise without investigating all of them.
David's just jumped from showing Pew Research, which is something we're going to say, all right, there's some good data to work with here, to a Christian, Craig Keener, But as he notes, Keener is commenting on what he thinks about these studies and more. Like, this isn't in the study, and I know that David didn't say it is, but like the way that he's just shifted here is giving like an authoritative transfer, but it just isn't the case. This isn't scholarly consensus. This is a Christian who teaches in a Christian school with a D-Min saying, yeah, something that's in favor of Christianity. Okay, wow. Wouldn't expect that. What about actual, sociologists? What do they have to say about this? Can you give me one of those quotes?
Yeah, and I just don't know. I mean, I have not personally investigated this in depth, so I'm no expert on this. And I'm totally pulling an opinion out of my butt to say, why can't a universal kind of human experience explain this phenomenon? Why would we start with that until you can prove an actual miracle occurs? You could say there's billions of experiences. Notice, again, you say they're all across the board. Yeah. So we're going to say that there's like a universal spirit and that all of them are just giving a different name to the deity that's actively behind these things. And they're claiming that to try and make them all kind of match that. Well, really, there's an ultimate source that's behind miracle claims. Or do we start with saying, man, humans for the longest time have always assumed gods, demons, ghosts, patterns, pulling out the the stomach parts of animals and predicting future, watching birds augur, and they're thinking, oh, that's a sign that this, and this is a sign that. We have always attributed things to gods. And the more, like you said, the God of the gaps gets filled with actual information that helps kind of invalidate that part of it. And we just keep making God further and unfalsifiable and such. Why aren't we starting with humans tend to do this as a normal natural phenomenon until we have data of an actual arm that didn't exist actually coming out, not in ancient literature, but like observable, testable, like people are seeing it and knowing this, not in a very highly superstitious setting where you're already susceptible to this kind of material. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do, man. I mean, but that's it, isn't it? That's the data. You go, look, here are all sorts of cultures having all sorts of different miracle claims happening. We know that it correlates with socioeconomic circumstances. So, for instance, if you give them sufficient knowledge, they won't be making miracle claims based on that, but they'll be doing it on this. However, if they lose that technology, if they go backward socioeconomically, they will start making those miracle claims, and they do it towards different deities and different religions. So what we have is this mass data of they definitely can't all be right, but it's just across the board. How do we explain this? The naturalist is looking at it and they're going to go, yeah, like there's actually quite a simple explanation here. This is just something that humans do. They're not seeing miracles. It's not really miracles, but there is something to do with human experience. Whereas the Christian wants to go here and go, no. All its evidence constitutes that there are miracles, but they're all wrong apart from the Christian ones. Does that seem probable? Like, does that seem motivated other than if you've already decided that Christianity is true?
This observation was recently with the Northern Lights that everybody's been seeing across the world. Pictures are all over the internet. Everyone knows about this. Well, I am friends on Facebook with Cameron Bertuzzi, and I see his post. And he sometimes has these funny posts, and then oftentimes you can tell you or some other atheist online, it tends to bother him, I would imagine. So he has to kind of put these posts and mockeries, and 95 Christians like it and comment and ha 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 ha, they're dumb, da 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 da. They kind of get in their circle.
He's always what's his tagline? Exposing the intellectual side of Christianity. Sure thing, Cameron.
By the way, Christianity is true. Like that's pretty much what he tagline. Well, what he did is posted a picture of the Northern Lights. They're beautiful by our observation, all these colors. And he goes, atheist will say, yep, it looks like God isn't true, or this is evidence that looks like God isn't true, or some funny little mocking post. I'd have to look at it to know exactly what he said on Facebook. But my point was, I thought about it and I'm thinking, Cameron would look at this and say, look at these lights in the sky. This is evidence that my God is true, art and beauty. So in his philosophy, in his mind, not only is God true, it's really his God that is true because of this observation. And I think to myself, how many Christians in church are hearing a message and he's the light of the world. And then they notice the sun beaming through the window that lights, touches the cross at the bottom behind the pasture or something, and went, this is a sign. The light of the world. He just said light of the world. There's light coming through the window. They're connecting dots, again, patterns as creatures, creating the meaning, constructing the idea in their mind that this is true and it's miraculous. I used to do this.
And the thing is that all these cultures do it. I mean, what did the Scandinavians do? The Vikings. They saw the Northern Lights a lot, and they went, that's the Valkyrie. They're carrying the dead. And yet, I mean, like, what are they going to post on Facebook going, oh God, Christians will look at this and not see that the Valkyrie are carrying the dead? Like, can't they see that the entire world revolves around us? These incredibly specific colors that we see in the sky because of fracturing and all the rest of it, it's for us. It's God's trying to like actually reveal a message to us, but he doesn't actually want to really reveal a message. He needs to be sufficiently mysterious, but like, look, he's put it in front of you. There's some beauty. We need to, right? And if you're watching, guys, tell me if you want this. We can get a collection of all of the absolute memeage that Cameron has posted on Facebook and just review it in a video. Would that be good? I think that would be good.
That would be fun.
Okay, returning to Keener. So he says that we can't conclude that these miracle claims are false, but we can. That's the thing. We can, because most of us have concluded that all sightings of the Loch Ness Monster are mistaken. And yet we haven't evaluated every claim, have we? I mean, has Keener, has David looked at every single piece of evidence for reincarnation? Does that mean
Chupacabra?
Yep.
How do you know there's not really one out there? Okay, that's a dog that has mange. Okay, that's a bear that has mange. Okay, that's we have leaped, of course, without evaluating every one of them, assuming that it's a false observation of some type of creature that they might try to attribute this thing to. But where did the origin of Chupacabra myth come from? Was it a false attribution, or is there some mythical origin because of Crazy Beast out there that someone fictively invented this narrative, spooking little kids to not go into the woods or not to go by themselves somewhere or something? And it all started as a false, fictional falcon phoenix arising from the fire kind of thing. And they made it up. I don't know. But I can tell you, I'm not going to sit there and walk around pretending that actual chupacabras are existing, sucking the blood out of cows and, come on.
This is it. Like, what we do is we make an inference to the best explanation, which is a staple of logic that theists wield all the time. They do it all the time in arguments. And yet the naturalist is not allowed to do it. Somehow he has to examine every instance of a miracle claim until he's justified in saying, I don't believe it. Like, you're playing tennis without the net when it comes to apologists. It's a mess.
In other words, those who exclude supernatural explanations prior to investigation do so by faith, not because the evidence demands it.
We're not actually doing this by faith. We're doing this, like you said, logical deduction, because once you have clearly, we can even join hands with David, falsifying many miracle claims and showing human motivation, false attribution, even like you've discussed this in previous videos, but I love, what's his name? Something Mention. He's a famous atheist singer. And he has this funny one. He's like, thank God for healing my mom of cataracts or something. But like really what happened is she had a remission. So like over time, it just dissolved and went away and, oh, it's God, it's Jesus. But like, we can falsify many things. And you know what's interesting? David, I don't think is Orthodox or Catholic, but if you know anything about Protestant history, the Protestants, in fact, what they did with Catholicism, they protested the Catholic Church. And Martin Luther and several of these leading bright men, hate him for anti-Semitism, but nonetheless bright guy, actually went and dissected all of these supposed miracle claims throughout the church's history that he points out couldn't have happened. Like he literally challenges the church. Like, you guys are making up miracle claims, blah, 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 blah. That's why we're going to sola scriptura. We're sticking with the Bible, not your magisterium claims of men throughout history. We're going with God's word. And what ended up happening, that evolved to criticism of the Bible itself. So Protestants started turning the scalpel, not just to the miracle claims of the Catholic Church over time, which were at that point selling literal tickets to heaven.
Yeah.
You want to get your friend out of your child out of purgatory, and you want to get here, pay the certain amount, and we'll get you up into heaven. And they falsified these things. They were able to show their myths and legends, and they're not really what happened. So we could hold hands doing that. We're just taking the logical conclusion and continuing that. You want to call it faith? I wouldn't even use the definition. The substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. We have good evidence to suggest people are inventing these things and making them up. We're just drawing the logical conclusion without having to check the 100 trillion claims that are out there in order to do so. That's all we're doing.
Agreed. Agreed. Nothing else to add.
Second, it's perhaps even more common to reject the resurrection because of what the resurrection implies. If we believe that Jesus rose from the dead, we might think it's a good idea to listen to what he says. But Jesus said all kinds of things about sin and judgment and salvation, and if we don't want to take his teachings seriously, or if we don't want to become Christians, or if we despise anything that has any connection to Christianity, we kind of need to get rid of that whole rising from the dead thing.
Talk about psychoanalyzing, right?
Not only that, this felt a bit manipulative, even the way that this sounded like, hey, I say some shitty things about some things that are ugly, and you need to swallow these pills that Jesus teaches. But because you don't want to swallow the pill of an impending doom and apocalypse of the end that's soon near to come, and I'm going to judge the wheat and the chaff and the goat and the sheep, and I'm going to damn those who do not. Or if you want to be a true Christian, as I quoted Ignatius, go to your death for Christ. If you're not willing to do that, no wonder you want to reject he rose from the dead, because you're not willing to go suicidally to your death for Christ, to attain to God. Why aren't you doing that, David Wood? You know, go to your death, man. Become a Christ follower. You're not a true Christ follower until that happens, man. Of course, I'm not really truly encouraging that. I want to say that as like a serious.
No. But you're off in the point. Yeah, absolutely. It
just sounds manipulative,
and it's more than a fair one. Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. I mean, what narrative has David got in his head of atheists? Like, it's truly bizarre. Does he think that we sit here and we go, I don't want to live forever. I don't want to go to literally the best place ever. Like, does he think that that's the way that we operate? And the reason I want to do it is because I want some kind of, finite happiness here on earth, despite the fact that I'm well aware that I'll have infinite punishment for it, or I'll at least lose out on an infinite reward. Does he think this is how people think? Like, and so what we do is we go, we know that naturalism is based on faith, so we're going to just have faith in naturalism. And we know that he's got solid arguments when he quotes, scholars backing up some rudimentary claim and then acting as if it backs up everything else to do with the religion. It's such a bizarre narrative that I do struggle to understand how his audience really believe this. Like, how can you... Like, aren't Christians meant to be like understanding and caring and loving and like trying to genuinely understand their opposition? Like, this is just, it's so anti-Christian. It's like but as we said earlier, they have to establish a framework where there is no room for rational disagreement. That is a prerequisite. It's needed because that's how the theology makes sense. And so what you have is this very strange situation where the values that they espouse are never practiced. Like, they talk about humility. Naturalists are way more humble than the Christians. Like, that's just across the board. Because basically no naturalist is going to tell you, I know naturalism is true. They're going to give you methodological naturalism and go, I've got really good reasons for it. Whereas the Christians, such as David, but David in particular, he's going to say, I know that Christianity is true. I know that you actually are repressing that truth and deciding to go for, your finite happiness here, and that's the reason why you're doing it. Like, it's such a sensational narrative that I genuinely struggle to see how this doesn't raise red flags.
You bring up really interesting points. I mean, what do we have so far? We have David bringing up mundane facts that most scholars agree with, that Jesus died. Quoting scholars that he wants to pick from a critical side. Then he has to now backpedal to then critique the people he quoted to try and build his case that a guy existed and died, which we all would have no problem with, any man existing and dying, even a man who may have had high claims for himself, because cult leaders are ubiquitous. So now we're at this point where he has to now explain why Bart Ehrman and Gerd Ludemann and John Dominic Crossan or whoever he might be quoting isn't drawing his conclusion, though he quote mined them to make his case. So now he has to psychoanalyze and make these assumptions to try and defend against the very case he's trying to build. Let's observe that for a moment, ladies and gentlemen. He built this wall with mortar he doesn't like and has to explain the problems with that mortar on the wall from the people he's quoting that he's trying to build that defends his case. And these people do not draw his conclusion. So, you know, and there's so many problems we've been bringing out along the way.
You're right. It's not just that you use these scholars to go, look, that's helping my case, I'm going to do it. He then spits in their face by psychoanalyzing in the very uncharitable way that he's done here, by going, they're not rational. They're completely irrational. They're based on faith and on ego and narcissism. They want to do their own thing finitely rather than have like an infinite reward, which doesn't make sense. No one functions like that. If we really believed in an infinite reward, just out of fear, you wouldn't act that way. It's just, yeah, you raise great points.
Now, this has always seemed like an odd approach to me. Decide what we want to believe ahead of time, and then reject evidence that doesn't line up with what we want to believe.
You haven't presented any evidence. This is the problem with being so overconfident, right? He's acting as if he's really done the job, done the hard work that scholars for thousands of years have not been able to do, so that he can sit on his throne and speak so poorly about the scholars he used to prop up his argument. Mesmerizing.
Again, yeah, there's so much. I mean, if he thinks that ancient literature, like the Gospels and Paul, is that sufficient evidence, though it's not convincing, again, to the very people he quoted to make his case to begin with, as well as to us, then he really should reevaluate, because he's talked about evidence. What I find amazing about this evidence is how much evidence he's not factoring in, which are also miraculous claims of demigod heroes contemporaneous to the times of this literature in a superstitious world, which we are still in today, by the way, but in that time where demigod heroes have post-mortem appearances, eyewitness claims, becoming gods, the whole nine. He does not factor in that evidence. So his evidence is this very isolated bubble boy kind of evidence where my mama said, if I exit this bubble, I'm going to die. David, I'm telling you, pop the bubble and I promise you, you will breathe oxygen like the rest of the world and find freedom, because that's what happened to me. And I can tell you, there's nothing wrong with that. In his mind, he's even gone on record saying things like, if Christianity isn't true, I will want to murder people. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my entire life, honestly. I don't know if that's his own like security mechanism that keeps him as Christian. And
I do think a lot of people have that. Yeah, there is a lot of people that have that as a security measure, because I know people that have said that and then they've become atheists and they haven't murdered anyone, because really they go, wait, I thought if I didn't have God, I wouldn't have my conscience. But my conscience isn't a theological thing. It's a human thing. Oh, so it turns out that, no, I don't want to do that anyway. Like it's in me. So like you can mistake certain parts of you as part of the religion when it's not.
Yeah.
I'm going to go out on a limb here because he's been psychoanalyzing, and this is just projection. It's Christians that want it to be true because they desire for justice, something that we all desire for. It's a good thing, but they want to live forever. They want to think that the universe actually, it does revolve around them. It really does. That they are actually created in God's image, that they actually do matter in the cosmic game at play. And so to accuse naturalists of wanting it to be the case that we're not important, that we're not going to see our loved ones, that there is no justice. The only justice we have is that which we create at the great resistance of Mother Nature. It doesn't make sense. Projection is the only way to make sense of this, because it's such an asinine, vacuous thing to accuse naturalists of.
I'd like to add to that to say, as someone who calls themselves a naturalist, an atheist, I would love nothing more than to see my family again after this is over. I would love nothing more. And I know that not all atheists are the same. I say this now, maybe my opinions about this change. I'd love nothing more than to live forever. Have immortality is kind of this utopia idea in our mind about no more pain and suffering, no more, have this another go at this without all the problems. That would be amazing if we could enjoy nothing but a peaceful, harmonious. As an atheist, I would want nothing more. But I'm also not going to pretend. I'm not going to play make-believe, and that's just it to get through life. Right now, that's not my thing. And if I ever became someone who believed this stuff again, unless there was a real fourth wall broke into reality, divine actual situation occurred, which then persuaded me, I can't imagine only a traumatic, distraught type of thing would lead me to breaking down on an emotional level to do that. It wouldn't be reason and logic. Again, it would be something else that goes underneath all of my cautious faculties that would cause me to think that way. You know what I mean?
I do. Most atheists that I know do actually want to live forever. But I have to say, after thinking about it for quite a bit, me personally, I don't. I actually think living forever would be hell. Because, like, we can conceive of what it's like to be alive for 100 years. We'll try 1,000 years. Like, whoa. I can feel myself wearing out as I live. Like, do I really, really want to be conscious for 1,000 years? I don't think so. But maybe I do. 10,000 years? That's quite a lot of time.
Imagine it only got better, whatever that means. Right. Like, I get it.
Yeah,
we could play hypotheticals though, and like, okay, imagine it only got better and things only became more creative and more, we could come up with all of this make believe stuff to make it sound cool and interesting.
But the more wisdom I've gained, and the more I've come to appreciate the world, I've actually went more towards what Eastern religions are getting at, and that is a state of nirvana, a state of saying, you know what, I care less. And I feel more one with the universe, and less is being lent on my conscious experiences, and less is being lent on my egocentristic drives. And so the trajectory of that would actually be, I don't want to exist. But it's a topic for another day, but very, very intriguing.
And atheists normally condemn this approach. Suppose an atheist comes to you with some kind of evidence. Let's say he gives you evidence for common descent, the claim that all living things share a common ancestor. If your response is, well, I don't like what common descent implies because that would mean I'm related to pigs, so I'm going to reject any evidence you give me for it, the atheist will accuse you of being anti-science and anti-evidence and irrational and stupid and bigoted and so on. But then, if you present that same atheist with evidence that Jesus rose from the dead, you'll suddenly find that heaven and hell and the Salem witch trials and gay wedding cakes and all kinds of other topics are entering into his evaluation of whether Jesus was dead and whether he was alive again later.
Okay, so, wow. Who are these atheists? I don't know who these atheists are. And they probably exist. And David, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. You probably encountered this, and this has somehow caused you to make them all atheists. Again, you're pigeonholing all of us because some upset chip on their shoulder type of atheist who may end up identifying as gay or something like that. And then now you're making that all atheists just want to sin. All atheists want to reject the evidence of the resurrection. Let me help you from an atheist who is probably more extreme and charismatic about miracles and stuff than you ever have been, and has now come to the other side, a different angle. You already heard, I started seeing mythical comparisons and started seeing that, hey, this stuff looks like genre that goes in a fictional category that we would all say Heracles and Romulus and Asclepius and other gods and demigods and their claims and miracles, and even the Caesars categorized. Justin Martyr says as much. So even though Justin Martyr wants to make Jesus above and a much better philosophy, and he is painting them in a similar category, though. They have a lot in common, okay? So I'm sitting here thinking to myself, how do I explain this to David? And it's not about wedding cakes, and it's not about, man, I don't like what's being said here. It is the fact that there are so many other competitors that have so many other claims. And once I saw the special pleading for this one and not actually treating all of them equally or trying to go at them, at least in some ways, the ancients took those serious too, who practiced those religions, those cults. And I saw, again, man is the center of the universe. Once we got out of that egocentric mine's true and really evaluated others is when I stopped seeing the strength of the one claim, that it was Jesus. And once you start realizing, keep in mind that the God of the Old Testament contradicts the God of the Old Testament. We're not even talking about the New Testament. There's so many problems when you realize where this God comes from in ancient Ugarit and Phoenician, ancient Near Eastern gods with polytheism and so many issues, so many things that don't match the Orthodox narrative within the Bible itself. You can then start to go, hold on, back up, throw my hands up. Why am I convinced of this anymore? Why does the power of the resurrection not grab me and claw my soul like it once did, like it's supposedly doing David? It has nothing to do with modern sin. You might pretend and psychoanalyze that that's what it is. But in reality, it was research that drove me away from believing Yahweh existed and that Jesus actually rose from the dead and was born of a virgin and walked on water. Because guess what? We can now go to other characters who have similar claims. And we know classicists categorize those things in genres that are fictional, fable, legend, mythology, and such. Jesus walks and talks and does very similar things in his own way. Unique stories, but very similar. Notice I didn't have to bring up modern things.
No, man, no, you're only an atheist because of gay cupcakes and stuff. It fits the narrative better.
Exactly.
It's easier, right? Just label and dismiss. Look, let's... So, consider his analogy of common descent, right? So, evolutionary theory is supported by a vast and diverse body of evidence from multiple scientific disciplines, including genetics, paleontology, and comparative anatomy. The evidence for, like, you'll be hard pressed to find any theory that has more evidence in its favor than natural selection. Like this is, you have to be ignorant not to buy it or to have ideological dispositions. This is why most Christians today now accept evolution, even though it causes really serious theological problems. So what David is doing is he's holding this up as like, if you didn't believe on, if you don't believe natural selection, then, well, you know, there's problems, you know, like you're showing that you're not really, you know, paying attention at best, and actually there's something else going on at worse. And he's comparing this with the utter tripe that he gave us in this video, as if saying that scholars have a consensus that Jesus almost certainly lived and was executed, as if that constitutes evidence for Christianity and all of its miracle claims, like all of the paleontology, the comparative anatomy, the genetics that feed into natural selection. The comparison here is wild. Like that, you can't do that. But, you know, I guess he can, and I guess his audience will buy it, but it's no.
You point out something I didn't think about, and that's an interesting point, right? So you're equating something we observe, test, can actually grab a hold of and see even today to be persuaded. And he's wanting to equate ancient literature, which is written with a propagandistic, cultic kind of, we write this that you believe, we're here to persuade you. And there's so many other cults doing these kinds of things, trying to say their gods and their demigods and heroes and whatnot did these things. And he thinks this is equivalent evidence to that of natural selection or some other scientific theory. And that, I didn't think about that when I was responding, but I did want to make it a point of saying, when you study the field of comparative mythology, history, categorizing genre, and recognizing genre in other books, other literature, we quickly know how to categorize a theophany myth, a romance narrative, a delayed recognition myth. For example, Odysseus goes on his travels, comes back, and his identity is hidden. Well, what's going on in the Gospel of Mark, where no one knows who he truly is? This is a delayed recognition myth. This trope of Jesus hiding his identity in Mark that no one knows, even thanking God that he only reveals this to the inner disciples and that others don't know who he is. But the thing is they still don't even get it. That is a motif. That is a literary motif. That is not a historical evaluation. You don't look at the Odyssey and pretend Odysseus and all this is historical. No, you find this as a literary tool. When you see those tools used in the New Testament, coming at this secular, not you must believe in my Kool-Aid, drink it. You approach this like you do the other literature. You walk away going, wow, these authors are using all of these tools that fit the categories of myth, fable, legend, etc., 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 these various mythic motifs in the Jesus narrative. Now, you want to go and say there was some guy at the bottom and they just fancied up the tale in some way? Cool, whatever, dude. But that, when you do it in a rigorous manner, that's what you're going to walk away with. You're not going to walk away with, all of this happened and Jesus really was born of a virgin. But Suetonius, Apollo didn't impregnate his mom and the eagle didn't bring the food back and the frog stopped croaking and yada, yada, yada. Come on, dude.
Yeah. I've got to reiterate it because it's amazing that he complained that I didn't deal with all of his video. And yet it really is. Scholars agree that Muhammad existed. Therefore, the Quran is accurate. And this is somehow such powerful evidence that it's the equivalent of natural selection. I lost. I feel like I'm exercising incredulity too much, but fuck, man, what else can you do? Like,
yeah, it's special pleading for this particular case.
Feelings become the ultimate trump card. We obviously can't stop our atheist friends from smuggling their feelings about Christianity into discussions of historical facts about Jesus, but we can point out how ridiculous it is for them to claim to be the champions of reason and science and logic when their feelings and emotions have full reign over their reasoning.
It's almost like he's trolling at this point. This is, to be this confidently wrong, it should be a crime. I'm just saying. I'm frankly jealous. I'm jealous that I can't have that kind of confidence. That is astounding.
Honestly, don't even have a comment at this point. I feel like he's talking to a Martian on Mars. I mean, maybe there's some atheists out there, but again, let me go and find the most low-hanging fruit fundamentalist nut jobs on planet Earth, and then just put everyone as Christian in that category. Is he talking to us? I really wonder at this time, Stephen, is David talking about us atheists, or is he talking about some other absolutely ill-informed, internet edgy, completely chip on their shoulder? I was hurt by a pastor. I don't like this religion. Screw God. I hate God. Kind of atheism that he's trying to pull out of his hat. I honestly don't know.
I know. It's like, if you want to suppose that there were a lot of atheists, even though it's not a majority, that have the kind of views that David is making out that they do. Imagine if we made a video saying this is why Christianity is nonsense, and our entire disposition was around the Eucharist, and that they actually believe this. Like, they just look at it and go, dude, this isn't everyone. Like, this is Catholics and like certain types of Catholics. That's it. But it's worse than that. It's an even smaller minority. Like, even when he's talking about, these new atheists, these internet atheists, as we said earlier on towards the beginning, Sam Harris isn't a mythicist. Like, he doesn't even have that data. So it would be like focusing on a very small element of Christianity, like one of the tiny churches of the 33,000 denominations. Pick one of them, maybe Christian Science, and then just focusing on that and portraying all Christians as if they're that. they wouldn't accept this. They wouldn't tolerate this. But it's strange, isn't it? It's a human thing. We're okay doing it when it's the out group. Like all of a sudden, ridiculously illogical modus operandi is accepted if it's to the out group.
Now, there's other evidence that's relevant to this discussion, and there are additional objections to consider. But we already have enough to conclude that Jesus rose from the dead. All the available evidence tells us that Jesus died by crucifixion and that he was alive again later.
Then why didn't you present it? You didn't give us shit, David. You didn't give us shit. Like, even if you're a Christian watching, surely you agree with me when I say that David did not live up to his task. He provided nothing, nowhere near what he claims to have provided. It's like, I'm okay with him being as smug as what he is, but he at least should justify it. You know, like, is that too much to ask for?
You know, you're very scientific minded and of course, philosophically aware on levels I'm not. But what he is doing is appealing to the literature we would call New Testament from Paul. I didn't hear him go much into the Gospels. He avoided the Gospels because that's where the fanciful, more in-depth narratives about Jesus entering in private rooms, appearing to the 12. He stuck to Paul, like this more primitive supposed creed in Paul, and presented supposed eyewitnesses claimed these things. Again, they did the same for Caesars, and we have documentation supposing Romulus appeared to Quirinius. The list goes on and on where you can give other examples of these things. So we should then draw the conclusion, because these Roman emperors are said to have become gods, that they did. They existed. Some of them died in cruel ways by the Senate, like Julius Caesar. And then others, like Augustus and the emperors that continued, becoming gods. They became gods. We should accept that they are actually gods in heaven. You're not persuaded, David? Well, what the heck? I've just convinced you. I could show you the sources that eyewitnesses claim they saw these things. You don't trust those eyewitnesses, do you? Or you're going to try and rationalize those witnesses and explain motivated factors, potentially power or money, or potentially they get some clout or whatever it might be. Oh, you're finding ways to wiggle out of. You're just trying to sin against the Caesars, aren't you? You want gay cupcakes, don't you, David? I can't believe that you would dare not accept the Caesars as the Son of God.
Friends and foes were so thoroughly convinced that Jesus had appeared to them that they were willing to endure torture and death for the privilege of proclaiming the Christian message.
You didn't establish that fact, David. You just quoted Paul as if the scholars also agree with everything that Paul said. This is Frank Turek level apologetics. Like, I was facetious when I made my video and I had the title saying, you know, the worst apologist. In actually getting through this video, maybe that is actually the case. Like, I don't know.
Look at my reference to Ignatius earlier. This is a Christian who never saw Jesus, never claimed to witness him, saw him, or anything, who's ready to die. And I'm only saying that to say, I imagine many Christians died. Now, for what and why? I saw this really cringy video on Facebook that had this description of like how all the apostles died for the belief that Jesus rose again from the dead. And if they would have just said that, okay, I don't believe he rose from the dead, then they wouldn't have been killed. And that is a false narrative, because why these Christians, if any, died, if we're supposing there were a couple martyrs that we might have high confidence in supposing they got killed somehow, for the reason exactly they died, get me those sources. Pull those sources on the exact reason. And then, by the way, notice real quickly how Christians invented martyrdom myths for these early apostles. So much fanciful stuff. I think in one case, Paul gets beheaded and milk runs out of his neck or something. There's so many fanciful tales of how these martyrs had their deaths and skinned alive and the most cruel type of torturous, almost BDSM type descriptions of how they get killed for Jesus or whatever they are trying to paint that narrative and the reasons behind them getting killed. What I'm saying is they're already doing legend inventing about how these martyrs were killed. And I'm sure that Richard C. Miller could add to that, but go and ask some of your more conservative, McDowell, for example. Sean McDowell has written that we can only have confidence in like 2, really high confidence that 2 of them were martyred, maybe up to 4 out of 12. We don't have early anything for these other apostles dying for the faith. Yeah. And even if we did, again, Ignatius never saw Jesus and has this really wacky idea of, I want to die to attain to God, a philosophy. So people don't even need to see Jesus or have claimed eyewitness accounts, and however you want to understand that, to go and die for this stuff. What has he done? He hasn't proved any of that, and he hasn't even proved that the martyrs died on behalf of believing Jesus rose from the dead. Yeah. That's why they were killed. You haven't established that.
Well, that's the thing. It's he just hasn't established anywhere near what he speaks as so confidently as if he has. And I'm if you're like a Christian watching, would it not be the case that you would look at this and go, okay, I'm convinced because I've read other scholars and, you know, I've got information from elsewhere, but David has not delivered that, and so you probably shouldn't be speaking this way? Or do you think that they look at this and they think, no, I follow David's reasoning here, he has established this?
What would end up happening in my situation here, Stephen, would be him quoting Acts, where Stephen gets martyred and stoned to death by Jews. Yeah. Proclaiming the gospel, claiming in history this was prophesied to come and that Jesus is the Son of God and you're rejecting him and whatnot. And the Jews kill him. They stone him. Again, remember, Acts is extremely propagandistic in showing the Jews are guilty of all this and Christians are innocent. Oh, Theophilus, I know you've heard about these arrests by Christians. They're actually innocent. And guess who's behind it? The Jews. So why did Jews stone Stephen? Jews are the bad guys in this story. And it gets painted that way. So over and over and over, that's what you're sold. And no wonder Christians have had anti-Semitic roots from the beginning toward the Jewish people over time throughout history. So yeah, you see what I'm saying? He'll probably quote Acts to say Stephen was stoned for believing it. And it's like, this is an extremely, I would say, fictive they're writing a fictive history. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I mean, like, but he'll actually do worse than that. He'll say scholars agree that this author wrote, you know, this passage. Therefore, we can conclude everything in the passage is correct. That's the way he'll do it, because that's the way he's reasoned for the other stuff. So yeah, like you're right. But in any case, he didn't present it here and is speaking as if he has established this.
The question for us is this: what could have convinced all these people that Jesus had appeared to them? This is the question I struggled with almost 3 decades ago. And I couldn't think of any explanation apart from the resurrection that could account for the historical evidence.
And what would David make of a Muslim saying the same thing about the things that Muslims are convinced of? Hinduism, other religions. Is that enough? Is that enough to go, you know what? That's actually the best explanation. It happened. It's true. The miracle happened. That's the best way to explain it. Does he do that for the miracle of the sun? Maybe, because it fits under a Christian rubric. He's implying heavily that he does believe in all sorts of miracles, particularly miracles that occur in third world countries. Like, does he actually operate with this, or only when it's in his favor?
There's so much to this point he's bringing up that you have to unravel in the onion to explain what could explain the eyewitness stuff from they invented this as part of their cult, establishing Jesus as a divine figure, like the Caesars. If you want to go that there were authentic supposed experiences that they claimed was visionary or claimed that was eyewitness in some way, then you need to go and do the same for the Caesars, which are contemporaneous. You need to do the same for Romulus. You need to do the same for any other claims of eyewitness stories that are claiming to see someone on a road centuries after they're dead, or they died and then they see him afterwards somehow. There are plenty of accounts of this in the Greek and Roman world. Their bodies are missing, but then they now are seen again, and they're divine, they're immortalized, they're gods. You know, what would account? there's several factors that could account. If you take the more natural, I need to rationalize this using human faculty and potentially hallucination models, as Gerd Ludemann might try to take, or if you take Richard C. Miller's approach, that you have already a framework of how cults practice, and they establish that cult with their hero in the Hall of Fame by constructing eyewitness accounts. Or if you want to marry the two a little and have a mix of both, absolute legendary kind of furniture, but yet still have the superstition play a part in how that happened. Cool. All of that works and establishes why they would have these accounts saying that they witnessed these things. From the far superstitious side to the purposeful, pious fraud, and a mix in between, maybe like we see with Joseph Smith. Hey, that makes sense. It doesn't have to be because he literally rose. Like,
Yeah.
what?
By that time, I already knew that naturalism was a theory in crisis, and I didn't trust my feelings enough to reject facts I didn't like. In the end, I concluded that Jesus of Nazareth rose from the dead, and that if I was going to listen to anyone tell me about God, it was him.
To me, this is just more projection. He's saying, I didn't want to, rely on my feelings. Rather, I wanted to go for the facts. And the facts happen to be exactly what my feelings want, which is that I get to live forever and that I really matter in the universe and that God himself cares about me. It's projection. Like the idea that a naturalist is running on feelings. They want it to be true that there's no God. They want it to be the case that we go in the ground and that's it. They want it to be the case that there's no justice for that poor child that died from leukemia. It's not even coherent. It's just projection, because this is something that evidently he's sensitive about, because it must keep him up at night to have to project this onto other people. And if you are going to accuse other people of this kind of projection, you should probably have some good evidence for it. Like when you start assigning nefarious things to other people, when you start painting them in a way that's dishonest and pretty reprehensible, at least in terms of intellectual virtues, you need to come with receipts. And David simply hasn't done that at all. Now, some people may watch this and go, Steve, are you not being equally uncharitable to him? Well, he's actually demonstrated reason not to be. His modus operandi is to be a dick. And although I can be kind in places, I'm happy to be a dick if the other person's being a dick. I'll call it as it is. So even if it is the case that I'm overstepping the boundaries by pointing this out, then so be it.
I like how you rolled out the carpet to kind of, again, compare both sides. And he does that by saying the facts are on my side. And guess what? Think about this. If we're going to psychoanalyze together, everybody, the facts just happen to land on his side in his observation, which also gives him the satisfaction of meaning and purpose and an afterlife and all of the things that, again, I've said I'd love for to be the case. I just am not persuaded is. And so I've rejected those things in his mind because I don't want the facts. No, I think he has a small bubble of what he considers evidence and how he views that evidence. He's not actually doing a broader comparative analysis and actually getting deep and comparing this to other accounts. You can go into Plutarch, another well-established author at the time, writing fanciful material and biographic material about certain individuals he would not accept. And this is an elite, very educated author in the time period. You could do this with several other authors. I'm just simply trying to point out, once you start factoring in the broader scope of the evidence, you'll notice that scholars that actually do that kind of work are less fundamentalist. They're less apologetic in that sense. They're much more nuanced and they're much more relaxed in realizing, yeah, this is a product of its time. And Christianity has the characteristics of something that was birthed in the Roman Empire in the 1st century, because that's what it is, a product of that time, a mishmash of various ideas from both the Greek and Roman and Jewish world of the day, literally.
And that is it my dude, we have got to the very end of this video from David. I'm sure that our entire recording time is very, very short. I want to end on this note. In my first video where I addressed David, I emphasized non sequiturs and straw manning. That is what I was putting across, and this is something that evidently upset him and his audience. Now that we've been through the entire video, is it not abundantly clear that that's all he did?
I felt that
that's it.
I felt that. I mean, that's what I saw. Because
straw man, and then non sequitur. That's all we got. But we did get it, to be fair, wrapped up in unbearable, insufferable confidence and condescension towards everyone that doesn't have his view. True apologetics right there.